I've just realised I'm on the wrong set. Good morning, everybody. Hello. Hi. It's my birthday. I mean, officially, on the website, it says it's my birthday tomorrow, but it's not. It's today. But, you know, since I turned 21, I just decided that I was going to have a whole birthday month. So, hey, it doesn't matter, really. Anyway, good morning, everybody. I'm on the right set now. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Saturday's Sewing Street. I am Stuart Hillard. I'm 53 years old. Yay! Anyway, really nice to have your company. My goodness me, have I got not just today, but a weekend for you. Absolutely fantastic. We'll get to that in a second. I need to start, as we always do, with our early bird. So our early bird today is the Taylor Seville Magic Pins. Now, never ever underestimate the power of a good pin. Pinning is the way to go. I used to think pinning wasn't that cool, and then I had to unpick lots of things and re-sew lots of things, and I thought, maybe pinning's a good idea after all. Now, the Taylor Seville pins have never been reduced before, not like this anyway. Are you ready for this? Should be $19.99. Should be $19.99. $14.99 today. 25% saving. 25% saving. You're saving a fiver on these. These are beautiful. You get 100. And these are your quilting pins, so absolutely perfect for patchwork, for piecing. So many of these have leapt into baskets. It's a very busy start to the day, and my goodness me, have I got some loveliness for you. These are beautiful quality pins. These are the kind of pins you are going to love using. They have a special silicone gripper, like a comfort grip handle. You can see here, I don't know, have a little close look there. It's got sort of special little sort of ridges along there, which make it very easy to hold on to and comfortable. Also, they're heat resistant. So if you glance the iron onto these pins, they're not going to melt. They're not going to stick to your iron. I mean, obviously, don't sit the iron on them. You know, it's an offer, not a challenge, as we say. But they are brilliant and beautiful quality, fine, very sharp, just beautiful to use. Beautiful to use. I do need to say some good mornings, some lovely messages. May's got in touch. Morning, happy birthday, Stuart Hillard. Pam says happy birthday, lovely. Claire says morning, Stuart, and all. Happy birthday. Jan says good morning and happy birthday, Stuart. Christine says morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Happy 21st birthday. 53, proudly 53. Jan says happy birthday. Ange says happy birthday. Looking fabulous. Lots of love. Thank you, darling. Hilary says, morning, sweetheart. Happy birthday. Have a fabulous day. Tracy says, happy birthday. 21 again? Nope. 53. 53. Laurie says, happy birthday, Stuart. Have a great day. Thank you. Messages along the bottom too. Can I have them on this one as well, please? Because I am definitely got a 53-year-old's eyes. Happy birthday, Stuart. Have a lovely day. Thank you. That's from Heather. Another one. Jane says, morning, Stuart. Happy birthday. Have a great day. Thank you, Jane. Oh, that's lovely. Another one. More happy birthday, young Stuart. Happy birthday, young Stuart. Have a fantastic birthday. Just love watching you and learning from the team. Thank you, darling. That's lovely. And I hope there will be champagne and cake. Rosalind says, happy birthday to my favourite man on TV. Oh, you're a darling. Lots of love to you. Thank you. Ah, that's gorgeous. We'll play some more later on. Thank you very much, everyone who's messaged in. I'm going to leave that. Half the stock's gone already. I need to tell you about something very exciting. Come with me. Come with me. Shall I? I'm going to sort of stand behind first of all. Now, I've got some giveaways. I've got some gorgeous giveaways. We're playing Shop to Win this weekend. Here's how it works. Every time you check out your basket, your name will be added into a prize draw, and the prize draw will be done at the end of the weekend. So you've got 2 days to shop and win. Okay, and the winners will be announced on Monday. Now, let me tell you what the prizes are, because this is super cool. There are 2 prizes of books. So you're not getting 1, you're getting 3 books. You're getting Make 100 Quilts, Simple Shapes, and Bags for Life, all 3. And I've got 2 lots of that prize. Next up, I've got these, those were donated, by the way, by my publisher, Pavilion. Now, next up, donated by Franklin's, I've got some electric scissors. These are super cool. Gorgeous, love those. They are absolutely brilliant. Powering through dressmaking, home decor. So, electric scissors. Next prize will go down to the bottom. I've got 2 fabulous yarn prizes, both donated by Stylecraft. I've got a full kit for Jane Crowfoot's Eastern Jewels version of her Persian Tiles blanket. So that's absolutely beautiful. Look at that, just gorgeous. And you've got the full pattern and the full yarn kit as well there. And then I've also got a full set of my sock yarns, Walking in Nature Part 2, 6 balls of sock yarn and a limited edition tote bag. And then last but not least, a absolutely gorgeous Tilda prize. Have a look at this. So you're getting a 2.5-inch strip roll. You're getting a fat quarter bundle of chambray. You're getting a layer cake of Hometown, a fat 1/8 bundle of Blossom blenders. You're getting a fat 1/8 bundle of Chic Escape. You're also getting a Tilda cat kit to make the cat doll and the clothes. You get a pack of Gutermann thread, some scissors, and a mug. And that's all one prize. Oh, and chambray buttons as well. 2 sets of chambray buttons. Oh, all of that is another prize. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fabulous prizes. So with that being said, what's coming up on today's show? Let me talk you through the menu. Now, 8 o'clock, brand new launch. We have got the brand new collection from Tilda. It is called Jubilee. You may have seen this on my socials. This is to celebrate 25 years of Tilda. I've designed a very special quilt to celebrate 25 years of Tilda, and we've got the brand new collection launching today on Sewing Street. That's coming right up. Now at 9:30 I'm going to be joined by the fabulous Sandi Millichip-Massocchi, who has designed the most gorgeous bag. It's called the Cloud Bag Crossbody, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Check this out. These are so beautiful, aren't they? It's got this gorgeous sort of cloud-shaped flap, gorgeous little handle, chain to wear around your shoulder, little pocket on the back, absolutely beautiful. That's coming up, a brand new pattern at 9:30 with Sandi. Now then, back to the menu. At 10:30, I'm joined by the wonderful Emily Roberts, who is bringing us some fabulous tools. Now, we've got 2 brand new tools that are launching on Sewing Street. We have also got all of Emily's previous tools restocked and raring to go. Previous sellouts, restocked. Brand new tools, we've got them, and loads of demos on everything. So that's going to be fabulous. And then at 12 o'clock, Sandi Millichip-Massocchi is back with the rainbow round cushion. These are absolutely incredible. Beautiful hexagon pieced cushions, some beautiful panels, so much inspiration in that hour. You're going to absolutely love it. Now, I should have mentioned earlier on, I will be signing those books, and I need a pen. I have a pen, and as it happens, look at this. So it is a fabulous rainbow pen. I've signed each and every one of them. Well, I actually signed a piece of paper, and that's been reproduced, complete with a case. Look at that. And let me just sign this. with love. Look at that, it even writes too. There we go. So now, everybody that shops with us this weekend, while stocks last, will get a free pen. A rainbow pen signed by yours truly. How fabulous is that? Add to your collection. Wonderful. All right, let's get started. Let's launch now. Okay, so first off, thank you everyone who's already bought my brand new pattern. It's called In Love with Quilting, and I want to show you the quilt first of all. So here's the quilt. Now it's a heart sampler. I had so much fun designing and making this. I really did enjoy making this. It's got 6 different heart blocks in there, and different techniques. And lots and lots of fun. This is a fabulous scrap quilt. Now, I've made it using the brand new Jubilee collection and blenders from Tilda. But you could also make this in a selection of old and new Tilda. You could mix and match. We've got a full kit, but if you wanted to make this as a scrap quilt, you absolutely could as well. And it's got that style. Let me talk you through it. Let me tell you what we've got. So on the sampler quilt, you've got these 2 really big blocks here, which is called the stars and hearts, because you've got that big heart, but you've also got sawtooth stars sort of integrated into the heart itself. So really, really fun to piece that one. Then you've got applique hearts. I'm going to show you how to do these appliques. These are turned edge, but not needle turned hearts, and you've got some applique. Next up, you've got the strippy hearts. So these are strip pieced, easy strip pieced hearts. So next up, you've got the Danish hearts block. So this is the Danish heart block here, but I've combined 4 of them together to create a flower. And then there's a bonus stem and leaf block right here, which turns it into a flower. So there's lots of different things you can do with that block there. And then, last of all, you've got the layered hearts block, which is this one here, which features 2 different hearts kind of superimposed onto each other. Now, once you've got all of that together, you're going to put the border on, which is a piano key border. And I couldn't resist, the Jubilee range is a real rainbow of colour, so I couldn't resist keeping it in rainbow order. But you could also do this scrappy style with all your bits and bobs, or your Tilda collection, old and new. Now, let me tell you the real value in this pattern, because it goes way beyond that quilt. Okay, so here's the quilt, but what I've done is every single block has its own project. So let's dive in. So first of all, you've got the Danish hearts block. Here's a single block, but I've turned it into a flower. So I've combined 4, I've made stems and leaves, and boom, there's your glorious sunflowers quilt pattern. So you get this. This is a quilt pattern you can make all on its own. So that's 2 quilts now. We've got the sampler and the glorious sunflowers. Next up, we've got the heart applique, and you have the pattern to make a cushion, a 9 applique cushion using the appliques. Next up, strippy hearts. You have the pattern for how to make it. Then you've got the pattern to make a table runner using your strippy hearts. Where are we up to now? 4 patterns. Next up, layered hearts. You get the design for the block and how to make that, but then you also get a completely different lap quilt pattern using the layered hearts, and you also get the instructions for making the border and the additional blocks in there as well. And then last up, you've got the stars and hearts block, and then I've also turned that into this gorgeous wall hanging quilt using the block. And then you get all your instructions for how to make up the actual quilt itself. So 6 different quilt patterns, all in one pattern, including your sampler. Now, one thing I just wanted to say about this quilt, because you're probably looking at it thinking, how on earth does that go together? I bet it's really hard. Because the thing is, if all the blocks are the same size and shape and they're all set in horizontal, vertical, or even diagonal rows, easy peasy, we know how to do that. With this quilt, I wanted to make lots of different blocks that were all different sizes, which is much more fun, much more stimulating, and kind of keeps you interested. But I'll be honest with you, when I was designing it, all I knew was I wanted to make lots of heart blocks, different sizes. I didn't really think about how I was going to put them together. I thought, I'll work it out. Anyway, so then I thought to myself, once I'd made them all, am I going to have to do Y seams? Am I going to have to do partial seams? How on earth am I going to get all of these interlocking blocks to go together? Because there's no straight rows. Do I have to do any of that? No, you do not. It is all straight line sewing. What you will do is you will piece your blocks and then you will chunk them. It's all in the pattern, and there is one extra thing that you're going to do, and it's all in the pattern. There is one block that rather than sew the whole thing together, you're going to sew that one block into 3 chunks, and a bit of each will join other chunks. Right, and then when the chunks come together, that final block, it's like a jigsaw. It's all in the pattern. It's all in the pattern, but there is only straight line sewing, no set-in seams, no Y seams at all. Super easy. Now, if you want to recreate this quilt exactly, this is made using the new Jubilee range from Tilda, and we've got a kit. Let me show you the full quilt kit. Now, this quilt kit will make the quilt that's behind me, but you will also have leftovers that you can make things like the Strippy Hearts table runner, some cushions, some other accessories, some bags. So it's a big bundle, but you need the variety, okay? So this is the bundle. You get a lot of fabric in this bundle. And if you're a real super fan of Tilda, I know you're going to want this. So what you get is the full Jubilee collection. This is the 20-piece collection of Jubilee, and I will show you all these fabrics in a second. So there's your 20 fabrics. You also get farm flowers. This is the special coordinate that goes with the Jubilee range. And I've used all of these in my quilt as well. So 28 half meters of Tilda. That's the ultimate, isn't it? The ultimate collection. Now, also for my quilt, you need oodles of cream fabric. This is 3 meters of cream fabric. You get all of that for free. You don't pay for that. 3 meters of fabric for free. £22.74 free, okay? You're only paying for the Tilda. And so it is a huge and very beautiful bundle there. You also, of course, get the full instructions as well. £12.99's worth of instructions as well in there. Now, let me just mention, you can also get the 20-piece Jubilee collection as a bundle. You can also get the Farm Flowers 8-piece collection as a bundle. And we've got the fabrics individually by the half metre. Okay, so let me run through, but let me show you first of all, here's the Jubilee collection, and we'll start with the reds. What's lovely about this collection is, it is a celebration of the last 25 years of Tilda. Those beautiful florals, those beautifully cute and naive animals and characters that are featured, those classic sort of 50s florals that we see. I mean, they're absolutely gorgeous. That one's one of my favourites, just absolutely beautiful. Tilda gets better and better, doesn't it? Interesting. I love this turquoise teal. That floral, absolutely beautiful, isn't it? And red and teal together, well, I'd never seen that before, Tilda, but they sort of introduced me to that. I'm going to pop this pink one in there. Isn't that gorgeous? So just absolutely lovely. And what you'll probably recognise, if you're a Tilda fan, you'll recognise some of the motifs. None of these fabrics are reproductions from previous collections, but what they have done is taken, so this elephant and these characters are from the circus range, which was probably about 6 years ago, something like that. These elements here, this is from Windy Days. Yeah, there's various different things that are taken from other collections, but the motifs have been reimagined, redrawn, recoloured, and it creates a brand new, unique collection, but that has the flavour, the element, the beautiful sort of heritage, I suppose, of Tilda. And then, of course, look at these stunning blues as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Little elements there from Tiny Farm. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. And those wonderful florals as well. So that is the Jubilee collection. As I say, you can get the Jubilee collection on its own. It's 20 half metres, 10 metres in total. Here are the graphics for this collection on its own. Remember, this is the brand new launch. The range Jubilee actually came out on the 1st of February. So it's the 3rd today. This is its TV debut, 152.82. Now, you can take advantage of split pay if you'd like. 0 interest, 3 split pays of £50.94. So you don't need to spend 152.82 today. Just spend a shade over £50, get the 20-piece collection home. Now, you can still use this to make my I Love Quilting, In Love with Quilting quilt. So what I would say then is if you've got any Tilda in your stash, which I know you have, pull those colours out, because I designed this to work with reds and pinks and blues and greens and yellows and creams and you name it. You could throw in some purples, you could throw in some browns, you could throw in some black, anything you want. Anything you want you can throw in and supplement what you've got. But lovely to get that Jubilee collection in. So, back to the quilt kit now. Back to the quilt kit. So you're getting the full Jubilee collection, 20 half metres. That's the start. Right, next up, I need to make some space. Now, don't forget as well, the quilt kit is also on split pay. So there's 3 split pays, no interest to pay, no credit checks. You literally just choose it as an option when you check out. £83.57 gets the kit home. So 20 half metres of Jubilee, the full pattern, of course, for In Love with Quilting. Then you get Farm Flowers. So this is an 8-piece collection. So you get the beautiful, it's a gorgeous little, almost like an Indian block print. And just stunning, isn't it? You've got the red background, you've got the pink background, bubblegum pink. Love that. You've got the tan. This collection would work on its own, of course. You could just use this. You've got the gold mustard. These would be lovely for children's wear as well, wouldn't they? You've got the leaf green, love that. You've got the aqua teal, isn't that beautiful? And you know me, I love a rainbow, so for me, this is ticking so many boxes. You've got the sort of chambray blue. How delicious is this? And then you've also got the deep inky blue. Look. That is stunning, isn't it? Now, just a warning, we do have this bundle on its own as well, 8 half metres, but these always sell out the first. So just a little warning there. Well, I've only got 5 of this bundle left now. You've already spotted it. Well done. 67.92. Gosh, that's a good price, isn't it? You're getting 8.5 meters of brand new Tilda Jubilee. This is the, well, they call it their coordinate, but I've used it as one of the main fabrics in my quilt. It's an absolute hero. If I just show you for a second, if you have a look at this block over here, this is the flower and leaf and stem block. Because in the main range, there isn't any green, and I wanted leaves and stems. There is that turquoisey teal, but I wanted leaves and stems. So this you can see here, I've used the green farm flowers for some of the leaves, and I've used the tealy turquoise for the stem down the centre, and then a little bit of the main collection for these last 2 leaves. But you know, having those blenders in there really did sort of round out and complete the palette for me. So I just think these are fab. So in the main kit, remember, you're getting all of these. You're also getting all of these, the whole collection. You're also getting the pattern for 6 different quilts, and you're getting 3 meters of cream solid for free. For free. Here's the full kit. Here's the full kit. If you want to reproduce the project that's right behind me, this is the way to do it, because this is exactly what I started with. 1/2 meter of everything and 3 meters of cream. But equally, if you want to get the pattern on its own, if you want to get some cream fabric, maybe buy a few of your favourites of the Tilda Jubilee and combine that with your either Tilda collection that you've already got at home. Maybe you've been collecting fat 8s over the years. Maybe you've got some 1/2 meters, or even things like charm squares. If you've got some charm squares, lots of these units can be cut out of charm squares. There's no reason as well why you shouldn't throw in things like some chambrays, some solids, or some fabrics from other collections, you know. I'm very eclectic. I love to add in all sorts. Now, if you have a look on our website, www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then once you get there, if you scroll down, oh, the early bird's sold out. Well done if you got yours. Coming up on today's show, you'll be able to see all of the individual fabrics by the 1/2 meter. All of the fabrics there, all by the 1/2 meter. So many different options here. You've got the farm flowers bundle, you've got farm flowers individually. You can mix and match. So for example, like I said, I thought there was a few greens that were missing from the main collection, for my quilt anyway. You could get the main 20-piece collection and then maybe get the green and the teal farm flowers to do your stems and your flowers. Lovely for dressmaking too. Oh, now stop there a second. Just go back down a little bit for me, Ben. Just go down a tiny bit more to the backing fabric. Keep going, keep going, keep going. That's it, stop there. You see that gorgeous, almost paint splatter? Just let me show you. Look, that's what I used on the back, and just perfect. That's my backing fabric. Really lovely. Right, there's a lot to think about there. There's a lot to do. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. We're going to take a very short break to give you time to check out, and also to give me time to get set up for a little demo or 2 or 3. I'll see you after a very short break. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Welcome back. Well done if you've checked out your basket. Don't forget, every single one of you who shops with us today or tomorrow will get a free special limited edition pen. It's a rainbow pen with my signature on it, slapped on it. I hope you like that. Of course, this is while stocks last, but gorgeous. And you'll be getting one of those pens. Also, of course, every single person, each time you check out, you'll be entered into a prize draw, Shop to Win. And my goodness me, I've got some fabulous prizes. 2 different prizes of all 3 of my 2 quilting books and a bag book, so you get all 3. You've also got that massive mega bundle of Tilda goodies. You've also got the full kit and pattern for Persian tiles from Jane Crowfoot. Her brand new book's coming up tomorrow. She's doing an exclusive brand new launch of her new crochet book tomorrow, 11:30 tomorrow. And then you've also got a full set of my Walking in Nature sock yarn, 600 grams of sock yarn from Stylecraft, and also that Totes Amaze Balls tote bag as well included, and a fabulous pair of electric scissors that came from Franklin's. Loads of good stuff. All of those prizes will be announced on Monday, so everything will kind of roll over the 2 days. Right, let's get into a demo. I want to start off with some applique. Now, just looking at the quilt for a second, we've got 8 applique blocks, or applique, you say potato. Here they are. Turned edge applique. Now, if you want to do fusible applique with Bondeweb, you absolutely can. But I'd encourage you, a sampler quilt is a great opportunity to try a different technique or try something new. This quilt is beginner friendly, completely beginner friendly. There's nothing hard on the quilt at all easy skills. But this might be a skill builder for you. So first off, you need some, well, I've used cereal box. Yes, this was Jordan's Country Crisp. It's delicious. That's how I start my day, mixed with hazelnuts, almonds, Brazils and pecans. I always like to start my day with nuts. Now, you cut out the finished size of the heart template, okay, which you get included on your pattern. Cut it out of cereal box card. This is the best card to use. You could use Mylar template plastic if you want, but don't use regular template plastic or it'll melt. So you've got that cut out. Next thing, you need your chosen fabric. Okay, so, and if I'm going to do something that's got lots of curves, I like to put those curves on the bias if I possibly can. Okay, next up, you could draw around the template if you want to, but I reckon most of us, if you're careful, you can cut this out by eye. So what I'm doing is I'm cutting it out with nice sharp scissors, and I'm adding on a generous 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around, okay? Now, this doesn't have to be done terribly tidily, which is just as well, isn't it, with my scissor skills. Okay, I'm just going to finish off cutting round. Now, the other couple of things that you'll need are a cheap paintbrush, child's paintbrush is fine, something like that. You'll also need either some spray starch or some best press. And I've got some best press. And a little travel iron. Okay, right, so I'm going to take the lid off. And I've got my paintbrush. This was a very cheap paintbrush. Right, so I'm going to dunk it in the spray starch. And what I'm going to do is I'm keeping my template on top as a little guide. And I'm going to paint the seam allowance. So I'm really only painting the fabric, but of course some of it will get on the cardboard template. That's fine. So you want to make sure that the fabric is properly saturated, but it doesn't want to be dripping wet. So there we go, I've painted all the way around. Right, now I'm going to give that a moment or two just to let the spray starch soak in. While that's happening, excuse me, I'm going to take my iron to my cardboard template. It's a very important step. If you've got any starch on your template, you need to dry it off. Because if you leave the cardboard soggy, once you start using it to create your applique, it'll distort. So I've done that. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to lightly iron my, and you might think, well, you've just put that starch in, now you're drying it off. I don't want it to be really wet. I just want it to be in the fabric. Right, template back on top, grab your iron, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the edge of the iron plus my fingers, and I'm going to iron the seam allowance onto the cardboard. So I'm pulling it in with my fingers, nice and tight against the edge of the cardboard, and then I'm pressing down firmly with the iron. And can you see that's turning the edge all the way around? Now, carefully pick up your template, turn it around, make sure everything's still in place, and then keep pulling that fabric in. Now, once you've got around the curve, you'll notice here at the centre, we've got a deep inner point. I need to use some nice sharp scissors, and I'm going to cut right down to the cardboard. Can you see? I've actually cut straight the way down. That now allows me to pull that fabric right over to create a lovely sharp inner point. All done? Let's pick up the work and turn it. Pull the other side in. Now, I know a lot of appliqueurs will use a little bit of fray check just on that inner point, just to stop any fraying that might happen. I've never had an issue with fraying, so I don't use fray check, but you can if you want to. And then keep going round, and you're just pulling that edge in. Now, remember, it's starch, not glue, so don't expect the fabric to stick flat to your cardboard. All you're trying to do is create a lovely firm edge to your applique. And there, just at the end, I've just pulled that little dog ear over and pressed it down. Right, that was easy. There's my perfectly turned heart, turned edge. That was easy, wasn't it? Now, of course, we're not going to leave a piece of cardboard inside the applique. I'm going to take the cardboard out quite gently. There we go. And you can, if you want to, just go back and just make sure everything's pressed down, but just be careful that you don't end up distorting what you've done. Right, perfect. So that's all done. Next thing, your background square. Now, you can cut this slightly larger than you need it if you want to, and I do recommend that in the pattern. And then you can applique it and then square it up at the end. Finger press your quarters and place your applique. And you just want to make sure that that applique sits centrally in, just some pins, I was just looking for some pins, just sit centrally in the centre of your block there. Now, the next thing that you'll do is to pin in place. And Ben's skipping around finding me some pins. Now, I'm going to give you two tips here. And the first one is, if you're going to machine sew this, then you're going to pin from the top. Are you struggling, Ben? Oh, I can use those. Yeah, no problem, thanks. Thank you. Right, I've got a rainbow selection. So if you're going to machine sew this, you want to pin from the top. Okay. And then you can take them out as you're stitching. You can also use glue. You could use a glue stick to do this if you prefer. But if you're going to hand applique this, I want you to instead pin from the reverse. So you'll put your pins in like this. So if you're hand stitching, you pin on the back. And the reason for that is, if you're hand stitching this, your working thread is on the top. And if your pins are on the top, you will constantly be catching your thread on the pins. If you pin from the reverse, you won't catch your thread on anything. Top tip. Right, the last thing is when you come to applique this, if you are appliquing it by machine, then just use something like zigzag or a blanket stitch, or if you want a really quick finish, you can do like I'm about to, which is to do a straight stitch. So I'm going to finish this off with a straight stitch. So I've got some cream thread, and I would probably use cream thread actually for all of the appliques. That would look lovely. I'm going to use a straight stitch. I'm going to increase the stitch length to 3. And then I'm just going to sew about 1/8 of an inch. Just 1/8 of an inch from the edge of the fabric. Now I'm just going to position this very carefully. Ooh, there we go. There we go. And turn it. Oh, something come unthreaded. Oh, yes, it's the top thread. Goody. I love threading the machine on air. While we're doing that, just need to let you know I've only got 6 of the big kits left. The big kit's been flying out. The Farm Flowers bundle has sold out. Well done if you managed to get that. Oh, was the needle? Oh, brilliant. That's it. Let me just pull this through. Yeah, the Farm Flowers bundle has sold out. So well done if you got that. Right, let's get back to sewing. So I'm just 1/8 of an inch in from the edge. And you'll see, if you've done a turned edge, sewing very, very close to the edge is a very, very acceptable way to finish your appliques. Looks lovely, and also it's very, very quick. Just make sure you stay on the applique. Okay, last little bit. Don't forget, if you want the pattern on its own, you can get that. And this is the sort of ultimate stash buster and scrap buster, because you've got 6 different patterns for £12.99. You've got the Heart Sampler, In Love with Quilting, but you've also got 5 more quilt patterns. You've got a table runner, a cushion, you've got 3 different quilts, all patterned for you for £12.99, plus the sampler. Right, that is done. That is all appliqued, and I'm just going to show you the stitching, how the stitching looks. Can you see in there? And that's a really nice finish. And remember as well, that is not a raw edge, that is a nice turned edge and a straight stitch going all the way around. Oh, my eyes, my eyes. There we go, perfect. Great, right. There's one of the blocks made. Yeah, nice and easy. But like I say, the whole thing is beginner level. You don't have to be an advanced quilter to make this. I know it looks complicated, but it's not. That's the point of the pattern. Right, let me show you something else. So I'm going to go back to the stems and leaves block, because to make the leaves I've used stitch and flip. And I know that we use this technique quite often. It's really successful. It's a really easy method to get beautiful accuracy. Anybody can get beautiful accuracy with stitch and flip. And it creates these leaf blocks. But I've also used it to create the strippy hearts block up here. I used the stitch and flip technique to make the heart. And I've also used it in the hearts and stars block, and I'm going to show you this one next. So there's a few stitch and flip units in this block as well. So let me show you first of all. Let's do a leaf. So you're going to start off with your leaf fabric. So you've got a square of that. And then you're going to need a couple of squares of your cream background fabric. And I've drawn a line from corner to corner using a pencil. Now next up, we're going to pin these in place on two opposite corners. Okay. Now when you make your leaf blocks, it's important that you make, for each block, 3 right facing and 3 left facing. So what I mean there is, this is only really important if you've got directional fabric, but you're going to put 3 of them are going to have the squares on these 2 corners, and then 3 of them are going to have the squares on these 2 corners, okay? Because if you just have one more quick look back at the quilt, you can see that you've got left-facing leaves and right-facing leaves. So when I was making these, I just sat down and I did the 3 that went one way, the 3 that went the other way, and I had them all laid out next to the sewing machine so that I wouldn't get muddled up. Please don't think that you're the only person that ever gets muddled up while you're sewing, because trust me, we all do. Ben, while you're in the room, would you mind just grabbing me the iPad, please? I don't want anyone to think I'm ignoring them. It's just on the other side of the studio. Right, so I've put those in place, and I'm going to do some stitching next. You got it there. Thanks, Ben. So you're actually going to sew directly on the line, okay? So I've got my straight stitch, centre needle position. That's very important. And one of the things that people often have problems with doing units like this, thanks Ben, is that because you're sewing right from the corner, this is where there's no fabric for your feed dogs to grip onto, and so you can get knotting or bird's nest of thread on the back. So I'm just going to show you how to avoid that. So don't use the cutting function on your machine, don't use the scissors. So what I'm going to do is just put my needle down and up so that I've got a long tail of thread on the top and the bottom, okay? So now get everything into position, grab hold of those 2 threads and drop your needle down. Now, as you take the first stitch or 2, pull gently back on those threads and you won't get any bird's nest form. No chewing up. Now remember, don't use the cutting function. Just lift and trim, and you can cut those long threads off, and then turn it around and do exactly the same on the other side. So grab onto the top and bottom thread, drop your needle into the down position, and then as you take those first couple of stitches, just pull back on the threads and you won't get any bird's nests. Right, I can use the cutting function this time. And there you can see, perfectly sewn, no bird's nests. Right, once that's done, whip the pins out. Give it a little press just to set your seams. While I'm doing that, Hilary says, loving your new quilt pattern, Stuart. Thank you, Hilary. Wonderful. Ellen says, happy birthday. Pauline says, happy birthday, Stuart. Pauline says, what size is the completed quilt, please? Very good question, Pauline. So the whole quilt itself, let me go to, is 70 inches by 76. So that will fit a double bed beautifully, or a big wall hanging. And then the individual projects within it, Glorious Sunflowers is 58 by 70. The applique cushion is 18 inches square. The table runner is 42 inches by 18. The layered hearts quilt is 66 inches square. And the Hearts and Stars quilt is... have I missed off the size for that? 40, I think it's 60 inches... 63 inches square, I have put it. 63 inches square. Yep, and then the quilt, as I say, 70 inches by 76 inches. It's a big one. Right, so, done that. Michaela says, happy birthday, Stuart. Lovely to see you. We don't see you enough. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Some people say they see too much of me, but I don't agree. Pauline says, happy birthday. Catherine says, good afternoon, Stuart from Penang. I've bought 2 batik dresses here. Happy birthday, have a great one. Weren't you going to a batik village today? I seem to remember. Yeah, fabulous. Marie says, I'm an Aquarius too. Have a super day. Oh, bless you. Happy birthday. Marie says, happy birthday. Right, so I've pressed those corners back. Okay. So the important thing is that you don't trim and then press. You press, and then if everything fits and everything's the right size and shape, then you can go in and trim. Okay. But don't trim first. And just leave about 1/4 of an inch seam allowance behind. And that is your leaf. Easy peasy, not difficult at all. And as I say, you can twist and turn the block to make the left and right if you're not using directional fabric. But if you are using directional fabric, then you do need to just make sure you make a left and a right version. Okay, so there's your little heart block. Your little leaf block. Now, let me do a few more messages. Bernadette's message to say, happy birthday, darling. Hope you have the very best of days. Congratulations on your gorgeous quilt. I will raise a gin in your honour tonight. Much love, Bernadette. I shall have to do the same, Bernadette. Steph's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Wishing you a happy birthday. Thank you, my darling. Fiona says, happy birthday. Hope you're not having salad as a birthday treat. Oh, no. I told you last week, didn't I? I was moving studio, and Liz from Pinhole Quilting was coming to move the quilt. And I'd said, oh, I'll take you out for lunch. And I'd instantly thought, we're going to the Istanbul Grill for chicken skewers and warm flatbread and gorgeous everything, lovely. And she said, oh, yes, a light lunch would be good. My heart just sank because I thought that means salad. Anyway, I did salad and it was lovely, but yes, but by 3 o'clock I was ready for a kebab. I won't lie. Christine says, hi again. Can you tell me, does Emily Roberts have numbers as well as letters, please? Not today, Christine, but she's here. We shall ask her. So many lovely birthday messages. Thank you, everybody. Rebecca Harrison's got in touch to say, have a wonderful birthday. Maria's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. Happy birthday. Did you get my box of cakes I sent you from Sean the chef? Marie, did I get them? Yes, can I show you these? From Sean the chef. Look. This one's got crunchy bars in it. This one's Biscoff, Bakewell. I mean, and they're all, literally all of them. This is Bueno, all of them for me. Every last one. I don't have to share. Maltesers, and oh, that one's got my name. Do you know, I'm getting really hungry now. Absolutely beautiful, Marie. You've made my day, thank you. And Sean. Thank you both. Sean the chef there. Gorgeous. They deliver. What can I say? Thank you, even to Redditch. Oh, right. Should we do another demo? Let's do another demo. Right, okay. Right, I need to show you on the quilt something. Well, in fact, you can see it from, I think you can see it from, no, I do need to show you something. Come back, Ben. Let me show you something up here. Now, probably what looks the most complicated block is the hearts and stars. And it looks complicated because we're so used to piecing star blocks on their own and then a heart block maybe on its own. It's like, well, how do you integrate that into that? Well, you don't have to worry about that. I've done all of that for you. I've worked it all out for you. Wouldn't this be amazing done in really deep purple, inky purple batiks and fabulous, maybe Jason Yenter fabrics, and then these stars in the lightest to brightest sort of pale cream against maybe a black background. Amazing. Anyway, simple quarter square triangles and some clever little units that I'm going to show you how to make next. This is the unit here that I'm going to show you, or rather, it's this one up here, okay? Which you can see consists of one large triangle, and then this other half is made up of a funny kind of wedge shape and a little triangle. But I'm going to show you how easy it is to piece this unit. Okay? Right. So, first bit of good news is you don't need a wedge shape, a chisel shape, and you don't need a triangle of anything. You need one square and two rectangles, okay? So what you're going to do is start by sewing those two rectangles together. Now, you might have noticed on that star, the star point is on one side on one half and on the other side on the other. If I show you on the pattern, it's this little bit here, okay? But anyway, the principle is the same. So I'm going to sew these two rectangles together, so right sides together, and I'm going to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So we'll start with that. Let me just put my bobbin in. Right, so once you've sewn that, don't forget to set your seam. So I've set my seam, and then press your seam allowance one way or the other. Do you know, I've got to tell you a quick funny story. When I came in this morning, everyone was already in the studio. Dan and Charlie and Ben. I call them the A-team. Anyway, they were all in. And I came in and I said, oh, well, hi, everybody, expecting everyone to say, happy birthday. And everyone just went, oh, you're right. Hiya. Yeah, morning, morning, you're right. All very pleasant, but not a single happy birthday. And I thought, well, not everybody's into birthdays, no. Oh, one of them might say happy birthday. Anyway, we got about halfway in, and Charlie said to me, oh, we're going to have some cake tomorrow. And I went, tomorrow? And he went, yeah, for your birthday. And then everyone said, yeah, your birthday's tomorrow, isn't it? And I said, no, it's today. And they said, oh, because on the schedule, tomorrow is all happy birthday, Stuart. And I was like, no. Anyway, so then they all said, happy birthday. But it was too late by then. I was crying. I wasn't. Right. Okay, here we go. So, sewn your two together, and then you've got a square. Now, you do need to make sure at this point, and it is worth doing, check that your square and your two rectangles sewn together are the same size and shape. This would be an indication that perhaps your seam allowance was a little bit out, you know, if they weren't the same size and shape. So do be careful there. Anyway, mine are fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the stitch and flip method again. So I'll grab some pins, stitch and flip. And I'm going to pin, gosh, these are whacking great thick pins. These aren't like the lovely Taylor Seville ones. They're the ones I wanted, really. Ooh, gosh. You know, it really does make a difference. Right, and I'm going to sew straight down that centre line. So, straight stitch. And sew. And I didn't do my little trick that time with the thread, and it did start to chew up the corner. So it is worth doing. Right, let's give this a little press. Completely beginner level this. Now, depending on which side you flip back, the right block, the wrong block. Because what we don't want a little star point in green. It's supposed to be yellow. So you will have a right and a wrong. So just make sure before you start pressing that you've got it on the right side, okay? Because if you haven't got it on the right side, you can just unpick that seam and re-sew it. But if you've already trimmed, you know you've committed yourself. So don't do that. Fiona says, it's your birthday. You can cry if you want to. You should have worn a big badge. I know, normally I would. I'd wear the big, it's my birthday badge. But I don't know, for some reason this year I thought maybe at 53 I ought to grow up. I don't think so. Trim that across. And there you've got your little star point. And this is part of the heart, or it would be, you know. And that's your block. Easy peasy. Don't throw these bits away, by the way. Take these to your sewing machine. 1/4 inch seam allowance. And stitch. Because you'll make a few of these, so it's worth keeping them. I would press this seam open just to distribute the bulk. And then once it's all pressed, then I would just give that a trim down. Just trim it to size, because it's not going to come out a particularly good shape. You can see mine is anything but square because I just trimmed it off quite roughly, and that's absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that. We'll just go in then with a little trim tool. Now I can get a 3.5 inch cut, so 3 inch finished. So I'm going to trim there. Okay, flip that around. And all I'm doing here is lining up that diagonal 45-degree line on my ruler with the diagonal piecing line. So it started off a very funny size and shape, and now it's a perfect 3 inch finished half square triangle. So that is the only waste from that method. So that's better, isn't it? We don't waste our fabric, do we? It's beautiful. We need to make the most of every square inch of it. So it's a bit of a 2-for-1, that. So you could save those up and use those in a little pillow that goes with your quilt. So there we go, another little demo for you. But look, the whole pattern is beginner level. There is nothing hard. Let me talk you through a few of the techniques. You're going to do some strip piecing to create these checkerboard designs. You're going to do a bit of stitch and flip to create the Danish hearts as well. You're going to use that same stitch and flip technique to create leaves and then add stems to create a beautiful flower block. Now your strippy hearts, you're going to make those by simply sewing strips together to make a big square, and then you're going to use stitch and flip to add the corners. So again, easy peasy, beginner level. Next block, some turned edge applique, or fusible if you like. But I've shown you this morning how easy it is to use your iron and a bit of best press to create, and cardboard cereal box, to create beautiful heirloom quality appliques. So why not give that a go? You're going to use simple piecing, half square triangles, quarter square triangles, and squares. That's it for this one. Okay, I just put some quarter square triangles in for a bit of variety. I don't know if you can spot them. I wanted it to be quite subtle, just so there was a nice scrappy variation. But again, super easy. And then the last block, of course, is the stars and hearts. And that consists of squares, half square triangles, quarter square triangles, and that special stitch and flip block that I've just shown you, just in a few different colour combinations. The key to putting the whole quilt together, even though they're all different, weird and wonderful sizes, different sizes, is how you chunk it. So, just a point, make sure you read through the whole pattern before you start making your blocks, because there is one block in that quilt which isn't made as a whole block. Most of them, you just make the blocks, save them up, and then put it all together. But there's one block that you're just going to join into 3 chunks, and that is the key to making everything fit together with no Y seams, no partial seams, just straight sewing. Super easy. Now, remember, the pattern doesn't feature one quilt pattern. Why would it? You've got the sampler quilt. That's your first pattern. You've got glorious sunflowers. That's pattern number 2. You've got applique heart cushion. That's your 3rd pattern. Hello. You've got the strippy hearts block and table runner. That's number 4. You've got the layered hearts, and you've got the lap quilt. That's pattern number 5. And you've got the hearts and stars block, and you've got the 63-inch square wool quilt. That's pattern number 6. So all of your requirements, it's all there for £12.99. Morning, Vicky Carroll. Vicky Carroll's watching. Good morning, my darling. How are you? Jill says, good morning, Stuart. Happy birthday. Vicky says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Elaine says, happy birthday. Maureen says, happy birthday, Stuart. Have a lovely day. It's my daughter-in-law's birthday today, and would have been my mum's 100th birthday. A very special day. Oh, well, happy birthday. And also anyone else whose birthday is today or yesterday or tomorrow or even this week, happy birthday to you. Have a wonderful, wonderful week, won't you? Marie says, Stuart, keep the brownies in the fridge. Maria, they won't be around long enough to need to go into a fridge, but good advice, my love. Thank you for that. Right, shall we recap the kit? Have we got any kits left? 1 kit left, that's all. Wow. Okay, let me grab the fabrics. There's so much beautiful fabric. Now, of course, you're not going to use every scrap of fabric from this whole bundle to make the quilt. You will have leftovers. But of course that's wonderful, because you can use the same blocks to create maybe a table runner, some cushions, you know, adapt the pattern. But you get 20 half meters. This is the full Jubilee collection. Okay, this is the start of your kit. 20 fabulous half meters. Do you know, I've just realised I didn't get that fabric. That fabric isn't in the quilt. Is the kit sold out? Okay, you can still get the Jubilee Mega Bundle, so I'm going to carry on showing you this. Let me show you this. So, in the Jubilee Mega Bundle, you get all 20 fabrics from the collection. Here's the first 5, all in reds, but got that gorgeous extra pink and blues in there. Then the teals. Absolutely love these. I think probably my favourite print in the whole collection is this little rose print. I just think it's adorable. Hold me closer, tiny rose. That's my favourite Elton John song. Yeah. Beautiful. Charlie sings Your Song at karaoke. And, oh, it's just lovely, just beautifully. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Where are my glasses when I need them? These gorgeous golds and mustards. Oh, it's delicious, isn't it? Absolutely delicious. And then you also get the blues. Remember, the Farm Flowers bundle sold out. So this is my only bundle left. Just lovely. I actually used this fabric to bind my quilt with. Isn't that lush? Isn't that lush? Absolutely beautiful. Now, we have also got all of these fabrics individually, and I would just say that to make the quilt behind me exactly as I've done, I've used that bundle. You will need 1/2 metre of the blue to create your binding. So either keep that 1/2 metre out, don't use it in the piecing, that's cool. You won't see that it's not in the piecing. Or you could do a scrappy binding, and then you could use all of the fabrics to create a scrappy binding, and then just use this throughout. Do either. But, or pick a different fabric out of your 1/2 metres and use that for the binding. Just remember, if you're going to do that, leave that fabric out. I picked this one because it has a stripe element to it. Do you know what I mean? It's got these lines, and I love a stripy border, a stripy binding. So for me, that was the obvious one to go for. And I also wanted to counter. The red's quite dominant in my quilt because I did those big hearts in red, and I just wanted to have something that was kind of far away from the kind of warmth and heat of red for the binding. So I chose a cooler colour for the binding. Okay, so that is the 20-piece Jubilee collection. Now, backing fabric. I use, let me show you first of all, this is called drop cloth. And it is almost like paint splashes of all the colours of the rainbow all over the backing. I thought it was just the perfect choice for this one. Just absolutely lovely. A collection of kind of pinks and reds and yellows, blues, all those different colours. Let me grab it, and some lovely green too. So here is drop cloth. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to move all of this. There we go. Right, so here's drop cloth. Now this is 108 inches wide. It's $12.99 per 1/2 metre. Lovely, isn't it? Now, for my quilt, I think 2.5 metres is going to be plenty. So you want the 70 inches, 2 metres, 2 metres, 4 units. That's all you'll need. 4 units. That's easy. That's easy. It's lovely extra wide, isn't it? It was really nice to work with. You could piece regular quilt weight cotton. 2 panels would be wider than you need. So you don't have to go for an extra wide, but I loved not having to seam it, and I just loved this print as well. And you do only need 4 units for the quilt. 100% cotton, of course, lovely to work with. And also, really, really good choice as well if you're doing things like, if you want to make a runner, some cushions, things like that, use an extra wide. 1/2 metre or 1 metre of it will be enough to make some cushions to make the backing of a table runner. So it's quite an economical option there. Now, I've also got this rather gorgeous backing fabric. This would also work well. I mean, this is a very me fabric. Because look, it's got black and white, almost like Sanntangle doodled clouds. But it's also got, can you see all the lovely rainbow colours all throughout? Isn't that lovely? It's just great. So this one is called Head in the Clouds, which is also very me. And look at that. It's lovely, isn't it? I think that would be great fun to colour in with Inktense pencils. Sarah's got in touch to say, happy birthday, Stuart. Many thanks for your help with my first quilt, Floating Stars. Beautiful, you're welcome anytime. I've just ordered this one as my second quilt. I'm really proud, well done. Jill's got in touch. She says, happy birthday from everyone in Tewkesbury. That's my hometown. Thank you, that's really nice. Vicky says, the quilt behind looks amazing. Thank you very much. Mo says, huge happy birthday, handsome. I'll take that, thank you. So many lovely messages. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's just recap the pattern. So it's a brand new pattern from me. And I wanted to do a sampler quilt for Sewing Street for ages. And as soon as I saw the Jubilee range, I knew I wanted to do a sampler and I wanted to do heart samplers. Because I tell you what, there's a few reasons. Originally, I was going to call this quilt I Love Tilda, because that was the sort of my thought process. I thought, when I think of Tilda, what do I think? I thought I'd just think of all the love there is for the Tilda brand. And those 25 years have flown by. So I wanted to do hearts, I wanted to do a sampler. But as I was making it, I just thought, gosh, this would work with so many different styles of fabric. It would work well as a scrappy quilt. So I decided to call it In Love with Quilting, because I am, and I think you probably are too. And it just great fun to make it. I knew I wanted to keep the piecing easy, beginner level, because I love that. So it is easy and it is beginner level. You're going to work making blocks. You're going to learn different techniques as you go. But also I wanted more value than that. And I thought, well, as we're doing 5 different blocks in the quilt, why not create a quilt or a project using each individual block as well? So that's what I've done. Out of all of them, my favourite is the sampler quilt. But if I had to pick a favourite secondary one, it would be Glorious Sunflowers. It would be Glorious Sunflowers because it's so striking, it's so dramatic, and also it looks so completely different because I've done this black and white checkerboard centre for the sunflowers and done sort of 3 lots of the leaves to create these tall sunflowers. It's great fun, isn't it? That would actually be really nice to make a height chart out of. So imagine one of those on a thin quilt, and then you could stitch a tape measure down one side or something like that. So you could have it as a height chart, and you could put little labels of where people were. That's on the next pattern, maybe. But yeah, that one I do. But I enjoyed designing everything, and the quilt itself was an absolute joy to make. Well done if you've got your pattern. I shall really look forward to seeing what you make. There are hundreds of you with this in your basket. I do need you to check those baskets out because I don't want you to miss out, and the patterns do sell out. Now, Ben's just telling me I've got 1 bundle of the Tilda main collection, Jubilee. The Jubilee main collection. Only 1 bundle left. Remember, that features all 20 fabrics from the Jubilee range. You've got the blues, you've got the golds and the mustard yellows and the creams. You've got the beautiful teals and pinks. And those glorious reds. 20 of them, half a metre of each. You get a whole metre of that for free, by the way. Amazing. Right. Wow, what a start to the day. We are going to take a short break now. When we come back, I'm going to be joined by Sandi, Millichip-Massocchi, who's going to be here bringing her own brand of fabulous and a brand new bag. It's called the Cloud, a crossbody bag. It is beautiful. We've got some gorgeous kits. Go grab yourself some birthday cake. I'll see you after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. It is wonderful to have your company on this very, very special weekend. It's my birthday today, and I needed a bit of glamour with me today, so it comes in the form of Sandi.
I was going to say, why did you invite me?
Stop it.
Happy birthday.
You are wonderful. I love you to bits. Sandi Millichip-Massocchi, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Providing the glamour and the expertise this morning. Sandi, I just wanted to show everyone and remind everyone, we've got some very, very special happy birthday giveaways today. 6 gorgeous prizes. It's a shop to win. Every time you check out your basket, you will get another entry into the prize draw, and it rolls over the whole weekend. So don't feel like you shop today, you've only got certain prizes. You could win any of these prizes, and it will be sort of added up tomorrow evening or midnight tomorrow night. And then Monday, the winners will be announced. Now, here are the prizes. You could have a selection of my sewing books from Pavilion. So you've got 100, make 100 quilts, stunning shapes, simple shapes, stunning quilts, bags for life. You win all 3 books. And I've got 2 sets of those to give away. I've also got some electric scissors. Oh yeah, they're fabulous, aren't they? From Franklin's, aren't they brilliant? Have you ever tried them?
No.
Oh, they're amazing. Now, I've also got a mega bundle of Tilda. Check all this out. You get a full cat kilt, Gutterman thread, Chic Escape Fat 8th bundle, 2 lots of chambray buttons, a full layer cake from Hometown. You've got a beautiful bundle, Fat 8th bundle of coordinates, some embroidery scissors, a full jelly roll of Tilda, a full, look at this fat quarter bundle of chambrays, full collection of chambrays there, and a sewing themed mug. All of that is one prize. And then I've also got a full kit for Persian tiles from Jane Crowfoot. That was donated by Stylecraft, and also a full set of my Walking in Nature sock yarns. So all of those prizes will be given away. It's shop to win, and you could be winning one of those prizes. But also don't forget that every single person that shops with us today and tomorrow will be getting a rainbow pen It's rainbow coloured, and then it has my signature on it. I didn't sign every single one. I signed a piece of paper, and then it's been printed. That's the magic,
Isn't it?
Sandy. It's magic.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Little pen. You want a pen? Have a pen.
Thank
Have a
you.
pen.
Oh, look at
You
that.
did buy something this
I
morning, didn't you?
did,
Good,
yes.
that's all right
Yeah,
then.
I
Good.
always buy something.
Obviously, that is while stocks last, fingers and toes. Right, let's get started. Sandy.
Yes.
It's a beautiful bag.
Thank you.
The cloud. This is so beautiful. A gorgeous kind of evening bag, or it could just be just a gorgeous little bag that you throw over your shoulder on the chain or hold in your hand. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. It even has a little pocket on the back for secret things.
For secret things.
Yeah. Let's see. We've got a pattern on its own. We've also got 5 kits. Let's start with the William Morris. Shall we start with the blue? Let's start with the Willie Mo. Right, so these are all velvets on the outside. So this is, or velours, this is a William Morris velour fabric.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is absolutely gorgeous.
And lovely to sew with as well.
Is it good to sew with?
Yeah,
Easy
it's
to sew
easy
with?
to sew with.
Not stretchy, is it? It's
No,
completely
it does
stable.
a little bit. You can use a walking foot, but I didn't use a walking foot with
No.
mine. If you stabilise them, if you put your interfacings
Yep.
on, they're wonderful to sew with.
Perfect. So you're getting 1/2 metre of the William Morris velvet outer, and you get 1/2 metre of your coordinating lining fabric, plus the pattern, full instructions for making the cloud bag. So that's a fabulous deal. $22.99. That's phenomenal. How much is the pattern on its own, Ben? $9.99. So we're just paying 12.
And you could make
12
2
pounds.
bags out of that velvet. I'll show you.
Really?
So I've cut the pink one out, and you're left, because it's so wide,
Yes.
you're left with an awful lot. You'd probably need more lining,
Right.
but you could definitely cut another bag
that's
out of that as well.
amazing. That's
you make
really
2
good
bags,
value.
Just need some more lining.
That's really
So
good
it's
value.
such good value, isn't it?
Really good value. So you're getting all of that fabric just for an additional, what, £13?
Yes, yeah.
Amazing, amazing. So there's the first William Morris. Beautiful, gorgeous. I've got a second William Morris, which is a design called Evenload or Evenload. Never quite sure how to pronounce it, but it's super pretty. Again, this is that wonderful sort of velvet velour. It's so feelable.
Tactile, isn't
Tactile.
it? Really tactile.
I said feelable,
Yes,
you said
well,
tactile. Love how you've picked out that
Strippable.
colour, that lavendery lilac colour. That's
Well, they're
beautiful.
very fashionable this year. So you've got like almost the Pantone colour there with the peach and the very pale pink. And then you've got the
Gorgeous.
lovely sort of pale colours to go with it
Yeah,
as well.
it's yummy. That's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? So this is our second kit, $22.99, gets you all the fabric and the pattern as well. Full instructions for a brand new bag from Sandi Millichip-Massocchi. I just like saying your name.
And you say it very well as well.
Thank you. And try. Now, that's that. Now, next up, shall we do the soft pink? You're going to demo in
going
this
to
one,
demo in
aren't
this
you?
one. Yeah, I love this one. It's one of my
Lovely.
favourites.
So this is really pretty. It's like a very soft. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So that's your gorgeous outer velour velvet. But then look, the lining, that's Liberty. That's Liberty. That is stunning.
And those colours would go with anything as well, wouldn't they? You could
Yeah,
just
they
pop
really
those
would.
with a pair of jeans or with a pair of black trousers, and it'd go with blue, navy, black, brown, all sorts of colours. So it's
That's
a very.
gorgeous. I like that idea. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's almost a nude, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, stunning, really stunning. Love the Liberty. And again, look at the price. I thought the price was going to go up because we've got Liberty lining, but it hasn't. It's $22.99 for your beautiful velvet outer in that soft, soft antique blush pink, and then your beautiful Liberty lining fabric and full pattern from Family Comforts for the cloud bag. What phenomenal value this morning. It's a birthday special.
It's a birthday treat for you.
It really is. And you designed this specially,
I
didn't you?
did, yes.
So, I feel very honoured. I feel very honoured. Thank you. Can we do the purple next? I think you'll like this one very much. This is, oh, look at the colour of that. Oh, this has been the most popular, Sandi. Look at the lining. Hello, lovely. Whoa, that's divine.
Stunning, isn't it? Yeah.
It's gorgeous. You like that?
I do like that.
Yeah.
Again, it would go with anything, wouldn't it? You could put that with all sorts of
Yeah, because it's a statement bag at the end of the day.
People think, oh, velvet, it's just for an evening. You can go out for lunch and wear a pair of jeans and pop that sort of bag on as well. And if you just want...
If we went for lunch, would you do that?
I would wear that, definitely. I would, yes.
We'd have to go somewhere pretty classy. Would we go for kebab or salad?
Salad. Sorry.
What is it? What is it? Does anybody want to go out for lunch for a kebab? Anybody, Dan? Yeah? Good. Fine.
I'll have steak and a salad.
No.
No, it's got to be a kebab.
No.
Can't eat the pizza bread, though.
You're not invited anymore, Sandi. Sorry.
Can I cry now?
Sorry. I think it was fairly obvious what answer I wanted from you.
Sorry. Maybe kebab and salad? Is it too late?
It's too late now. It's too late now. Going out for a kebab with Dan, and that's that. Right, $22.99 for that. I have one more kit. Divine. Look at this. I don't think it gets better than navy blue velvet. It's just the most beautiful classic colour in velvet. Delicious. And then look, a beautiful, playful Liberty lining. And this actually, here it is made up. How beautiful. And I mean, as you say, classy, but every day as well if you want.
Yes.
You could use that every single day.
And the nights for taking away on holiday as well, because if you want to take a bag out in the evening, you can squash that in your suitcase.
Of course you can.
And you could make a couple to go with some of the outfits that you've got to go on holiday.
Really lovely. Yeah. Did you see this as well? Sandi's got the green machine, and look, she's used those little jewel rivets. Look, that's a lovely touch. Really
like a bit of bling.
Like
I do like a bit of bling.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And you could even, this edge here, you could add a little bit of extra bling, couldn't you?
I was going to put the little studs all the way around. I thought, is that too much or not? So maybe I should have done
Sandi.
the birthday bling, I know.
We're working together. Of course it's not too much. A message. Bring them in. Morning. I think it's pronounced even load, as in deep and crisp and even load. Yeah, I get that. It's near Kelmscott, Willie Moe's home in the Cotswolds. Have a great day. Claire, you're a superstar. Thank you. And I love that you've taken on board the Willie Moe. Yes. Everyone says Willie Moe now. Wonderful. Did Charlie create that? Did Charlie say Willie Moe first? It was one of those two.
Bound to be, yes.
Love it. Don't forget, you get the pattern with each one. But if you want the instructions on their own. Now, Sandi, tell me other fabrics we could use for the outer.
There are, absolutely. I've put some suggestions in the pattern as well, but I could use a denim for it if you wanted to like a casual bag. You could use a cork for it. You could use more a heavyweight upholstery, but I would lessen the interfacing.
Yes.
So I've got quite a nice fleecy interface.
Could you use faux leather?
You could use
because I think quilted faux leather would look a
it would look
knockout
beautiful
on this
with
bag.
it. Yeah. And
it's Chanel.
Well, that's why I quilted it. I thought it's quite Chanel. Yeah. But yeah, you could use most fabrics for it, and it's a very easy pattern as well.
Is it?
So if you're a beginner, it'd be lovely to try. You'd learn a few new techniques with it, but on the whole, it's quite an easy bag to put together.
Sandi, it's flying out. Over half the stock's gone.
Brilliant.
Already. We're 10 minutes in. Shall we leave this for now? I've got some other bits and bobs. I've got some lovely handles and straps and things like that. But I mean, I think it's more important that we spend some time with you, Sandi Millichip-Massocchi.
Thank you, birthday boy.
No, over to you. The floor is yours.
Right. So in the pattern, I always say make them your own. And with this one, it's no different at all. I've given you different ways that you could quilt it. You don't have to quilt it at all. You could put maybe embroidery on the flap if you wanted. With the handle, these two handles I've made. So with the two bags that I've got there, the short handle we've made. But with this one, I'm just going to use one of the leather handles that are on sale as well today. So that would look lovely with it. Yeah. You don't have to put handle on it at all. You could put lobster clasps on there, so you could take the short handle off and just have it as a chain. Yeah. You've got the chain as well, so if you want to sort of wear it and then when you're going out, you can just hold it. It's such a flexible bag. And again, with the pockets, you can put them in. You don't have to put them in. You can change them. So it's very much as you want to do it, really.
I mean, I agree. I mean, it's a beautifully complete bag, just as you've designed it, but also there are some lovely ways that you could customise.
Oh, absolutely. And I love to do patterns where people can customise their own, make their own bag. I think it makes it better for them, because sometimes if you're just following the pattern, you think, well, I like that, but if you know that there's lots of ways that you can customise them, then
then you'll make it again and again.
Yes, absolutely. And you can make it with all sorts of different things, and it would look so different every time you made it as well.
Completely. So where do we start?
First of all, cut out all your pieces. One little tip I've got, just be careful when you're ironing don't iron on the right side of the velour or the velvet. You can if your iron's really cool, but you need maybe a little bit more when you put in the interfacing on it. So I use the fusible mat. So I think we've got some fusible mats on today.
Yes, we do. We have the millwood.
Now, these are amazing. I wouldn't be without it. So a little tip for putting the interfacing on. I've cut out the velvet first, and then I cut out the interfacing just slightly bigger. Don't know if you can see that. So it's cut out just slightly bigger. And then I would lay it down, face down on the mat. So I'd put my mat on the ironing board. I'd put the velvet face down, and I'd put the interfacing over the top, and then I would iron it.
Because the great thing with these mats, they're two parts, aren't they? So you've got your silicone. So you'd put that down first.
Shall I pop over here?
There we go. You show us.
So you put, with the velvet face down, the interfacing on the top, then pop your little mat over the top of it, and I use a steam iron and steam over it. And then, of course, it won't affect your iron, it won't affect your ironing board, and then you can just trim that really neatly. Because it's a bit slippy, the material, you can then trim it off and do it that way. So that's how I'd put my interfacing on.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. We're just trying to find the millwood mat. It was there, wasn't it?
Because they're brilliant to have.
They are
I've always got one. So you want to put all your interfacing, and it'll tell you on the pattern exactly which interfacings to put on it.
And did you use, it looks like H640
It is,
to me.
yes. I used H640 on here as well.
Fabulous.
Yes. And then on the lining, you can use, just on the gusset on the lining, I've used the finer interfacing, which I think we've got as well. And again, I did the same thing with that. Because it's quite an unusual shape, I put the shape down onto my mat, strip of interfacing just a bit bigger because it's quite thin, and then ironed it on and then just trimmed it round so you get it perfect. So
is it worth just mentioning, Ben, here's the fusing mat, the millwood fusing mat. This is the ironing board sized one, by the way.
That's
this is
what
the
I've got.
one
It's
to
fabulous.
get. Brilliant.
Absolutely, yes.
Brilliant. 2 parts, so you get that thick silicone mat that you put down first, and then it has the sort of what I always call the goddess sheet that goes on top, that thinner one. So that's that. We've also got H640 and soft light H180 interfacing. So you'll need 1/2 metre and 1 pack.
Yes.
And that's going to do your bag. So H640 first, graphics are coming up on screen, £5.99 for the pack. 1/2 metre, is that enough for 1 or 2 bags?
1/2 metre is probably enough for 1 bag. If you got the metre, it would do the 2 bags.
Right, perfect, okay. And then the other thing that you need is the interfacing. This is H180, which is a light, soft interfacing. Iron on, and I think that's £2.99, isn't it?
And that would last you for loads of bags.
Perfect. Thanks, Sandi.
So we've done that. So then we started with I've also included in with the pattern, there's always little label sheets. So I don't know if you wanted to open the pattern, but there's these little label sheets which you cut out, and then I attach them to all the pieces, so I know which pieces are what.
I love that
inside
you
as well.
do that. I love that you do that because, I mean, I always say to people, label everything, but you actually put the labels in.
And I always suggest maybe photocopy it first. You've always got a master copy of it, and then just cut them up, and because you tend to lose bits when you've used the bag a few times, but you've always got your master copy in there.
And can we just take a moment to appreciate the glamour puss that is Sandi Millichip-Massocchi?
Not bad
You
for an
are
old bird.
gorgeous. Stop it. You're fabulous. You're fabulous. Brilliant. Okay.
So then I've then quilted all the parts that I wanted to quilt. So with, sorry, can I pinch these bags back
course you
again?
can.
There we go. So with this bag, I quilted the flap, the inside, the outside rather, but I left the pocket, so I'd left that sort of plain. With the other bag, because it's it's a beautiful pattern, I just quilted the flap on it. Now with the threads on it, which are going to go into a bit more in the next show with different threads, but I've used Orifil 50 thread for this one, and as you can see, you just sort of get a vague line of it, but I
So
used
50 weights, that's a finer one.
that's the
isn't
finer
it?
one. So, and this is a variegated thread that I used as well. So you can just sort of see it changing colour very slightly. So it
It's
adds a
sort of
little bit of,
oyster pink, isn't
and
it?
it adds a little bit of sort of texture to it. So I've decided to do all of them just with a crosshatch sort of style. So I've done part of the pocket, and I'm just going to carry on and do the other part of the pocket and show you. And I use a slightly larger stitch as well.
What sort of length?
I use a 3.
3.
Yeah. On some of the ones that I've done, I think it might have been this one, you can see the stitching a bit more because I used a 40 weight thread on that one, and again a variegated. So with the 40 you can just see it a little bit more.
So that's thicker.
That's slightly thicker.
Lower the number, thicker the
The
thread.
thicker the thread. There we go. So then I tend to start in the middle and work my way outwards. And again, just a straight stitch.
So you don't use a walking foot?
No, it doesn't need it.
H640 is very easy to work with, isn't it?
Very easy to work with.
Fiona's messaged in. She says, happy birthday to the best presenter ever. That's so kind, thank you. Can you start the programme from the beginning, please, as I'm just back from my sea swim? From my sea swim. It's February the 3rd, Fiona. Oh, my goodness.
That's
wow.
amazing, isn't
Yeah,
it?
amazing. We can't, but you can watch from the start if you want to on catch-up, can't you?
It's a shame you can't sort of go, go back again.
Fast forward all the
Yes.
bits that you don't want to watch.
That's right, yes.
We almost never watch TV live anymore, do you?
No. No, it's great, really. It's sort of, it's nice and it's not nice, isn't it? Because I think now you've got everything at demand on your fingertips, haven't
Yeah.
you? Whereas at one time, you'd have to make, you know, that everybody was sat at home watching
You
that
all rushed home
programme.
on a Thursday night, didn't
This
you,
is
to
it,
watch
yes.
whatever?
Yeah, and Crackerjack on a Friday.
Crackerjack, I love it.
You'd rush
We're
home
just
from
watching Silent Witness from the start.
Is it good?
From
Is it-
series 1.
Oh, from series 1.
Which I think was
I've watched-
96.
Yes,
They're really good. Sam Ray and...
they are.
I mean, Charlie and I have always, you know, if we... I don't know if I'm in the bath and Charlie walks in, he'll say, the body is of a well-nourished 53-year-old man. Very well-nourished. But...
Because who was the original pathologist?
Sam Ryan.
She was
Sam
She
Ryan.
was really good,
She
wasn't
was,
she? I
she
like,
was.
I do like, is it Amelia Fox, isn't it? Now?
Yes.
She's good as well, but I
Yeah.
did like Sam Ryan.
Yeah. Always to... Well, we're really enjoying it anyway, Sandy.
I've not seen this series yet, and we said we must do. And then I'm just going to lightly go over the top of it, and it just removes that pen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There we go.
Of course, if you ever work with a fabric that's really delicate, you can just use a hairdryer.
Yes,
can't
you can, absolutely. Or you could put chalk on it if you wanted. Always check with a little bit of the fabric first if you've got a pen, just to make sure it's not going to leave any marks on there for you first. Right, so I'm going to sew this pocket together. So literally, where's my clips? Always have clips on. I think we've got clips on the show as well. You normally do when I'm on.
We
So
do.
I normally tell Andrew to buy me some more, but I think I've got loads at the moment. I've got so many
Your wonderful
clips.
husband, Andrew, is in the green room.
He's in the building. He is in the building.
Did he come for the cake?
He just came to wish you happy birthday.
Oh.
He said, I've got to come and wish you a happy birthday.
Yeah, oh, that's so sweet. Thank you.
He's lovely, isn't he?
He is lovely. You're a wonderful couple.
Thank you. Oh, I don't know what to do without him.
We need to go out for that lunch, Sandi.
I know, definitely. I'll have a kebab even. If you take me out.
Yes, yes.
Right, so
What would be your perfect meal out where you
Ooh.
would take the bag?
I would go, do you mean where or what would I have?
What would you have? What would you eat? What
I would-
kind of food?
I like chicken, I like steak, and I do like salad, I'm afraid, as well.
No, I like salad,
Yeah,
really.
I like a salad. So something sort of lightish, because it's quite awkward being celiac, so you have to sort of be careful what you're eating. But I love fish,
Yeah.
and something sort of cheesy for afterwards. I like a nice cheese board.
Ooh,
Do like a cheese board.
yummy. Favourite kind of cheese?
Too many. I like Comté, I like Morbier. We went to the factory in
You're a bit
France.
posh, aren't you? I was expecting cheddar or...
No, we went to the factory once in France where they make the Morbier and the Comté. Oh,
Right.
we came out of there going, we're never going to eat any more cheese. I think I was oozing cheese out of my pores. We were just, it was amazing. So we actually stayed the night in the cheese factory, or just outside.
What, did you get locked in?
No, they
You're banging on the doors. It was like, no, we're still here.
You wouldn't bang on the doors to get out, would you, of a cheese factory? No, they had spaces in their car park, and because we've got our camper van, they let you stay there.
Oh.
Cheese for breakfast as well. So.
Oh, nothing wrong with that. Du pain, du vin, du bon fin.
And especially with a nice little bottle of wine as well. So.
That's actually all the French I can speak.
Is it? It's very good, though. I don't speak an awful lot more myself. I do try. And then we're just going to clip round here. Oops, yeah, that should be okay. Mine just, I didn't put that on properly, so just ignore me. I'm just going to do that a little bit in so it doesn't...
Never ignore you.
There we go.
Oh, Fran, thank
I
you.
was-
She's messaged in and says, hope it's a great day, birthday boy. Thank you, Fran. Certainly having fun so far. Fiona says, you must be like a kid in a candy shop when you get let loose in the warehouse. Do you know, we never actually get let loose in the warehouse, do we?
No. I said to Becky one time, we ought to do a show from the warehouse. We could just sort of go and choose some materials and say, right, what would we make with this?
Ooh,
Do you think that'd be good?
I like that idea.
Do you like that idea?
Yeah.
If you do it, can I be there?
Like a trolley dash.
That's right, yes.
Sandi Millichip-Massocchi, you have 10 minutes.
10 minutes, I could be dangerous in 10 minutes.
That could be absolutely lethal, couldn't it?
But you could go around and maybe people could phone in and go, I saw a bit of fabric, that's really nice, could you have a look at that? And then we could say, oh, that would be really nice, done with this pattern, or
Love that idea.
and how we'd put what interfacing we'd use for it and things like that. So it'd be,
Let's make the show. Let's do
that'd be
it.
really good, wouldn't it? What do you think, Ben? Is that okay? Can we go into the warehouse?
Oh, Ben will say yes to it.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right,
So you've sewn all the way around, just
apart
left a
from
little gap.
just a little gap. And I'm just going to, push out these
Yeah.
with my Dewey tool.
Oh, yeah, that's the Dewey turning tool,
That's
isn't it? The
Dewey
multi-tool.
Yeah, which is great. So, and it's really good because it's got quite a nice thick rounded point on the end there. It doesn't, sometimes if you've got something that's too pointed and you're pushing it out, it'll go through it. So if I've got points, but it really pushes it out, it's really well.
Yeah.
Then I would iron it. And again, if you're going to do a really good iron, I would iron it on the wrong side. So I iron this on the lining fabric because it's just a cotton. Not
Gotcha.
just a cotton, because it is Liberty cotton.
It is.
Not any old cotton. This
I
is
was in
Liberty.
London the week before last, went to Liberty.
We're going on Tuesday.
Are you? Going to Liberty?
Well, we're going to London for lunch.
For lunch? You go to London just for lunch? Say. You lead a very, very glamorous... You lead the life everyone thinks I lead.
Really, yes. Oh, no, we went to, it was a charity do for, there's a lady that Andrew works with and she lost her mother quite suddenly and she put on a charity do to raise some money for the
wonderful.
cancer charity. And we went along and they had a silent auction. And because we'd obviously had too much to drink, I decided I'd make a bid for lunch at the Savoy in London.
Oh, is that where you're going to not just lunch in London, everyone, lunch at the Savoy.
So we managed, and we won the tickets. So we're going to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant at
say.
the London.
Well, I hope he minds his P's and Q's. I don't want him,
Terrible.
you know, talking like I don't know what in front of you, Sandi.
No, I know. I will tell him to be careful.
Good. I bet he would behave for you as well.
Do you think he'd be scared of me?
Definitely.
So I'll be taking the bag with me. So I'll put a
Oh,
picture
yeah.
on.
Well, it is the perfect bag for, you know, a little do, a lunch.
Isn't it? Yes.
Or just for every day.
Yes.
I mean, the blue velvet one, I could imagine, like you say, with jeans and a T-shirt.
Oh,
It's
it'd be fab.
beautiful. Oh, so you get half a metre of the navy blue velvet. And also, Sandi did mention earlier, it's extra wide. Let me just show you. Look, that's your half metre. And actually, you only need that much.
Yeah.
So you can make two. You can make two. Now, you've only got enough lining for one and a bit.
Yeah, you've still got some left over, but not enough, I don't think, to make
No.
another full bag out.
You could always mix that with something like a plain white cotton, though, and mix and match and do two, you know, a bit of Liberty and a bit of plain, couldn't you? Anyway, you get half a metre of Liberty cotton as well. You might manage a little half hour in Liberty after your Savoy
I
lunch.
think definitely, yes.
Mightn't you?
Andrew, are you listening? Liberty.
Yeah.
Just to say as well, the fabric does have a nap to it. So when you're cutting out the pattern, sometimes people will fold the fabric down and cut out two pieces. So if you're cutting out the front and the back, so they're all full-size pattern pieces as well in the pattern. So if you cut it out, I would cut it one at a time and just make sure you got the nap going in the right way.
So the nap is the direction.
Is the direction. So when you
that the
when you
pile
stroke
sits
it,
in.
you can feel it. It's nice. When it goes down that way, it sort of like lies flat. And if it goes up that way, you can see it'll sort of make marks on it. So I like all mine to go down. So
a bit like stroking a cat.
yes. So
want the fur
if
to
I'd
go
have
one
done
way.
it, if I'd have done these two folded over like that, one of them would have gone up and one of these is still stroking. That's why I like velvets. They're such strokeable materials, aren't they? They are
Gorgeous.
lovely. So we've got the back done now. I've sewn the pocket on. And again, on here, you can see where it's got the pocket placement on it. So it's all there. Then we go to the flap. So again, I've done the quilting on the flap. And then I've added two magnetic snaps on there as well and put the lining on. And then I've pinned it all the way around. And we're just going to leave the top open. And we're going to sew all the way around the outside here. So you see, so far, there's nothing hard to do on it, is there?
Gosh, no, absolutely not.
And again, if you don't want to quilt it at all, don't. If you want to embroider it or you want to add something else to it.
Oh, Sandi.
Could you imagine a nice embroidered flap on here?
Embroidery on the flap or on the gusset.
Yes.
That your pattern's about to sell out, Sandi.
Lovely. Oh, thank you so
There's
much.
two left. I should just mention this at this point. The pattern, £9.99, pattern, 12 left. 12 left, sorry, not two, 12. But 26 in baskets. Please, please check out your baskets there. Now remember, well done you if you got your pattern on its own. If you want to get a kit, I think the kit is incredible value. Because for £22.99, remember, you're getting half a metre of velvet, which is enough to make two bags. You're also getting your enough lining for one of those bags and your pattern for only £22.99. So I do think that the kits are well worth going for. Well worth going
If you
for.
want some stash. You know,
Oh, for
fabric your
sure.
stash.
For sure.
So again,
It's a great value way of getting some gorgeous fabrics and an amazing new pattern from Sandi.
so I'm going to just pink round here because it's sort of scalloped round the edge. You want to make sure it is. If you've not got pinking shears, just clip it round here. Because of the curves, it will just sort of make it sit nicer.
Yes.
So I always do a little bit of pinking round because I just find it easier than clipping around it.
Yeah. One of my earliest memories, Sandi, I got my mum's pinking shears and some paper and sat in the pantry in the dark, cutting through paper just so I could listen to the sound.
Sound of it. They
Yeah.
have lovely.
And then
they
Mum
have
walked
a
in
lovely-
and found me there with a pink in
and she is.
shears.
I bet she wasn't chuffed, was she?
Actually, she wasn't
Was she
cross
not
with
that?
me.
Was she not? Oh,
No,
lovely.
no. No, my mum rarely got cross with me.
With you. Were you a good boy though?
Very good. Very good. Yeah. Yeah. My mum will be shouting at the television now. I'd have had 10 of him. Mum always tells a story. I should tell baby stories now, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should. Yes, definitely.
My mum always tells the story about how when I was a baby, I was such a good baby, I used to sleep so much that they would have to wake me to feed me.
My
They'd have to
daughter
wake
was
me in
like
the middle of
that.
the night to
My
feed me.
daughter was like
Was
that,
she? Yeah?
Yeah. 'Cause she was very tiny when she was born, so she was 2 pounds when she came out of hospital.
Ooh. Aww.
Really, really tiny.
That is a little tiddler.
And so the first night we brought her home, I'm thinking, oh, what do I do with her? Because she was only 4 pounds when she came home. She was a tiny little dot. And she didn't wake up. And I thought, oh my God, something's happened to her, you know.
Sure.
Woke up in the middle. I woke up before she did, and I'm like shaking her. She's like, what? It's the middle of the night, Mum. Come on. You know? And she's been like that ever since.
Yeah. Oh, that's cute. Top stitching?
Top stitching round. I'm just going to go I'm going to go about 3.5 to go round here, just because of the velvet.
Oh, so quite a long
Just
stitch.
yes,
That's
just
nice.
to go round here. And again, it would look nice in a variegated
Oh, yeah.
as well round here. So
If you were very nervous about doing top stitching
Yes.
round the edge, could you leave it off or?
you could, yep, you don't need to. Just give it a good iron, and you don't need to at all.
Fair enough.
I just think it sort of finishes this off. But yeah, as I say, make the pattern. Please make the pattern your own, and please send me photos of them, because I love to see what people have done with the patterns.
You're a great machine embroiderer, Sandy.
Yes, I love doing embroidery. Yeah,
If you were going to machine embroider the flap,
yes.
how would we do that? Do we cut the flap out, embroider it, and then, or do we do it on a big piece of fabric?
You could do either way, really. It depends, I suppose, on what size hoop you've got. I would tend to, I think, embroider the material first.
Yeah.
So I'd take the material, and I think it'd look lovely on a denim, and do sort of some nice flowers or something along the
Beautiful.
front there would be lovely. And then I normally interface it, so I would iron some H640 on it or some stabiliser. Then I would hoop it up, then get your design on it. So then you don't have to get the centre right. So if you're not very good at going, oh, that's not going to be quite right in the centre. So if you're just doing it on a bigger piece of material, then you can put your pattern over the top of that to really sort of get it where you want it and make sure it's really lined up well.
And then would you
put it on.
quilt it afterwards, or?
Not necessarily, no. I think I would just embroider it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But through H640?
Yes, yeah.
Lovely.
Yes,
So many
Yeah.
different possibilities.
So then we're going to put this on the back of the bag. So you can see it's just slightly smaller than the back, the flap, so that we can sew down the sides.
Yes.
And I'm just going to clip that on.
It's coming together quickly, isn't it? Sort of bag you could make in a day and wear out in the evening.
Very easily, yes.
I notice you've got some magnetic snaps on there as
Yes,
well.
yeah, I mentioned that. So put it onto the lining first before you sew it all
Yeah.
together. So it will tell you in exactly sort of which way to put it on.
Cool.
Then I'm just going to sew along here. I'm going to just move this down a little bit. And you want it in just under the seam allowance, because you don't want that to show afterwards, but it's just really to sort of stabilise it. You could just do a basting stitch on it if you wanted.
Fair enough, good, yeah. Patricia's got in touch to say, love the Willie Mo bag.
Thank
Got good taste there. Sorry, I'm late to the party, dog walking. Got to get your priorities right. Does the chain come in a kit, or what else do I need to get, please? Have a great birthday, Stuart. My favourite presenter, thank you. We've got chains. So you buy these separately. We've got gold or silver. Oh, they've all sold out. Oh, all of them, because I've got 4 different chains. And no, I think they're all the same. I think they're just the same. I think I've got 2 lots, yeah. No, they've all sold out. Oh, sorry. We'll get more in. We'll get more in.
They're
Lots of
lovely,
the
aren't they?
handles are
Yes.
flying out as well, Sandy.
Those handles are lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I told Ben he might not have as many handles go back in as they came out.
Well, I know I was eyeing up a few of them,
Well,
actually.
yes. Oh,
It's
the birthday
amazing,
boys
isn't
things,
it,
they're
the difference
beautiful.
it makes?
Yes. I think any hardware, if you can put a little bit of hardware on your bag,
Yeah.
I think it just makes such a difference.
I'm gonna take the chain off this one. Obviously the handle will still be on there. That doesn't detach from this. You
No.
could make this detachable.
You could,
couldn't
that's what I was
you?
saying, yes. So instead of just making it attached to the D-ring, you could just put lobster clasps on the end of those, and
Yeah.
so then you could have...
'Cause then you
an
could always have,
assortment
like-
of handles on it.
Well, I was thinking you could have a sort of the self-coloured handle that you make,
Yes.
but also have another. You know, I think that's really lovely.
And it's quite trendy to have two handles on a bag at the moment.
Is it?
Anyway. Yes.
See, you know about trends. I don't know nothing about trends. You know about colour trends and fashion trends.
You have to be on top of it, don't you? Right. So I'm just going to pop one of these in. There we go. There's my H6.
Amanda Burton, by the way. I've just remembered.
Amanda.
Sam Ryan, Amanda Burton.
Yeah. She was great, wasn't she?
Brilliant.
My daughter wanted to be a pathologist for years after watching the first series.
Oh,
She was
yeah,
only
me
young, she was about
too.
12, 14 at the time, and that's what she really wanted to do. So she didn't end up doing that, but that's what for years, that's what she wanted to do.
Although the only thing we have realised that we had not remembered was how graphic the early series was. Yes, they don't leave much to the imagination. You're in there. You're in there with Sam and her weighing scales.
Oh, God.
Charlie keeps saying, oh, does anybody want a cup of tea? Oh, and he's off.
I don't blame him. Oh. We watch those true drama things, you know, with where they're doing operations and things.
Oh.
I love to sort of know what they've done, but I won't.
Yes.
And I say to Andrew, "Has it
Yeah.
finished yet?"
I know.
I don't like to see that
Yeah.
bit at all.
And behind a pillow.
So I'm putting just the two magnetic snaps on the front. Again, the placement's there for it.
Is that marked on the pattern?
Yes.
Wonderful.
It's all marked on the pattern, so you can see you've got... So literally just put a little awl through there so you can sort of put it on your placement and put... I just use a heat erasable pen and then pop your magnetic snap through there.
Cool. Don't forget, of course, Sandi is a bag sewing supremo. So if you've got any bag making questions or embroidery questions, these are real sort of areas of specialism for you, aren't they, Sandi? So do get your questions in while we've got Sandi in the house.
And I always say to people, if they sort of think of something afterwards and they want to get in touch with me, please send me an email or message me through the website. They can do, it's fine.
What's your process when you design a bag, Sandi?
I think of what I want to do first, then I draw a very, very rough sketch. I'm not very good at drawing, so I do a very, very rough sketch first. And then I just sort of play. So I find material that I like.
Yep.
So that's sort of one of the big things that comes to it first. What would I like to make material-wise? And I do love sort of like velvets, and I like cork, and I like upholstery fabrics and things like that, really. So those are sort of fabrics that I tend to use. And then sometimes it might be to sort of be a situation like, you know, I'm going on holiday, I want a beach bag, or I'm going out for lunch to the Savoy,
Yeah, to
and
the
I want
Savoy.
I need a nice little bag.
Any given day.
I need a nice little bag to go out that with. And then, as I say, I just sort of start drawing and sort of get the size of it, and then make several attempts at it until I find the one that's
Do you?
right.
Do you do a few sort of dry runs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yes. Yeah, lots of them. And sometimes I look at it and think, don't like that. That's too big. That's too small. Need to change that. So.
Because bags, very, very small changes make massive differences, don't
Absolutely,
they?
yes, yeah.
Especially to the scale.
Yes, yeah. And this one I did one quite small, and I got the scale right the first time round, I think, for this one. I altered the pocket slightly, but the size of the bag. So now we're going to put the gusset on it. So what I've done is, again, people sort of a bit wary about gussets, very easy to put on. So you've got your gusset, always start in the middle because I've done the gusset slightly longer than the bag, and that's because this material can move slightly if you're not using a walking foot. So I thought I'd rather do it slightly longer, then you can trim it off instead of it going the other way and it's just like you've not got enough. So
what did you like? Sew from the centre out and the centre out?
No, I pin it all the way around and make sure I've got enough out either side, and then you can sew all the way around.
Perfect.
But it's when you're pinning it, don't pin it from the start here, pin it from the centre. So again, I've got a centre mark on the gusset, which I'm just going to eyeball today, I think, because I've ironed it and ironed it off. So it's about there I'm going to go with. And then I'm going to, so I've done the one side of the bag, and then I'm going to pop the other side on.
Okay.
And start from here. And then when I've finished, then I'll trim the end bits off if there's any gusset left over. Say hello.
I'm just coming over to say hello. Have a little nosy.
So we just sort of, and make sure you pin it really well round here. And that's probably the hardest part for anybody, just sort of going around the corner, but just do it in little bits. So you can see I use loads of clips, hold it, make sure they match up, put a clip on it, go round, hold it.
And I suppose this is, you know, you do a lot of bears as well, don't you?
I do,
Which have got all those
got all
sort of
these curves on it, yes.
So this is good practice for whatever you're making, really.
Oh, yes.
I was saying earlier on, our early bird was pins. And I was saying earlier on, when I first went to classes, I thought, oh, pinning, what a drag. Who needs to do that? So I was a bit sort of, you know...
No, I always, well, now I clip.
You learn, don't you?
I'm not very good with pins. I always stab myself. So unless I've got to do the pins in the middle, I always use a clip. I'm not very good at it. And you need a nice sharp pin, because I noticed you said you had a clunky one, didn't you, before?
Oh,
so they do. And at one time, again, you'd think a pin's a pin, and it's not, is it?
No, gosh, no way.
And it's,
no way.
It's like sewing machine needles as well. At one time, I don't think I'd have ever changed my sewing machine needle years ago until it sort of broke or something happened. But now, if something, I change them, virtually most projects I'd change for a new needle.
And also using the right sort of needle, the way there are the right sorts of pins as well. There are applique, lace, bridle, applique pins.
Yes. So you've got to get the right pins. You've got
Can
to
you
get
just
the
hold
right
that up for a second, just so you can see? This is what I would consider best practice. There are a lot of clips on there, but that's going to give you a perfect seam, isn't it?
And especially when going around there, you only do probably about a quarter to half an inch at a time, and make sure it all sort of lines up, because it should do, and then go right up to the top here. And again, you'll see there's a bit left over, which is fine. We're going to trim that off afterwards, and then we'll take it back to the sewing machine, and then just gently do it. You know, it's fine. So put it underneath.
And don't be afraid to sort of crush down the rest of the bag to make it nice and flat, you know. And don't feel like, so many of us get into that sort of idea that we've got to be kind of, whoa, whizzing it through the machine. You know, your sewing machine can just do 2 or 3 stitches, stop, rearrange, you know, take your time. You'll be much more successful.
I know I see some people, and I'm not always very fast on the machine. I often go quite slowly, just to make sure you do get it all round. Obviously, we go a bit quicker on here because you want to make sure that things are done properly. You know, we can get as much done as we can. But normally, and especially around the corners, make sure that the rest of the gusset is pulled back underneath. You can see that. There, it's pulled back. And then just take, as you're coming along, I would take that next clip out, make sure you hold it, and then just make sure your foot follows the edge of the bag.
Understood. Great. Because you've matched those edges so well, you want to keep them together.
I mean, if you wanted to, you could always tack it as well. I mean, I was always taught to pin, tack, sew with everything. And then people sort of, it became unfashionable, didn't it, really? Oh, you don't want to do all that.
Very much.
But sometimes I think you just need to. And don't sort of feel embarrassed or worried about it. If you want to then sort of tackle this on, if you don't want to cope with the clips going round the machine, then just tack it on.
Oh, absolutely. If you're old school, be proud of it, because those techniques have been around for a very long time for very good reason.
Because they work, don't they?
Yeah,
This is So if I don't have time, I'm going to do exactly the same with the lining for this as well. So we'd put the pocket in the lining. It's an envelope pocket. And again, all the instructions are there in the bag. So it's got a nice little zip on it inside.
Yes, I'll just show you that actually. It's lovely. I'm going to turn the bag inside out for a second. And there you go. There's that little zipper. Now, just to let you know, Emily Brooks, have you seen her tools?
Well, I used hers with my zippers because
Oh
the little
yeah,
zip
the
jig is
jig.
brilliant.
But have you seen her zips around?
No, I'm going to watch it.
Oh, it's a brand new
one,
tool,
isn't it?
and it would
Yes.
work so nicely for this. Yeah, I think you're going to want some tools today.
Yes, I have got a few of Emily's tools. They're lovely, I know. That's the only trouble. So there we go. So that's your bag outer.
Oh,
It's done,
it's
really.
absolutely gorgeous.
Then the D-rings, I'll just go very quickly onto a D-ring. Because of the velvet, I would normally iron that. And you can't get a good press with this material.
What
So
would you
I would
do?
fold it in half and finger press it. Then open it out. I put a little bit of interfacing to make it sort of firmer. Then I fold it in half and I put a clip right on the edge here and then one in a little bit. So about there.
Okay.
Then I fold this over here to the centre and I would put one right on the edge on that side and one in the middle there. Then fold it over
You are
and where your
clever.
clips meet there, clip that there, clip
Immaculate.
that there and clip that there.
That's
and then
a
you
top
would just
tip.
sew all the way around that.
Brilliant. Love that.
So it just sort of
and
sits-
this,
and that's- there
look,
we go.
look how just classy and gorgeous that looks. If you've got your green machine, by the way, oh my goodness, aren't they fabulous? Do you love yours?
Yes, I do.
Just
Yes.
I love mine.
That's actually a Chicago screw that you can just screw in. And then these ones, I've used the lovely jewels on it because I
Absolutely
do like
brill. We've only got, is it 7 of the green machine left? They're, as far as I'm concerned, they're a must-have if you're
I've had
into your
mine
bag
for
making.
about 7 years.
Phew.
My dad bought me mine.
Did he?
Yeah, before he passed away. He said, I think you need one of those. He'd seen one somewhere. And I was going, Dad, this would be
He
lovely.
knew you so well, Sandy.
No,
That's adorable.
Very well, yeah.
That's adorable.
So when we've finished with the D-ring, I'll just show you on the one side. So you can sew along there, and then it should be just the right size to go on here. And then I would then again just clip it and sew that onto the bag. Then if you make the lining up in exactly, how are we doing for time-wise? Are we all right for a
We're
little
doing
bit?
good. We've got
Okay,
about 10
right.
minutes.
So, so I'll roughly go, I'll do this bit
I
for
do have an
you.
important question for you
Yes.
before you do that, though.
Yep.
Bex has got in touch to say, lovely birthday, boy. And Sandy, I mostly make bags. I love this pattern, Sandy. Would you recommend I got myself an embroidery machine or an overlocker? She mostly makes bags in very different tools.
Very different tools. I don't tend to use my overlock very much when I'm making bags.
Because they're mostly lined, aren't they?
Yes, but I do use the embroidery machine a lot for bags. So I think I would go with the embroidery machine. That's what I would,
Yeah.
I think, go with, definitely.
Yes.
I tend to use my overlocker mainly for cushions. I don't do an awful lot of dressmaking, but if I do make anything dressmaking-wise, or very stretchy fabrics, sort of like, if you're doing baby grows and things like that, you'd need the overlocker. But I would definitely, I think
To enhance
embroidery
your bag
machine would-
making, the embroidery.
because you could use it on so many things. You could do it on the handle. You put something nice down the centre of the handle.
Or look down the
flaps,
shoulder strap.
down the shoulder strap, yes.
Linear design.
Oh,
or
beautiful, yes, yeah. And as you said, even on the gusset, so you could put something all just down the side of each side of the gusset would be
Beautiful,
beautiful.
yeah.
So I think you would probably get more use
Yes.
as a bag maker on an embroidery machine.
Yes.
And let me know if you buy one.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Do you have a brother? Me too.
Yes.
Brother embroidery machines, fabulous.
I was going
I'm in
to
love
get
with
a
mine.
joint one, but then I didn't because I think it's a bit like a washer-dryer. Sometimes you want to be doing bowls, so you can actually set your embroidery machine up, but you can still be using your
You're
sewing
telling me
machine.
you've only got one sewing machine, Sandy?
But if you did only have one, something.
No, I know what you mean. I've got a combo machine, but of course I have got 8 other sewing machines.
Oh, I've not got that many. Can you tell Andrew that you've got 8 machines?
I just get another machine and then I don't get rid of any others, so they just keep growing.
I am after another machine. So
I started by saying, well, I need to keep the old one because when the new one's going in for a service, I'll want a machine. But that doesn't really work when you've got 9 machines.
I don't do what I've done. I've just cut the bag. So don't, I put that underneath it and cut it.
Oh.
So don't do what I do. Do what I say instead.
Absolutely.
I thought that's really hard going through there. Why is that
It's really thick,
And I had that
crunch.
because I'd pinned it together to show you. So don't look at that. I have, but it's quite easy. Thank you. If you could just take that away and... But if you've got your embroidery machine out, you could always embroider.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You could always embroider over that or
You
Sashiko
could.
over
Well, like a
or
word that
something.
says something like, whoops.
Absolutely.
I meant to do this.
This is, yeah, this isn't a mistake. This is, what am I like?
Oh, once, Sandi, when I was quilting a Tilda quilt, a precious Tilda quilt,
no.
I set the long arm to move to this new start position while I'd still got the needle down. And so the machine just moved across and it just tore a gash straight through the quilt.
What did you do? After you've cried?
Well, I stitched it all together and then I appliqued a butterfly.
Did you over the top
I
of it?
did. It's if I ever see at a show a butterfly or a flower
You know
where I
somebody-
wouldn't expect one, I think,
Well, there's going to be a nice butterfly inside this bag.
lovely.
So I've put the pocket lining onto one of the lining sides. Can you see? Shall I move this over a bit? There we go. And then I've flipped it through. That's why it's called a post box or letterbox.
Yes.
Because you're posting it through. And then I've not got time because I want to try and rush and do things. So, but really spend some time just doing. I tend to iron up to it first, so you're almost just like setting it. And I also use a lot smaller stitch when I sew round it, so that if you do, hopefully you're not going to cut into the corners or cut anything silly. Because I wouldn't do anything like that. It's just you've got more chance of not cutting it if it's a really small stitch. So I tend to do a small stitch. And if it's quite a fray fabric, which I put in the pattern, I often put a little blob of fray check in the corners there as well, because you do have to cut quite close into those corners to get it right. And if you just put that little blob of fray check in there, it just helps. So there we go. So that's...
Now, I have another important question for you, Sandi. This is from Fran, who says, to embellish the bag, for example, seed beads or hand applique, or
lovely,
would it be
yes.
better to do this when the bag is in pieces, or as you go, or after completing it?
Again, I think it depends upon what you would be doing. If I was going to put some seed beads on, say, just the flap of that bag, I would wait till it's all finished, because sometimes you can sew round them. But if you know you're just going to put them on the front part, that's fine. But if they're going to go all the way around, because you don't want to put your sewing machine over the top of any beads.
No.
So you can do that. And then if it's sort of like maybe more chunky things, I would do the flap first before you sew it on, so then you've not got it on the lining. So you've only, so if you're going to sew sort of stuff along here, either leave a good gap around it so that the sewing machine isn't going to go over anything. And then obviously you can put the knots on the back, and you've not got the knots on the back of the lining
Right,
fabric.
then you would add the lining afterwards.
And then add the lining afterwards. So it would depend, I think, upon what you wanted to do. So I think with here, I mean, it'd be
It's a really
quite
good question,
nice,
though, isn't it?
Really good. I mean, it'd be quite nice here to put like a little sequin.
Do you know, I was just
where
thinking the same, a little seed bead where they
just where they
intersect.
join would be lovely. So I would do that on at this stage, because then you've done your seams, you can see where you want to put your seed beads, and then you can just do it. And again, you do it before you put the lining in, so that the lining hides any threads underneath it or any any knots underneath it. So I would do it at that stage. That would be lovely. Why didn't I think of that?
But you could, but even just like, I mean, I on a bag, I love doing like, you know, maybe a pattern fabric in the gusset, or a bit of decoration on the gusset.
Yeah.
It's one of those parts of a bag which it's not right there in front for all to see, but it's more when you turn, you get that little flash. Yeah.
I mean, this would look lovely with a different coloured gusset on it. So, I mean, you could always do... So with this one, you could maybe do a plain gusset on it, so it really shows the front and the back of the bag. You could put a plain flap on the front as well if you wanted to. So you could mix and match. And because it doesn't take up an awful lot of material, if you've got stash and you think, oh, I'd just like to do a small bag.
Yes.
See, probably a fat quarter, or just maybe over a fat quarter,
Yeah.
depending on how wide it is, would, you know, sort of make one of these little bags. If you wanted to sort of do the flap and the sides in a different colour, and maybe you just had a little bit of beautiful material left and you just wanted to do that front bit in it. So it
Or
was maybe...
Sandi, very fine piping.
Yes. Yeah, you could do piping all the way around
Little
there as well.
contrast piping.
Would be beautiful. Yes, that would look lovely.
Lovely.
So there's so much you can do with them. There really is.
It's a stunning bag.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful. And it's taking skills that you may well already have, probably already have. It's just using them in a different way. It's things like adding that beautiful cloud-shaped curve. Absolutely lovely. Now, the William Morris, the tulip, now what's it called? Tulip and something. Tulip and Willow. There are only 5 kits left. That's this one. This is the velour velvet, and then you've got your 1/2 metre of lining. You also get your all-important pattern. Only way you can get the pattern now. Sold out on its own. £22.99. We've also got the even load, which is also Willie Mo. Here it is. This has got a bit more of a kind of Jacobean look to it, hasn't it? It's almost like Jacobean
Lovely, isn't it?
embroidery.
Yeah.
10 of those left. And then you've got your lining as well. Fantastic value, because you can make 2 outer bags from the velvet. It's fab, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And then the purple, have we still got some of these left, Ben? The purple. Because this was definitely in the lead. Oh, okay. A few of these left. You've got your purple outer velvet, then your K facet lining. Again, the price is incredible. You're getting 1/2 metre of K facet, 1/2 metre of extra wide velvet, and that's actually £13
It's
for
really
that.
good value, isn't it?
It's really good value. Really good value. Especially when you consider you can make 2 of the outer bags. And then we've also got that beautiful soft blush pink, which is the one that Sandi's using. Beautiful, beautiful, smooth, lovely kind of, just clean and fresh looking, isn't it? You get your Liberty cotton lining. It's absolutely stunning. Again, the price is only £22.99, including the pattern as well, of course. Brand new launch from Sandi. And then the last one, of course, navy blue. The navy blue, which is the one that Sandi made her original in. Blue velvet. She wore blue velvet. And Liberty for the lining. Oh, Sandi, what a brilliant first hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ooh, absolutely gorgeous. Now, you need to go for a nice cup of tea, cup of coffee. Drink your coffee.
Yeah.
I've got Emily Roberts up next.
I know. with
You'll
some
be busy
lovely
shopping,
things.
I think.
Yes,
Andrew will be
absolutely.
shopping.
Andrew will be shopping, yes.
Good. And I'll see you in an hour and a half.
Yes.
For our final hour.
For our final hour.
Awesome. And I'll see you after the break.
See you later.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Hello, you. Hello, you.
Hello.
It's Emily Roberts, everybody. That's your stage name now, isn't
that, guys.
it?
Yes, it's really strange hearing it now because I've got used to my new name now.
Mrs. Gillett.
Mrs. Gillett, yeah.
Yeah. But not today. You're Emily Roberts.
Alter egos out today.
Sewing superstar. And we were just talking, Emily's entrepreneurial skills and ambition is just fabulous.
Oh,
we were just
thank
talking.
you.
You do all the manufacture, you do the designing. I'm super proud of it. It's just
you.
brilliant. Absolutely
Print
brilliant.
all the packaging myself, pack it up. Well, I have had help packing them up. I can't take all the credit for that, actually.
Is that your dad?
No, my mum's helped pack some
Very
up.
good.
Who's out there, isn't she? She's here today with me, and then Sam's packed some up. For
Very
me as well.
good.
So good husband.
Very good husband. Well done. Right, we've got a real mixture of tools from Emily, including some well-loved tools that you've seen before but have been out of stock. We've got them back in stock for today. It's taken you several months to get everything back in stock.
Yes, it does, because I manufacture myself, it does take a while, but it's worth it.
It really is.
Yes.
But we've also got some brand new tools today. So we are going to start very special birthday tools with the alphabet stencils. This is exciting.
Yeah.
Love this. So I'm just going to move that slightly out of the way. So we have got alphabet stencils. So tell me about these.
So I've had alphabet stencils myself before. I'm very much someone that likes to jazz up a project in whatever way I can.
Ooh,
and
yeah.
I've had some before, but they were a bit more flimsier. And obviously something I like with my tools is that they're very sturdy. I'd like to think you can't break them. So that was kind of the idea behind these.
Absolutely.
And size-wise, for me, these aren't too big, they aren't too small. So although these are the only sizes I'm doing at the moment, I think they're like just the right size for. If you want to sort of put names and things on makeup bags, you know, if you're making like a little lunch bag, personalised, pencil cases for kids or for yourself. Yeah, just whatever takes your fancy, really.
Brilliant. Just doing my own little...
Oh, love that.
Gorgeous. And of course as well, if you're cutting out for fusible applique, then you can easily flip them, do the reverse.
Yep, and I've got the instructions with them as well. So although you can use them in whatever way you like, I have done the instructions as if I were using like a heat and bond fusible.
Perfect.
That's kind of how I tend to do like applique letter. So that's on the instructions within
It's
the
a
pack as
brilliant
well.
idea. It's a brilliant idea. We want to personalise things all the time, don't
Yeah,
we? And I'm
absolutely.
thinking that, you know, this sort of scale, this is about 2.5 inches wide, about 2 3/4 inches tall. This is the perfect size. Imagine those on something like a baby's bib. Imagine these on Christmas stocking or on quilts. The scale is perfect.
Absolutely, that's what I thought when I was designing. Not too big, not too small.
Absolutely
Right.
brilliant. And also as well, not fancy fiddly, hard to sew around,
Yeah.
easy to sew
Easy
around.
to sew, and obviously you could hand sew them, machine sew them, just kind of whatever takes your fancy really
Yeah,
with these.
absolutely fantastic, brilliant. And £17 for the full set. This is 26 letters.
Should be.
All
If there's
26.
many letters in the alphabet, then yeah.
Now, who knows what will change? Oh, wow, half the stock's gone.
Oh wow!
Half the stock's
fantastic.
gone already. Well done.
Wow, that didn't take long.
It didn't take long at all. Well, I think everybody needs these, don't they?
They're a staple, I think.
Absolute staple.
And like I said,
wall
the-
hangings.
I mean, you could try breaking it.
Stop it. We have got a history, haven't
I feel
we,
like we should have a blooper reel.
of me
shouldn't we?
breaking your
Yeah.
stuff. Weren't you there,
We're
Charlie?
off already, yeah.
Can I tell the story very quickly?
Oh, please do, yeah.
Emily did her very first live show with me. I was given the task of giving you your
Your trophy, yeah.
which I gave over perfectly well, didn't I? No issues at all. Then I made the mistake of saying, give it back to me for safekeeping.
Yeah.
And then later on in the show, the director asked me to show it to camera so everyone could see, and said, just tilt it forward slightly. And it was still in the box, and I tilted it, and it fell out the box.
Yeah.
And broke on the
Kind of weren't
table.
completely your fault, in all honesty, were it? But it's fixed, and you would never know. So
You'd never know.
do you know what though? I kind of love that happened, because I will always remember that, and it's nice to remember it like in a funny way. I think so. Yeah.
I don't think I could have hoped for a better guess than you then, if it was going to happen.
I thought it was funny.
That's really... So, I'm not going to try and break these letters, but I think it would be very difficult.
I think it would be very difficult.
Very
I'd be
sturdy.
impressed,
They'll last your
actually.
lifetime.
Yeah, I think I'd be impressed if you broke them.
Not even going to try. You get full instructions as well for how to do fusible applique with them, but also think about doing them with things like denim, cork, faux leather.
Oh, yeah, and then obviously you've not got the chance of sort of fraying happening as much with that as well. So,
you could just do a straight stitch around them. That would look really, really cool,
Any
wouldn't
fabrics
it?
really, and they're great for scraps of fabric. So I often sort of save quite a lot of little bits, and I'm terrible really, because I think I'll use them, but then when I do things like this, I get my scrap box out.
Yeah,
so
for
obviously
sure.
you can just use tiny little pieces.
Oh,
so.
well, if you've got things like maybe really precious Liberty scraps or
Yes.
something
Oh,
like
you don't
that,
want to
little
bin
charm
those.
packs,
Yeah.
use them. Absolutely
Oh.
gorgeous. Do I detect compostable
I
packaging?
think it is.
That is,
I think it is.
Very nice,
yeah.
like it. Right, so that's a newie. You will need to be quick on that. Now, I've got another newie for you. It's the zip overlay tool. Now, you pick your colour for this. You can have pink or you can have green, and this is how you do it. When you get, it's one item number, but when you get there, you'll see there's a box that says colour. Is the green all sold out?
I think it does disappear, doesn't it, when it sells out, I think. I'm posh. I don't think anybody else has this kind of setup on their products.
No, this
with
is
the colour.
posh. This is special.
Special for Emily, this.
Yeah, I think so.
I feel honoured.
Tell me what these do then.
So, yes,
show
you get the
me.
little sample. It's the with the Tula pink fabric, that pinky
Gotcha.
purpley one. So, when you're doing zip pockets, if you want to kind of add, again, a little bit of fanciness around it. So the new tools are all about adding a little bit of fanciness in your life. So it kind of adds this little border around, just to highlight your zip, really.
Yeah.
And obviously, if I didn't have that there, that would kind of blend in quite well with the fabric, which is, if that's what you want, that's perfect. But I think adding that border around adds what's a very simple tote bag design into something a bit more special.
Designer. It's a designer touch.
It's a designer touch.
It really is.
Yeah.
So, in the packaging, you actually get three sizes, don't
Yes.
you?
So there's size 7-inch, 8-inch and 9-inch. But again, what you'll notice, what I do with most of my tools is I never make them the full width because obviously I like to keep my costs low. I do it half the size and show you how you would make it the full size, like the mirror image. And again, all the instructions are in there to show you how to do it. And obviously, we'll do a demo for these.
It's really
ones as
cool.
well.
I really like that. And it's a chance of just getting a little bit of something else into a bag, isn't it?
Yes. I kind of look at, when I'm designing tools, like all the different elements of a bag and how I can make that step easier with a tool.
Yeah.
And so you can sort of start designing your own bags.
Well, yeah, and also just, yes, exactly, like using a pattern you've already got.
Yeah, for a base.
Customise it.
Yeah.
Love that.
And they work perfectly, the sizes as well, with the zip pocket tool. So the zip pocket tool's 7, 8 and 9-inch.
We can look at that next.
And that
We can
works
look at that
perfectly
next.
with that.
Love that. Amazing price as well, $9.99. And I like the fact that it's half the size because it's easier to store.
It's easier to store. If you go to classes, it's easy to take with you. You're not taking kind of everything with you that's too bulky. Because I know a lot of these rulers that we tend to use in sewing can be quite big and bulky.
Yep.
Whereas the idea behind a lot of mine is that they're easy to transport around with you.
Like it. Now, you said they work perfectly with the zip pocket
tool.
tool.
So
Let's
number
do
one
this one, the
size.
7, 8, 9-inch
Yeah.
zip pocket tool. So this is a tool for creating those windows.
So to create the windows, and obviously the instructions as well show you how to put the zip behind that window and create the full pocket. So just again, essentially, the measurements are there for you.
This is the one, isn't it?
That's number one, yeah.
Number one.
Measurements are there for you and everything. Instead of having to use a ruler, and you're going to get accurate measurements every time with this because it's the same measurements each time.
I've taught the envelope zip pocket many, many times, and a lot of people do struggle with the marking and the measuring out.
If you get that bit wrong, the sewing bit's going to go a little bit wrong, isn't it? So by getting this bit right, you're going to have an easier time with it. Yeah,
totally agree with you. Now, if you go to the website, you can make your choice because this is available in pink or green, pink or teal, beg your pardon. So there you go, you just pick, and the picture won't change, but there you go. Pink, there we go. I want it in the teal. There we go, now it's teal. So when you click on add to basket, that's the colour, whatever's showing in the box. Perfect. But it's exactly the same. So you've got spaces there for a 7-inch, an 8-inch and a 9-inch zip.
And again, it's half the size, but instructions cover all that, and hopefully we'll get to do the demo for that one.
Presumably as well, though, you've also got the option then, because like in a small bag, we might have a 3.5-inch, a 4-inch or a 4.5-inch zip.
If you're very frugal and thrifty, then
which I
absolutely. Get your money's worth out of it then.
Yeah, so you could do smaller zips.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely.
Double the value.
And then you could do the same with the zip overlay tools then as well. You could kind of fathom it to use them.
You could.
Yeah,
absolutely. That'll be in the instructions next time you print them.
Oh, yeah.
Now, we've also got the Zip Pocket Tool 2, which is a 6, a 10 and an 11. Like this.
Yes, it's just sizes. Don't ever repeat sizes on anything.
No.
Everything's always new. So if you're buying a product, you're not going to get repeats of anything.
You never have to buy something twice. Everything's different. So this, you've got the space for your 6-inch, your 10-inch or your 11. Or if you're being frugal like me, a 3, a 5 and a 5.5-inch.
Yeah.
You see, that would go really
That's
nicely
a nice size, like an inside pocket for a clutch bag.
Now that one again, does that come in pink or teal?
Should do, yeah. Depends what stock's left, I suppose, on that one.
Perfect. So again, you may have a colour option to choose. Otherwise, I think they've all been put down as pink. Okay, brilliant. Shall we do a little bit of demo?
Yeah, let's do it.
What could you show me?
Do you want to do zip jig?
Let's do zip jig. I love the
And then
zip
that sets
jig.
me up for all my rest of my zip.
Yes, please.
Zip things then. Okay. So this is always super popular, this one, the zipper jig.
Love mine.
So if you use separate zip tape and zip pulls, then this is the tool for you. You don't have to use your fork, or there's some right contraptions you people use in their house to get zip pulls on. I could never fathom it myself personally.
No need to now.
Yeah, no need to. So I don't know which is best way to. I suppose I can do it that way, can't I? With overhead.
We'll do overhead.
So I've got the back of the zip pull here, and I'm going to put that. We were saying earlier, this never always goes to plan when you're live on TV. No. So that's sort of slid on there. So I'm looking at the back of the zip pull there.
Gotcha.
And then you want to separate your zip. So you've got 2 pieces of tape. Mm-hmm. And you want to hold it so your zip, the coil of your zip's on the inside, and you've got tape on the edge. And you just start to feed it in. And once you've started doing that...
It literally is as simple as that. You just pull it through, don't you?
And obviously this as well's got a hole so you can screw it to your desk. So if you want it as a permanent fixture, that's even better because you're not going to kind of get it wiggling around. Although obviously I didn't have much wiggle.
No.
But I will just do it again, just to prove it weren't a fluke.
And obviously that's, is that number 3?
It's number 3 zip, yeah, but I've had people successfully use number 5 as well on
I've done number 5 zips lots of times on mine,
It's just a bit looser, isn't it? It's not as a tight, you know, where that's kind of like not falling off. I think a 5's just a bit
I always
looser,
just put mine until it's down the bottom.
Yeah.
But it holds perfectly.
So same again, so coils are on the inside.
And you literally just pull it through. What's wonderful about Emily's zip jig, I found, was there isn't a knack to using it. It just works. You know, sometimes a tool, you think, oh, there's a bit of a knack to using this.
Yeah.
And you've either got, and I think, well, what's the point in buying a tool if you need a knack?
To use it,
you know, but you don't need any knack. It's literally put the zip pull, into the jig, back facing you, and pull the zip through. Simple as that.
So yeah, that's that one in a nutshell.
If you want to do 2 zip pulls back to back,
Yeah,
you can do that too.
I would have thought so, yeah. Yeah, can't see
Brilliant.
why not.
Yeah,
Multiple
absolutely brilliant. I think it's a bag maker's essential. It's very, very limited stock. How many do we have left, Ben? Oh, yeah, no, you're going to need to be really, really quick. Loads of you with this in your basket. You will need to check out quickly or you'll miss out.
Yep.
And we haven't had those in stock for ages, Emily, because I've done a couple of shows where I've had zip tape and zip pulls and no zip jig.
I think last time I came was, so we're in beginning of February, well, November last time I was here, and I brought some. And then the time before was when you had them, when I sent some for you to use.
Yeah.
But they sell out every time.
They do. They're an absolute essential. They're about to sell out now. You're still in time. If you get it in your basket quick and check out, you'll manage to get your zip jig. But do be quick. I think it's a bit essential.
Yeah, it is.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Right.
Love that.
I've got my zip for my next demo already
Good,
then.
good, good. That's what we need. That's what we need. What are you going to do?
So, since it's a newbie, we'll do the zip overlays first.
Lovely.
I think. Get that done since it's new and nobody's seen that before. So, although you don't need the zip pocket tool to use the zip overlay tools, it is a good essential to have to use with it. This has got a bit crease now. But again, this is just another example. I'd got some like glitter fabric. So what I use with these zip overlays is fabric that doesn't fray. So think like your leathers, your corks, glitter fabrics, so any kind of vinyl I think really would work nice. But it's essentially like a zip pocket, but just the fanciness on it. So I'm going to do a demo with some cork.
Fabulous.
So first up, we need the piece of fabric that you're going to have the zip on. So for me, this would be like the front of the bag.
This is
obviously
the
you could
outer
have
fabric.
you could have the overlay on the lining, I suppose, couldn't you? There's nothing to say that you can't. But this is why, I mean, this comes in handy as well.
Well, actually, while we're on it, let's show that as well. So this is the zip pocket tool, and this is the original #1. So might we have that inside graphic, Ben, please?
So although
Thank you.
when we're using the zip pocket tool to work with the zip overlay tool, it is a slightly different use for it. And again, I kind of touch on that in the instructions as well. So obviously if you have already got this and you get these, perfect. If not, I can kind of explain how you can still use these without a zip pocket tool, but this will make your life easier. So all I've done is folded it in half and made myself like a centre little crease to decide whereabouts I would like it. I'm going to go for the 8-inch. So what I'm going to do is the side of the 8-inch, I'm going to put on the halfway line. And using an erasable pen, I'm going to draw the box on, and then there's some little notches at the side that I'm going to use then so I can move this along and draw the other side. That's what I'm going to do, match all that up. Okay.
So easy.
And then using the edge, I'm going to draw the centre
Oh,
line.
you've thought of everything. That's so clever. That's so clever.
You don't have to get any other type of ruler out.
No.
Like
Brilliant. Perfectly centred, exactly the right size. And you've even got your centre cutting line mark. That is brilliant. Well done, you.
And then I'm going to get the fabric that I want to use for the zip overlay now. So I'm going to put it inside out so I can see my line better. So like I said, these were done so that they're half the size. So this is my 8-inch one. And I'm just going to line this edge up on the fold of the fabric.
Are you frugal right to the edge?
Yeah, I like to make the most of my fabric.
Definitely.
So I'm tracing the outer line and then the inside line.
Gotcha.
And then what I like to do then is pin my fabric. So when I'm cutting it, I don't make any mistakes.
Gotcha.
So obviously I've got 2 layers of fabric.
Oh, I see, and you're pinning in the waste fabric, so
Yes.
the holes don't matter.
Yeah.
Brill.
So I'm going to cut the outside edge first.
A few good mornings for you, by the way.
Oh, lovely.
Sheila's
Morning,
got in
everyone.
touch. Say hi, lovelies. Have you got a website?
I've got Etsy,
Okay.
Facebook.
No website.
No, I haven't got a
You've
website.
done videos.
I've done YouTube videos
Good.
before,
How do we
yes.
find you on YouTube?
I am,
Oh,
So with MEB, I think, on YouTube. But if you type in MEB Designs,
Yep.
it still should come up.
awesome. Thank you. Vian says, morning, Stewie. Happy birthday. Thank you.
Are you having a nice birthday?
Oh,
so
I'm having a
far?
lovely
Oh,
birthday. Thank
What
you.
a nice way, actually, to spend a birthday.
Oh, yeah, it's great. This is my 3rd birthday that I've spent
Oh, is it?
on the channel. It is.
Aw.
And yeah, they're great fun. And it's,
Oh,
you
good.
know, it's so lovely. Everyone messages in and we have
isn't it?
fun and have amazing guests.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's ace. Becky Alexander Frost is watching.
Hello, Becky.
Morning. She says good morning both.
So I've just moved my pins now, so I'm cutting the waist bit in the middle now.
Got you.
There we go.
So that's why you want a fabric that won't fray, because
Yes.
because you're going to top stitch this.
Onto here, yes. So I'm not sort of going to be turning any edges. I suppose what you could do is you could cut it out bigger and turn all your edges in, but I think that would be quite fiddly, but absolutely give it a go. You just kind of need to put like a bit of a, I suppose, like a seam allowance almost, wouldn't you?
Oh, I think the impact comes from it being
Yeah.
a non-fray
I
fabric
think
that
so.
sits outside the zip.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna position this around my box.
Fab.
Now the best thing to use, which I just didn't have, was like the double-sided quilter's tape.
Gotcha. Mhm.
That is perfect for this. So instead of pinning it on, you would just tape this on. Makes it a lot neater, I think.
Could you
having
use a
that
glue
tape.
stick?
Yeah, you could use a glue stick, yeah. Anything really that's sewable,
Yeah.
I would say would
Have we got a glue stick? I was wondering, do you want a glue stick?
If we've got one, I'll give it a go, yeah, because I've not used it, a glue
Yeah,
stick
it's in
before
Sandy's
for it.
next hour. We could grab you a glue stick, and then I'm just thinking, rather than
Yeah.
pinning it, we can glue it.
Let's do
Let's glue
that.
it.
Let's do it.
Let's get a hot glue gun. No, I'm joking. That's just for drag race.
I like a hot glue gun. It's so a functional item to have in your house, a glue gun.
Yeah,
You know when something breaks, glue gun.
exactly.
Bet you have to have a glue gun in your house, don't
Oh, I have
you?
a glue gun.
Yeah.
Not-
I'm terrible.
JK.
aren't
Thank you, Dan.
Oh.
Thank you, Dan. Right, here we go. Soline glue pen.
I? Love this.
There you go.
Thank you.
Easy peasy. Oh yeah, no, I do need a hot glue gun in my
I
house.
love my hot
definitely.
glue gun. My hot glue gun is pink.
Oh, is it?
It is. That one nice
Lovely.
and easy.
Thank you.
And then just getting it all nice and centred then. So what I'm going to do is sew around the outer edge.
Got
of the
you.
Zip overlay.
So just with a straight stitch.
Straight stitch, yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, where's? Oh, yeah, there we are.
I suppose if you were using a fabric that did fray, if you ironed heat and bond or Bondweb on the back of it,
Yeah.
then cut it out, and then if you used a small zigzag around the outside edge,
Oh, I like that. I'm going to have to give that a go.
then you could use a
yeah.
bit of liberty or something
Oh, yeah.
very pretty.
Because again, that's a scrap.
Yeah.
That's a scrap that
Yeah.
you could use. Oh, we're being very frugal, aren't we, today?
I never waste fabric, even if it's threads or the tiniest bits.
Yeah.
My friend collects them for charity.
Oh, wow.
They sell them to the rag collector.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, they get a bit of money for their quilt group.
A bit off the edge there. And I've changed my top stitch length to a 3 as well, just
Gotcha.
so I just like a longer length when it's a top stitch.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, that glue stick's much better than pins.
It's what, love?
That glue stick's
Oh,
much
yeah, yeah.
better than pins.
Yeah. See, I do like a bit of old school, but I also like a bit of new school.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think the thing with using that instead of, like I said, it's definitely doable with pins, but you might just get a bit more like warping when you're sewing.
Yeah, we don't need that.
With specific types of fabrics, and obviously we're not about that life,
No, we're
are
not.
we?
We're not. I like easy success. I need to say good morning to my youngest fan, Simon.
Oh.
Simon, I think, is he about 6 months old, Alana? And apparently, I don't know why, but Simon absolutely loves watching me. So,
I love that.
morning, Simon.
Good morning, Simon.
And Alana, of course. Morning. Oh.
Aw.
Elizabeth's got in touch to say happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, darling. Margaret says happy birthday, Stuart. And there's a cake emoji. Don't worry, look, I do have cake.
Cake.
This is second cake, actually.
You've got to eat as much cake as you possibly can when it's your birthday.
I think you do, don't you? It's the law.
I agree.
I've got 4 birthday meals this week.
Oh, what you having?
Well, one of them officially, actually, it's my mum's birthday on the 7th.
Aww, quite
So
close
we're going
together
out for
then.
dinner with her.
That's nice.
Yeah,
I like that.
yeah.
So before we do anything else with this, we're going to construct the pocket part that's going to sit behind. So zip. And then I've got 2 pocket pieces. So again, if you're designing your own bag, this just can be whatever sizes you want. Obviously, your pocket piece wants to fit within the piece that your zip's going on.
Yeah.
Now this is going to feel a bit unnatural because this felt a bit unnatural to me. Obviously normally we'd put it so that we won't have any raw edges seen on the zip. We want to do the complete opposite. So imagine this is the right side of the fabric. Oh, in fact it would be the wrong side of the fabric, this actually.
Okay.
And I'm going to sew it on so it's on like that.
This feels wrong.
So this would be the right side.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put half a right. Does feel wrong. It felt very wrong to me at first. But again, this is all in the instructions, so fear not.
So you're not using a zipper foot?
I have got a zipper foot on,
you
yeah.
have, I beg your pardon.
But you haven't got to get as close as you would normally because
Gotcha.
the step when we add it to this will cover that bit.
Understood. Oh, Karen's message. Karen, I was going to mention you this morning because I was looking through Facebook the other day and I saw your birthday was on the 7th. She says, I share a birthday with your lovely mum, Stuart. I noticed that. Happy birthday for Wednesday, Karen. Oh, and yes, Simon is 6 months old.
Oh,
My
lovely.
youngest fan.
Love that.
Yeah.
Start 'em young.
I agree. I agree.
So I'm doing
We're going to
the
get Simon
same-
onto the sewing machine pretty soon.
Oh, I think we should. That's a good idea. So I'll show you. I've done the other side.
Okay. That was with the second piece of fabric.
Yes. So I'll show you what it's looking like. So you can see I've like got the raw edge of the fabric. That's the right side of the zip. So it kind of feels a bit unnatural at this point.
So can I just open that out for a second? So this is the wrong side of the fabric.
Yes.
This is the wrong side of the
Yeah.
fabric, but it's the right side of the zip.
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
Right, now we're going to do what I think is the scariest bit, but it's fine, it's going to be fine. We're going to cut this centre line that I drew earlier. So I'm going to start by folding it in half to get me started. Just do a little snip. And then I'm going to open it back up. So that's what the centre line is for. Then when I get towards the end, I'm going to cut into the corners like this. I'm going to flip it around and do this side. And then I need the iron, which has been left under here for me. I'm gonna iron this back so I can't see it.
Gotcha.
You could cut this away, but I just like folding it back.
Just press it back out of the way, yeah. Just
Same with
doesn't need to
these
be there.
little, because this is all going to get hidden anyway. I always forget how clever that iron is.
Oh, it catches me out.
Yeah.
It catches me out.
So you just want to make sure all that material is well hidden. So you might have to cut.
Now the zip overlay tool has sold out. Well done. Brilliant sellout. Brilliant sellout. The zip overlay has sold out. The zip pocket tool, available in 2 sizes. You've got the original, that does a 7, an 8 and a 9-inch zip. But remember as well, if you're a bit crafty, you can use it for a 3.5, a 4-inch and a 4.5-inch in a pocket. Oh, that looks really cool. Look at that. That's really nice.
Looks good, doesn't it?
It looks really
And especially like on a
good.
plain fabric, like that really makes it stand out,
does,
doesn't
it
it?
does. It makes
So
it
we
much more
often
special.
use plain fabrics on the inside of his bags, don't we? And I think we could start using them on this.
Yeah, we could.
Have we got that glue pen again, please? I would
certainly
love
do.
to use it again.
True. All right then.
You'll let me.
Well,
So, I've laid this out flat.
yep.
And I'm going to pop this over.
Got you.
And we're going to end up
that looks
stitching the
brill.
inner.
Of course, of course.
So I'm going to put some of this glue on the zip tape.
Again, you could be using the double-sided tape here. if you
Double-sided,
prefer.
yeah. You could, or like I said, pins, but this is much easier.
Like that. Love the fact as well that with an envelope zip or a letterbox zip, you get to sort of enjoy the zip.
Yeah, as opposed to hiding it away,
Yeah.
because we often like want it just the coil of the zip, don't we? Whereas it's quite nice to have it, because obviously this coordinates nice then with the.
But if it contrasted,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe even better.
So I'm now going to sew the inner portion of the zip overlay.
Got you. So this is a plain rectangle we're sewing around
Yes.
now.
So I'm making sure that the zip pieces are laid flat underneath and they're not folded over.
Understood. And still using your zipper foot so you can get nice and
Yes.
close. Cool. Christine says, I've just returned from the dog walk and called in at my favourite cafe, Bespoke, and got some beautiful cakes so I can eat them and celebrate your birthday at home and enjoy the show.
That's
Christine,
lovely.
what a great way of celebrating my birth. That means literally I could eat cake every single day because it's somebody's birthday somewhere.
I like that way of thinking.
I like that way of thinking a
That's
lot.
smart, that is. Those are my kind of people.
Will you be bringing larger letters and numbers, please, Emily? This would be perfect for birthday bunting.
Yes, I think I probably will.
Yeah,
yes.
larger and
Yeah,
lowercase.
Lowercase, yeah, as well.
We also want numbers.
Yeah, and probably I'm going to try doing like a different style of font
Nice.
as well.
Punctuation, exclamation,
Yes.
hashtag.
That'll probably be, I think I'll probably do that in with the numbers I'm
Nice.
writing.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
little set.
Perfect. Barbara says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you, my lovely. Really kind. Thank you, everyone who's messaged in. Don't forget also as well that anybody who makes a purchase, I'm rubbing my chest here just to check it's still there, Emily. No, I gave it to Sandi. Sandi's robbed my pen.
Oh,
No, I gave it to her. You get a free pen. It's a rainbow pen.
I
and
love
I've
that pen.
Thank you. And I signed it. Thank you, Dan. Signed every single one. Now, I signed a piece of paper and then it's been scanned in. So it says, Stuart, that genuinely is my
And has it got like little kiss on it
little
as well?
kiss.
I love that.
little kiss. Yeah, yeah. While stocks last. But also, you get entered into a prize draw for the give. Did you see the giveaways?
Yeah, there's a lot in there.
Mega bundle of Tilda. We've got 2 lots of 3 books. We've got Jane Crowfoot crochet blanket kit. We've got Walking in Nature sock set. We've also got fabulous electric scissors from Franklin's. Absolutely fantastic. And that will roll over the whole weekend, and we'll pick the winners, and they'll be announced on Monday.
Exciting. Good luck, everybody.
Absolutely gorgeous. Right. Oh, look at that.
So ignore. I needed to move my needle so that the stitching was a bit closer, but we're just going to roll with it. So I would have liked that a little bit closer, but we haven't got time to unpick it and start again. So I'm just going to. So you'll make a better job of what I have there, because.
Don't worry about it.
It's okay. So that's how it looks on the back.
Yep.
And like I said, these would be as right sides.
Yep.
Because obviously you want to see the pretty side of your pocket when it comes to be sewn
Now
together.
it makes sense.
And then we're going to drop this down. You will probably have to trim your pieces, because obviously it kind of then falls over. So I'm just going to quickly, you can obviously be a bit neater about trimming it. You can use a rotary cutter rule or whatever floats your boat for that bit. And all I'm going to do is sew down the side, across the bottom, back up to the top, just the pocket fabric, making sure I'm not catching that.
Perfect.
So I'll quickly whip
Very
that.
clever. Very, very clever. Think of all the opportunities. I mean, that's sold out, but brilliant tool, absolutely superb. We'll need that back really soon.
Yep.
We've had a few sellouts. Let me tell you what's sold out. The zipper jig sold out. The alphabet sold out too. Well done. Also, the zip overlays have sold out as well. The zip overlay tool, yeah. 7, 8 and 9 inch zips, yep, sold out. So let me get rid of these things. Whack, whack, whack. Oh, but also brilliant. Well done, Emily.
Thank you, everybody.
Now, I'm going to grab the boxy bag tool,
Yeah.
because this is another brilliant tool and it's in danger. Now, we've got 3 different sizes. We've got the original boxy bag tool. We've got the boxy bag 2, and then we've also got the boxy bag XL.
Yep.
We'll start with the boxy bag, which is the original. Now, Emily, what on earth is this?
The boxy bag tool. So that was the first ever tool that I designed. That is where this all spiralled out of control after this point.
Good.
I love making bags. I like to do all sorts of different sewing. I like dressmaking. I like bits of everything. But bag making, I always come back to bag making.
Yeah.
Because you can sit in a day, an afternoon, morning, whatever, and make a bag, can't
Yeah,
you?
you can, start to finish.
I like to design my own, so I often like to start out with squares, rectangles of fabric, and then I used to cut the corners at the bottom, sew the sides and the base, and then form that together. Obviously, I'll do a little demo so you know what I'm talking about, because I might be talking rubbish at this point. And obviously, I used to do it with a ruler, which is fine, obviously, but so if you pick a 2-inch square, for example, you're not necessarily always going to measure it as a 2-inch square if you just slip of the ruler or, you know, something like that, whereas this will always measure 2 inches, this square.
For sure.
So the idea of this is it creates the bases in your bag, and again, all instructions are included.
So box bags, tote bags, anything
Yeah.
where you want to create that
Makeup
boxed
bags,
bottom.
makeup bags. So like all these bags on here,
Yeah,
I've used
this sort
them
of
for all
sort of
this.
thing.
Yeah. So it just turns a flat bag into something with a nice, good base
Yeah.
on it.
It's a brilliant, brilliant tool and so easy. You've got 1 inch, 1.5 inch, 2 inch and 2.5 inch. So 4 different sizes of box bottom. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And actually it's not just for the bottom, because if you make things like boxy pouches,
Yeah, so-
you do the bottom and the top.
Yeah, so I think, have I got a thing of that as well? Yes, that
Oh,
green
I think
one.
that one, yeah.
A bit squished, that sample, but
But
you'll
there
get
you
the
can
gist.
see,
Or if you're making like little fabric baskets to store things in,
yes.
you could use it for that. So again,
So
lots
that's
of
top and
different
bottom.
uses for that one.
Yeah, really clever. So that's the original boxy bag tool, but since then you've brought out 2 more sizes.
I have.
So boxy bag 2, so this one has got little smaller and those sort of
Bigger.
in between and
Yeah,
bigger as well.
Yeah, there's 5 different sizes.
So what sizes does this one have?
So it goes from 0.75 inches, and then we've got 1.25 inches, 1.75, 2.25 and 2.75 inches.
Brilliant. So that one plus this one together gives us everything from 3/4 of an inch
Yep.
up to 2 3/4 inches,
Yep.
everything in between.
So nothing's duplicated at all. I
like that a lot.
Duplicate sizes on it.
I like that a lot. To me, that's as well, all 3 are the perfect tools. If you're a keen bag maker, get all 3 and then you've got every
Everything.
size
Yeah.
covered.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, we've got the big boy.
The XL boxy bag.
This is the XL.
Yep, so there's only 3 sizes on this. We've got the 3 inch, 3.5 inch and 4 inch. But what I did to not kind of waste use of the area that I'd got, I made like a little bias 45-degree angle on there.
Right.
So you can make your own bias binding, which obviously is quite nice sometimes, maybe for round the top of a bag or like to bind a pocket. So again, the instructions included show you how you'd make your own bias binding, just because otherwise it would have just been a bit of a waste
Yeah,
of
well
space
also as well, I'm just thinking, when I join my binding strips, I cut straight strips, but I join them with a diagonal seam.
Yes.
And a big rotary cutting ruler is too cumbersome to grab
Right, okay,
to
yeah.
mark that line.
Yeah.
So that is perfect.
Ah, there you go.
Little marking tool.
Love this. We're coming up with all these ideas. I like it.
So much value in each of these tools, isn't there? So much value. And of course you do get full instructions included on how to use your tool as well. They're simple, but you've got full instructions, so nothing's left to chance.
No, absolutely.
Really good. I would go for all 3, and then you've got everything from a 3/4 of an inch box bottom right through to a 4 inch, which would be a big shopping bag.
Yeah, like overnight bag maybe you
Yeah.
could make with that. But again, like your makeup bags, your fabric baskets.
What size bottom is that one?
Oh, that's a good question, that. I think this is one of the samples I started last time I was here. So I'm going to say it's the 2.75,
So,
yeah.
So that one's using the boxy bag tool too.
Yeah, but that obviously, it's not an overly big bag, as you can see.
Oh no, but that lunch
It's a
bag,
nice, yes.
that would make a brilliant lunch bag, wouldn't
Yeah.
it?
So for anybody that's got your applique letters as well, you could put lunch on there, couldn't you? So what's
could.
a very plain bag?
Stuart's lunch, do not touch.
Stuart's lunch, leave alone.
Fab.
Yeah,
Like that.
that's that.
Brill. Now, more tools, more tools. Shall we do the pleat?
Pleat bag.
The pleat bag tool.
Yeah.
I really like this because this is almost for making darts, isn't it?
Yes,
I
it
love
is.
darts in a bag. This is beautiful.
So the idea behind this was clutch bag kind of territory. I think there's a made one on there as well. This was a half. That same material I think I've used as what I've got in.
Yeah.
That's the one. So again, this is an idea of wanting to create a base in a bag, but more delicate and dainty than a boxy bag, because obviously a box bottom's quite, I know that sounds silly, but this is a lot more dainty.
Well, and also there's always square or rectangular, whereas this has
Yes.
got lovely curves to it, so it's a bit softer.
Yeah, so it essentially creates, I could do a little,
Yes,
little
please.
demo
That'd be
of that if you
awesome. Yes,
want.
please.
That'd be
So
great.
with your pleat bag tool, you've got 4 different sizes of pleat.
Yeah,
So is this the width at the widest point?
yes, like at the bottom, yes.
So there's a 2.5 centimetres,
Yeah.
a 3, a 3.5 and a 4.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
And it works perfectly with this tool. So again, not that you need this tool to have this tool and vice versa, but they just work. Work nice as a little couple,
Absolutely.
is what I think.
Yeah.
So this is the lining for this bag, so we might as well go with that.
Let's make it.
So what I did first was use the curved bag tool tool trays.
So again, let's get the curved bag tool details up as well. You've got 4 different sizes or curvatures, if you
Yes.
like, for creating those curved corners. This is all so clever, Emily. I love it.
Thank you.
Just makes the whole process slick,
Yeah.
professional, easy, consistent.
Well, I were always getting plates and mugs out of the drawers to do curves.
So inconsistent.
And I were like, why is there no ruler that's like a curve? I know you can have your like your French curves for dressmaking, but there was nothing like this
Very
that I
clever.
could find on the market. So I've done the 3-inch. I'm not quite sure what I did for this one, but obviously, just to show you anyway,
Yeah.
so it's fine. So I've curved that first, and then I'm going to cut that out. So again, you could use your rotary cutter, scissors, whatever. You could even pop that on and then just use your rotary cutter around it. I've kind of tried to make them so that they're functional for however you like to use them, basically, because everybody's got their own little way of doing things.
For
haven't
sure,
they?
yeah.
So what I did then was half it like so, and let's go with, we'll do the 3 centimetre we're going to go for.
So what's the... Why do we have different sizes of dart? What does each size do?
More of a, same as the boxy bag really, it kind of makes a bit more of this depth at the bottom here.
Got you. So the bigger the dart, the fuller the bag.
Yeah, and the more noticeable it is, I would say. Like it's a bit more noticeable. So there's kind of no specific way of doing this. It can be wherever you want it to be. I kind of think it just needs to be off the curve. So obviously the curve there, where it kind of flattens out, if that makes sense, is kind of where I'm going to do it. As long as it's same on both sides, which is why I've halved it. So I'm going to cut it out at the same time, so I know that they're nice and even.
Gotcha.
And then again, you can pin your fabric so that it's a bit more stable.
There we go.
So then you end up with something that looks like this.
Got you.
So we would do exactly the same with this one as well. And then in terms of sewing it together, just kind of like you would with a dart in dressmaking, except obviously with dressmaking you kind of want to make sure you've not got points, because of obviously where darts tend to end up, you don't want pointy darts, do you? But there's not so much faff, I suppose, we on a bag. So I'm just going to fold it in half to match that gap together, and I'm just going to sew from bottom to top.
Okay.
Seam allowance wise, you can just, I tend to always just go for a small seam allowance
Got
here.
you. And do you keep that seam allowance straight the whole way, or do you taper off as you get to
I
the
would
point?
taper off still as I get to the point, yeah.
Yeah.
Why is this flashing at me?
Why is it beeping?
Yeah.
Just press the foot up and back down again. You might have to.
Shall I turn it off and...
I would.
Where is the switch? There it is. Something to do with cutter, weren't it?
We're back to normal.
Back to normal. Just needed a minute, didn't it?
It did. It's tired.
Bit
I've
like
used
me.
it. Sandy's used it. You've used
Yeah.
it.
Oh, I've got a bit bunched up there. It's just a small seam allowance, and then sort of taper it into the point and do your reverse stitches the same. And then you're kind of left with...
Oh,
So
yeah.
see how it's raised the fabric up, so it's not, obviously this side's laid flat, but this is kind of raised up.
Yeah.
Creates a bit more space in your bag ultimately, really. But yet we've not added any more
No,
fabric to it. We've
sure.
took fabric away, which is quite strange, isn't it? That
It is.
you end up with more space,
Yes.
even though you've taken away. It's some form of magic. There
It
you
is
go.
really.
Yeah.
same.
There it is,
Sort of
look at
sits-
that.
lays
That's
it
really
up.
clever. Absolutely brilliant, without having to sew a curved gusset into
Yeah,
the bag. It's
yeah.
sort of created a base and sides just from
Just
one
from
piece
that,
of fabric.
yeah. So you would do the exact same. Do you want me to do the other side? Or do you want to do one? It's completely
Ben?
up to you.
No, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, carry
Thank
on,
you. Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to do exactly the same now on this piece. So same again, 3 inches.
I suppose you could even layer up 2 pieces of fabric and
Yeah,
do all this in one
do it
step,
in
couldn't
one.
you?
Yeah, definitely.
Love the fact that this would work from everything from a clutch bag to a tote bag.
Yep.
You could actually do this on pockets. Have you ever done these as pockets on the front of a bag?
No, I've not yet.
So you'd have that on the outside of the bag, and you would
Oh,
sew,
yeah, and it's,
you know, turn it
yeah,
and
yeah.
line it, and then sew it onto the bag. So
and
you've
it's got depth on your pocket then.
yeah.
Oh,
it's
we're a good
binding along the
team,
top.
aren't we? You're like advisor. I like this.
Just because you know you've thought of umpteen ways of using it,
Yes.
but every crafter looks at a tool
Looks at it
differently.
differently, yeah. And that's what I like about these tools. Like, there's no, although they come with the instructions, don't ever think that you can't use it. If you find another way to use it, do it.
Do it.
And then let me know, because I like to know. Because I can always
Brill.
add things onto instructions and as well for other
Yeah,
people.
for sure. Brill.
So
and you
I've-
do exactly the same on the outside of the bag.
Yep.
Fab. While you're just doing that,
Yeah.
I'll just mention as well, there is the XL curved corner tool. So obviously we've got the one that you've been using, which is
Yep.
the smaller one, the curved corner tool. But we've also got the larger.
The larger one. And again, no measurements are repeated on that one as well either.
So on the original curved corner, you've got 1, 2, 2.5 and 3 inch. On the XL, details are on screen for this now, the XL. You've got 1.5, 3.5, 4 and 4.5. So not necessarily for larger bags. You could be using this just to create deeper
A deep
curves.
curve, yeah.
Yeah.
So like on the flap of a clutch bag, if you really wanted like quite an exaggerated curve, then yeah, definitely.
Very nice, very nice. And just to show you as well, you know, what is, you know, really simple purse, front and back, little flap, but look at the extra style and class that's been added with this curved flap and curved edges on the bottom. Just a really lovely bag made in PU. That's gorgeous.
It's nice. I like the 4 leathers, especially for like a little clutch bag. I think. Quite nice.
Gorgeous.
So in terms of sewing these together then, we're going to put them right sides together. I'm going to get some clips. And I'm going to make sure that these, I mean, I didn't quite measure them up, to be fair, to match exactly, but you would if you were at home, so. Oh, that one matches up perfectly, so
Hurrah.
I've clearly done that on a purpose.
1 out of 2 ain't bad.
Yeah, it's better than none, isn't it, really?
I was guesting one day and I forgot how to put a zip in.
Do you know, I've said to my mum out there, and she laughed at me, but I said, I don't get nervous. I said, but I've got this feeling today that I'm going to forget how to sew, and she laughed at me. But I feel like, because I've had a really long week this week.
Oh,
So
what are you doing?
So I'm just getting all this ready, basically.
Oh,
And I've not...
it's just as well you did, because most of it's sold out, Emily.
Yeah, it's a good job. It's worth it in the end, isn't it? But I just said, I feel like I'm going to forget how to speak, how to... Whenever I lie down when I get home.
Do it. Do it. Sleep all the way home.
No, I've got to drive. So
Don't fall
No.
asleep. Don't fall asleep.
I was saying to my mum this morning, I said, I'm really tired. And she was like, don't fall asleep. I was like, well, I'm going to try not to, Mum. We've got here, so I didn't fall asleep.
Good.
I'm just going to sew around using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So same again, because I've sort of decided what pieces I wanted to cut out, you can decide what seam allowance you want to use. But obviously these tools you can use with
other people's patterns. So if you're following instructions for something and it tells you to draw a curve or tells you to do the measurements for a zip pocket, then they come in handy. So it's not just about using them for your, you know, bags you've designed yourself. They work nicely with other people's patterns as well.
And so if you were leaving a gap in the lining, you'd leave it somewhere, but otherwise you'd drop the lining in.
So I've not left a gap because obviously I'm just sort of showing you how it'll look. But yes, you would leave a gap in the lining. Yeah, so I have had to remind myself how to like sew. And there we go.
Love that.
You can sort of see it gives you just that little bit of space in the bottom of your bag.
Yeah.
It looks nice and classy.
Really
I
cool,
like a
that.
little bit of class.
Yeah, it is. And again, it creates a lot of sophisticated shape without having to do anything particularly fancy.
Yes, definitely.
It's a very easy thing to do, but it's added a real extra va-va-voom to the bag.
Va-va-voom, I like that. Va-va-voom, yes. So that's how you would use curve bag tool, pleat bag tool.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
What next?
Now, I have got the zip panel tool. I need this. This is really, really cool. Have you got the bag there, or have I got the bag?
I think you've got the bag. I think it's the
Is it this
Aztec
one?
fabric, yes.
This is... Now, I love a tote bag, and I love designing them, but so often we say, oh, I don't want it open at the top. I want a closure.
Yeah.
And this is, isn't it, such a brilliant closure. So you've got, if I pull it out, you've got this panel here with zip.
Just another way of putting a fastening on a bag that's not a magnetic snap, because I often go for magnetic snaps because it's the easiest option, isn't it, often?
Do you know, I heard the reason for this bit.
Well, somebody's told me this. Is
Have
it for
they?
a brolly?
Umbrella,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, told me this.
Sit an umbrella
I think
in.
it was last time I were here, somebody said it.
Yeah.
Oh, and I've remembered. Oh, good memory.
Today's a good day.
It's a good day.
You're firing on all cylinders. So this is the zip panel tool. So this does 6-inch, 7-inch and 8-inch panels for the zip, but it also has a section for the zip
tabs.
tab.
Yes, so the zip tabs on the end. And, because we like being, you know, frugal, it will also do double those sizes. Ooh. And I do think I mentioned this on these instructions. Because obviously I think this here is a 6-inch one, which is only obviously for quite a small bag really, or you could still put it in a big bag, but then you would have, you know, excess space. You kind of want them to go the width of the bag. So yeah, you could, sort of when I explain how you cut it out, you can kind of have this edge here on the fold of your fabric.
Could.
And it would then be
Brill.
12-inch, 14-inch, 16-inch.
That sounds very, very good value to me. How do we use it?
Right, so I will explain how you cut it out, but I have already prepped and cut out just so we could get as much squeezed in as possible.
Brilliant. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
So every zip panel you do, regardless of what size, you need 6 pieces altogether. Well, 4 pieces for the panel, 2 pieces for the tabs. So these pieces here are the main panel part. These are going to be the little tabs on the end, which, to be fair, are optional. You don't always have to put them on. It just kind of is a nice little touch.
Nice classy touch.
So all it is, this one, I've done the 8-inch zip here. So all I've done is draw all the way around the outer edge. If I were doing 7-inch, I'd do these 3 edges and then draw this centre line. You need... How I've had to do this one, because obviously I didn't want these gaps to be too big or else the measurements would be off, if that makes sense. You need quite a long nibbed pen, if that makes sense, or pencil, whatever it is you use. Or you can either mark the sides and then join it up if you've not got a pen that will fit
Something
in that.
like a propeller pencil would be ideal, wouldn't it?
When I was doing it bigger, the measurements then
all wrong.
Don't work out, But obviously, if you wanted a 16-inch zip, you'd do your fabric folded and you would have, so like for example, you would have your fabric folded and you would have this edge
Yeah.
on the fold of your fabric, but still the same cutting out.
Gotcha.
And then tab is the sort of same size for whatever size you're doing, and you do this outer edge and then inside here again, or again, just mark your little ends and then join that little box up as well. So
I've only got 20 of this tool left.
first job is some pressing that we're going to do. So I'm going to flip these to and I'm just going to press on all of them like a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Again, obviously be a bit more particular with your measuring.
Is that just the short ends or the long edges as well?
Just the short ends.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
So that's one.
So this does the outer and the lining then, all
Yes,
in one?
all in one, yes.
Gotcha.
So 2 of the pieces are for obviously the outer, what you're going to see, and then 2 of them the lining. So obviously you could do it 2 separate fabrics if you wanted. Obviously I've just done them all the same.
Nice.
Right, so we need the zip, and we're going to start lining it all up. So we're going to get one right side facing up. We're going to get the zip on top, making sure those little hems that we've just done stay under. And then we're going to get this on top so that the right side's together. And we're going to sew this side of the zip.
Are you?
I'm going to clip
Very
that in
clever.
place.
Oh, there's an unfamiliar voice in my ear. It's Jimmy. Why is that? Oh, hello.
Where did you all come from? Happy to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Stuart.
Oh,
Happy birthday to you.
oh, thank you.
Aw.
And I don't know if you noticed, there was a beautiful operatic tone in there from Andrew. He's a professional, you know. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous. What are the rest of you having? Oh, I say. Oh,
Managed to
thank
get my
you.
mum on TV.
Hey. I suspect she wasn't given a choice, Emily. Oh, well, we should give your mum first slice then.
Oh, there you go,
You
Mum.
can have first piece. We're really spoiling you today. It doesn't always happen like this. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, everybody.
Happy birthday.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That
Oh,
cake looks
let me rub my
yummy.
nose. I shan't touch it anymore. I've just rubbed my nose. That'd be nice, will it?
Rub it some more and then give
There
me
we
that.
go. Oh dear, I'll have to keep the cake all to myself. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Oh, wonderful.
Take the knife. There we go.
Health
Thank
and
you.
safety, yeah.
Oh, thank you, everybody. Make sure you all have some cake. Get back to work
Back
now.
to normal, guys.
Thank you.
Well done, Mum.
Oh, excellent.
Oh. Right, I will
That was
repeat myself.
nice.
It was lovely. They just came from nowhere. I
They
never
did.
even noticed.
No, I
them.
was gazing
Cute.
down and then suddenly
I'm
there
so
they were.
engrossed in zip panels. So, yeah, what I've done is I've popped a piece, right side face up, zip on top, another one right side down, and then using zipper foot, I'm going to sew this side of the zip tape.
Got you. Do need to let you know the tool that Emily's using, the zipper panel tool, has sold out. Well done, Emily. Another sellout for
Wowzers.
you. We're going to put the curve bag tool on. This is the standard size, £8.99. There is also an XL. So just be aware, just so that I think they're great. All of these would enhance any bag maker's toolkit.
Yeah.
And if you don't make bags yet, get yourself a couple of these and have a go. A simple tote bag can be really enhanced with just a few little extra
Yep.
elements, can't it?
I think, I mean, obviously I'm quite biased because they're my tools, but they're very much our tools. You probably don't know you need it until you have it, and you'll find it's quite an invaluable tool for you.
Absolutely.
So once I've done that, if I flip that like this, and we're going to do the same with the other two, and then I'll show you how we're going to get these raw edges to disappear.
Because obviously you've folded in 1/4 of an inch at either end.
Yeah.
So that's all folded in and neat.
Neat, yes. So obviously, but we've got this raw edge that we'll be contending with next.
Yes.
It's a nice, easy, once you see it, it's a nice,
Is
easy
it? That's the
method.
bit that's always foxed me. I've never done one of
I
these.
don't do complicated. Can't
neither.
abide complicated. If there's an easy way around something, I will do it.
I like that. I like that.
So same again, one of these right side face up, and then layer the zip on top, and then this on top again. Quickly clip it, and then we're going to sew down this side.
Yeah, one time I was doing a bag demo with John Scott.
Yeah.
And I got one side of the zip in, and then I just couldn't remember how to put the other side in.
Honestly, it's happened to me more than a few times. I'm surprised it's not happened to me today, because like I said, I were actually convinced.
Yeah.
Doing all right so far.
Doing great. Yeah.
So
just sometimes you get a mental block, don't
Yeah,
you?
it once happened to me making a makeup bag, and I just could not fathom the zip. This was quite a while ago. This was probably, I bet it was 10 years ago, this. And I remember I stepped away from it. I had a cup of Yorkshire tea.
Yeah, that's
Right
all
as
you
rain
need.
then.
That's
Right as
all
rain.
you need. That's all you need.
It cured the brain fog that was happening, so when in doubt, cup of Yorkshire tea.
My oldest friend, actually, Lucy, revealed to me recently, she's an absolute tea belly, like me.
Yeah.
But she revealed to me recently that she doesn't like Yorkshire tea.
Can't, that to a Yorkshire lass, that is just...
And I was like, I beg your pardon.
Yes, I beg your pardon.
She's like, oh no, I'm not really keen. I was like,
It's
I know
the
we've been
best.
friends for a lot of years, but we're over.
I'm going to say that's final straw, that, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, so I'm going to have to, I don't know if I can quite get over that news anyway.
I know.
So I'm going to fold this now, so I've got 2 pieces at each side, like this.
Got you. Makes absolute sense.
So, best thing to do here would be to top stitch it. So,
Yeah.
have I got time to top stitch
Yeah,
everything?
definitely.
Yeah, make
You
it look
certainly
nice.
do.
Nice and
It's good having an hour and a half, isn't it?
Do you know what? I thought I would struggle to talk for that long. Clearly not not something I
I'll keep
struggle
you
with.
going.
No, it's quite nice having it all in for me in one show, because a lot of tools overlap with one another.
Yeah, yeah. And also you've really built a sort of, quite a portfolio.
Yeah, and big collection there, really.
Yeah,
isn't there?
there's a lot to go through. Although lots of requests coming in for you.
Yeah.
Katie asks, she says, happy birthday, Stuart. Thank you. Ooh. Love Emily. Please, can we have more curved letters next time, please?
Yes, I can.
Something curvilicious.
Certainly. Something more curved as opposed to the boxy style. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
We
can
want
certainly do
lowercase, we
that.
want bigger, we want punctuation and numbers.
Love that.
Was a very, very early sellout.
It was that, weren't it?
I just think if you can personalise,
Yeah, like somebody mentioned, obviously bunting. That's for
Brilliant.
parties and
Yeah.
things. And like a lot of people have personalised buntings at weddings and all
they
sorts,
do.
don't they now?
They
So
do.
I didn't have any bunting at mine. I don't think. I think that's a bit of a
No.
shambles, that, isn't it? Really?
Say.
Yeah.
You might have to do it all again in 10
Maybe.
years. Your 10th anniversary.
Oh, I would. I'd do it all over again.
Would
every
you?
year.
Your wedding looked
Yeah. Oh,
amazing,
thank
by the
you.
way.
It was most definitely the most favourite day I've ever had so far.
Oh.
And the second favourite day was when we were on his honeymoon and I swam with dolphins, and I thought that were just... I nearly said it was best day ever, and I thought I best not. No, it weren't. We're up there.
You just stop
It
yourself
were a
just
close,
before you said it.
Close second. I think Sam, bless him, knew. He just looked at my face. I've wanted to swim with dolphins pretty much all my life, and I could not believe that I was swimming with. They're just lovely.
Yeah.
Animals, I love them. I'd have a pet dolphin if I could. It's a bit inhumane, really, isn't it?
No.
A pet dolphin.
No.
Right, so that's all nice and beautifully top
Great.
stitched. Let me just move some of this out of the way. So we want to open the zip, probably not quite all the way, but most of the way. We're going to roll one side up so it's kind of stored out of the way. And I'm just going to work on these two pieces at this side. I'm going to flip it over like that and fold them so the right side's together. And I'm going to stitch down this edge. And obviously we'll have some turning to do then. Put my normal
You get
back
your
on.
instructions, don't you,
Yes,
in with
you
your...
do. And they're all photo instructions as well, because they are quite a visual item, obviously. So I do like a good photo with me instructions. Let me.
Can I ask a question? If I lost my written instructions...
You could email me, and
Can
I'll
Is that
email them.
great?
Yeah, that's not a problem.
I'm just thinking about the kind of person I am.
Yeah. That's a good point, that, to be fair. Yeah, I think I've done some videos on my boxy bag tool before, like a video, and I think there's one on the zipper jig, because on the zipper jig there's the QR code on the box.
Yes.
That takes you to a video. That's the instruction.
Oh, I
for that
used
one.
it. I used
Yeah,
it.
the video.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Sam filmed that, you know. I was the star, you know, doing it, and then
What a
Sam.
power couple you are.
We are, aren't we?
You are. Yeah.
Bless him. Well, last time I were on with you, well, just after we'd got engaged, weren't it? And
That's
you got
right.
him. You got him on.
I
got
did.
him on TV, didn't you?
I did.
Bless him. Well, it's funny now because you'll like this. So, he has a group chat with his friends, and every so often the group chat photo changes, and the name of the chat. That's the screenshot of Sam on TV is currently the group chat photo, and it's called Mr. Hollywood or something like, or Paul Hollywood, or it's something like that.
I like
and we
it.
are apparently Mr. and Mrs. Hollywood.
Very
is what
nice.
we call us.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so that's made the group chat
Pretty
photo.
glamorous, isn't it, really?
It is really,
yeah.
yeah.
On Sewing Street.
So, using the zip that we've unzipped, I'm going to pull this the right way out. So you've got to kind of have a bit of patience for this bit, but it will do it.
Wiggle
I
it
promise
through.
You. Yeah. There we go. And then if I just zip it back up so you can see,
Yes.
because then all you would have to do is top stitch these bits,
Got you.
and then this bit is what ends up getting top stitched onto. So obviously these are like your lining pieces, and you would top stitch that onto there like that.
I see. So you just measure down from the top of the lining?
Yeah, and make sure you just do the same on both sides, so you can have it as. I mean, obviously you don't want it too deep down, do you? Because you're wasting your bag then. But I kind of at least say at least 2 inches from the top.
you.
It's a nice kind of size.
So you do exactly the same to do the other side
Yep.
then? Open your zip almost,
And then you'd
roll that
roll
bit
that
up,
side up.
and then fold that around, almost burrito style.
Burrito style.
Love a burrito.
Me too. I like any Mexican food though.
So do I.
Love a good Mexican.
Do you know, when I first stepped outside of, you know, the food that I was brought up, which was quite eclectic, and my mum
Yeah.
was into things like making curries and, you know,
All right, yeah.
Italian food
Yeah.
in the 70s. But it was Mexican food that was the first kind of, I've never
Aha
had this
moment,
before.
yeah.
How exciting.
Well, we honeymooned in Mexico, and the food was
Was it
just
wonderful?
Mexican food every night. It was marvellous. Yeah, very spoilt. I was sad I had to come back home and cook.
I bet. So is that where you went for your honeymoon?
Yeah, we did. Well, we were originally going to Greece, and then there was an issue with where we were going. So we changed to Mexico. My advice is you need longer than a week in Mexico, because I was that jet lagged the whole
Sure,
time. Like
yeah.
getting there, I was jet lagged, and then coming home, I'd only literally just got over the jet lag, and I was jet lagged again.
Got you.
But I would go back to Mexico in a heartbeat.
Lovely. Whereabouts did you go?
Puerto Vallarta. So it's like the Pacific side, I think, is what you call it. Very nice. First time I'd ever been to Mexico. So this is the bit you just need to persevere.
Yeah, you just pull it through. It's very clever. It's a very clever method. I like it a lot.
I think it's something that would be quite daunting to do. All these kind of little fiddly bits on bags that hopefully I've made so they're not as daunting to have a go at.
That's the thing. The measuring's done, the figuring's
Yeah.
done. I think so often it's much easier if you've just got something to draw round
Yes.
rather than having to draft
Look
it
at
yourself.
the measurements on a ruler, yeah, definitely.
And look, there it is.
There it is.
Beautifully neat and finished and done.
But yeah, you'll just top stitch down these bits.
Very clever.
And that's
Very
it.
clever.
Wow.
Isn't that cool? Nice bit of pattern match in there.
I didn't realise.
You didn't do that deliberately.
Did it?
You must have
I did
done.
it on a purpose, like I really had to think about it, but I did do that on a purpose.
I think that is pretty impressive. Very nice. Very nice. Has that sold out? Oh, it has. Yes. What have we got left, Ben? What have we got left? We've got glue sticks. We've got glue sticks.
We've got glow sticks left. Well,
We've got what? Sorry, the XL. Yep. In XL. Oh, we've got the curved in both sizes, and we've got the boxy in all sizes. Well, I think these are the essentials, actually.
Well, so obviously, I always confuse people because on the packaging it says curved corner tool, and on the thing itself it says curved bag tool.
Gotcha.
And that's because after I designed it, I realised you don't just need it for bags. So if you were doing like an apron with curved, curved corners on it, you could use this. Anything really where
Or
you need
shirt tail.
curve. Yeah.
You want curved at the back.
Like on collars, curved collars.
Yeah,
thoughts,
it's
really.
really useful. It's really useful.
Another multifunctional item.
Yeah.
And
I like it
I'm
a
sure
lot.
some people have found other ways to use them as well.
Oh yeah, we've thought
You
of
could
a few
use them
together.
like in card making, as well, the curved ones, if for like your backing papers. And I mean, I'm not an expert in card making. My mum's more that domain, but I should get her on to
I was going to say, we'll get her onto hobby making next.
Yeah.
Get you on making cards.
Yeah.
Love that. And then we've also got the boxy bag tool and the boxy bag tool 2 and the boxy bag XL. It's been very, very popular. We'll start with the boxy bag. Half the stock has gone. This one gives you box corners in a 1 inch, 1.5, a 2 and a 2.5 inch. And I suppose it's fair to say your 1 inch creates about a 1.5 inch
So
wide.
it's like
gusset.
double. So every measurement
Yep.
ends up, well, it's not quite double after your seam allowance.
seam,
Yeah. So yeah, you're probably right. Not more like 1.5, but
Yeah.
depends what seam allowance you use. If you only use a tiny seam allowance, then it holds a special place in my heart, this original boxy bag, because this is where it all began. Just over a year ago.
No, I saw your first show and I thought just brilliant because so many of us write patterns, and I know you write patterns too, but actually you've designed a set of tools that can be used on all of those patterns.
Yeah. It just kind of, my thing with sewing is it can be quite a daunting thing. I've been there myself. Even now some stuff kind of like, well, I don't know if I could do that. Deep down I think, well, yeah, I probably could. I think I've been sewing long enough that I would have a go at just about anything. But if I can do something that makes sewing less daunting for someone and a bit more simple, because the scarier something is, the less fun it becomes, and then it loses what it's meant to be, I think, then sewing. So these are kind of hopefully the solution to that.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, I think I totally agree with you, and it's where we said earlier on about if it requires a knack, then whereas if there's a tool that does the job,
Just does it, yeah, and that's what these are definitely. There's no knack required. Any skill level can use these as well. So if you're quite new to sewing and bag making, there's nothing to say that you can't. Yeah, obviously a zip panel, that's a bit more advanced than the boxy bag tool, but again, I've wrote it in a way that's not, I don't use confusing jargon because it confuses me, so
Exactly.
I'm not
Why
about to
do
confuse
it?
myself, yeah. But no, so any level, it doesn't matter if you're new or if you're really experienced in sewing, I think you would still use these tools.
Brilliant. I think they're fab. Thank you so much.
Thank
Absolutely
you.
brilliant. Thank you for
Oh,
spending
and happy
some of my birthday with
No,
me.
it's
Thank
been
you.
an absolute pleasure. What a nice
Wonderful
way to spend
show.
a day.
Yeah, no, thank you. And
No
have a lovely
worries.
safe journey back as
Thank
well,
you.
won't you?
Yep.
Now, don't forget, there are 2 other really important reasons to shop with us today. One of them is that everybody who shops with us today and tomorrow will receive a free pen. It's a rainbow pen with Stuart and a kiss. While stocks last. Rather lovely pen. They are nice, aren't they?
They're lovely.
Do you like that one?
Oh, I would love that one. Thank you.
You have that one.
Oh.
I'll probably end up without one at this rate. I'm giving them
Just
all away.
Giving them all away, yeah.
The other thing is we're playing Shop to Win, which I love. We have got 6 fabulous prizes today. We've got 2 sets of 3 of my books. That's Make 100 Quilts, Simple Shape Stunning Quilts and Bags for Life. 2 prizes of that. We've got a massive Tilda bundle. There's a layer cake, a jelly roll, fat quarter bundle, fat eighth bundle. We've got buttons, we've got scissors, we've got a mug. Then we've also got a big yarn kit and pattern to make Jane Crowfoot's Persian Tiles crochet blanket, and we've also got a full set of my Walking in Nature sock yarns that I did with Starcraft, and a fabulous pair of electric scissors from Franklin's amazing prizes. And thank you very much to all of my lovely friends in the industry who gave those prizes too. Now we are going to go to a break. You have a safe journey home.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for watching and buying.
And remember, it's my birthday, so you have to eat cake.
That suits me down to a T, that does.
And I'll see you after the break with Sandi, Millichip-Massocchi's Last Hour.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Do you know, I can't believe this is the last hour of the birthday show. However, it's not the end of the birthday by any means, because we're doing it tomorrow as well. And I've got more fabulous guests, more amazing projects, and I've still got loads of lovely rainbow pens to give away. Everybody that purchases today or tomorrow gets a personally signed, well, it was printed, signed, rainbow pen, while stocks last. You'll also get entered into our Shop to Win. I have got some fabulous prizes. Look at these. You've got 2 lots of my books, 100 Quilts, Simple Shapes and Bags for Life, 2 lots. You've got a massive Tilda bundle. You've got a pair of electric scissors. You've got a full collection of my Walking in Nature sock yarns, and a full kit to make Persian tiles from Jane Crowfoot. Look, amazing, absolutely amazing. And those prizes are going to be spread out over everyone that shops over the whole weekend. So it doesn't matter if you can't join us tomorrow, although I hope you will. Now, talking of joining me, hello.
Hello.
It's Sandi Millichip-Massocchi. And Sandi, you've done some beautiful projects for this hour.
Thank you.
Absolutely gorgeous. Will you just chuck me the blue pillow,
will.
please? Thank you. I am in love with this. How gorgeous is this pillow? We've got loads of inspiration coming in this hour. Don't worry, you don't have to sew those hexagons together unless you want to. It looks like you have, but Sandi's faked it.
I did, but not with
On this one?
Yeah.
Yes, on this. Oh, no. Look. Hello. Have we met? Look, blingy buttons, pom-pom trim. blue batiki fabrics. I mean, couldn't be more perfect. Now, before I go any further, there is something rather pressing that I need to just deal with, and that is this fabulous booklet from Sandi Millichip-Massocchi. This is called A Handy Guide to Needles and Threads. I love this. Stop it. Right, can't believe, I thought this was £9.99. It's £4, half the stock's gone already. I love stuff like this, Emily.
Sandi. Sandi.
Sorry. What did I...
Emily.
Emily, oh, I'm sorry, darling.
It's all right.
Forgive me. Sandi. Right, it's because I'm hearing 3 voices
know,
in one
yeah.
ear and 5 in another.
I don't know how you do it anyway.
Oh,
That's
darling.
quite all right.
Sandi. I love stuff like this because this is about education.
Yes.
What's in the booklet?
I did a little sort of course in Orifil threads and I've used them for a long time, so I love the Orifil threads. So I talked a little bit about them and sort of like what weight they all are from the different colours on the spools, which is the best bobbin thread to use in them, what's the best needle to use with them, and then just a little bit about needles as well. Because I think we mentioned in the last show, I think having the right needle and the right thread is really part of your project, isn't it? If you've got that,
so
you're halfway
essential.
there, really.
And also for lots of us that, you know, perhaps didn't learn at grandma's knee and had all this information passed on, we've sort of come into it from YouTube videos or but we may not have this knowledge. And if you don't know it, you don't know it.
When I started, it was really the colour of the thread. What was the colour of the thread? Picked up a needle that was in a pincushion somewhere and you'd sew. And yes, you can do that, it's fine. But if you can get the right thread and the right needles, then it really does help to level that project up to the next level, I think.
Now, I know that you were talking about going on an Orifil course, but this isn't specific to Orifil, is it?
No, it's not.
You could be using Gutermann, you could be using another thread brand.
Apart from the fact that this just tells you the colours that the Orifil thread spools are.
Right, yeah.
Because they've got all their different, so they do their weights by the colours. So that's what I sort of put in it. But it's a guide for all threads, really. It will tell you, you know, sort of if you're using a 50 weight thread, what to put in your bobbin. If you use a 40 weight thread, it's going to be thicker. And the fact that if it's an 80, it's the thinnest it's going to be. So this is standard things and needles as well.
I love the fact as well you've said the sort of the type of needle, the size of needle that you should use with different weights of thread, some suggested uses as well. It's real essential know-how. As I say, you may not have learned at grandma's knee, but you can learn from a fabulously talented sewer, Sandi Millichip-Massocchi, who basically has dispensed all of this information. It's £4. I would hole punch that, and that goes in your file of favourite patterns, or have it in with your sewing machine manual. Take it along to classes, take it with you when you go shopping, and it's all that information.
Because you don't remember it all. There's times I think, oh God, what needle should I do with that?
Right.
And you can look, and then you end up looking it up, and there's so much on the internet that you can do. But I thought it's just easier to have it in one handy little guide there.
I really agree.
I've said before, it's not completely comprehensive. There's loads more I could have put in it. I mean, you could write a book on it, couldn't you, really? You know.
You could.
But it was mainly just so that people think, oh, I'm using a cotton. What should I use?
Yeah.
You know, what shall I put in my bobbin? People have asked me,
I'll
I'm
ask
using, you know,
Sandi.
this. What shall I put in my bobbin with it? You know, and what particular needle shall I use? So it's really sort of like it's a handy guide. That's what it is, really.
It's great. It's the knowledge. We should do a show called Ask Sandi. I love it. I love it. If you've bought anything with us today, you can go back. Remember, it doesn't mean you pay extra P&P. Just combine your shopping baskets. You'll get entered into the prize draw. Again, you could end up winning a whole load of Tilda goodies or some electric scissors. An extra £4 and get this essential information home. I think it's terrific. I do need to let you know, though, that there are far fewer of these left than we have customers wanting to buy. There's about double, 80 of you got this in your basket, of less than 40 left. So if you want it, then you will need to grab it quick. Right, it's going to sell out, it's fair to say. Right, Sandi, let's get into this. Let's get into this. Now, I've got 3 panels, and absolutely beautiful. They're based on hexagons. I'm going to start with the indigo. Sandi, would you come and join me, please?
I'd love to, thank you.
Let's hold this together. This is absolutely me all over. Isn't that gorgeous? Indigo blues, a bit of kind of tie-dye effect. That is absolutely stunning. Now, for the cushion, Sandi, you didn't piece these hexagons.
No, I didn't. So I just sewed sort of like embroidery stitches in between. So I'll show you lots of sort of different ways we can do that. But I didn't think I'd have time to hand sew them all
What a
together.
fabulous way of using it.
This is it. But
You could make a tote bag out of this. You could make a messenger bag out of this. Pillows, cushions.
all sorts of things. It's a real inspirational panel, really. I love hexagons, and I thought that it gave you the colour range. We gave you lots and lots of hexagons, so you can put them in any sort of style you want.
Stunning. My lovely friend Joan, the deputy,
Yes.
she made one of my messenger bags, and what she did was she actually put hexagons on the flap, to shape it.
Oh.
And you could do that with this, just
yes,
cut it out
yes.
on the wonk, if you like.
Yeah. So it could be part of your stash panels, you know, so if you wanted an extra little bit, you could make just a pocket with it
Yeah, you
on a
could.
plain blue.
Or, of course, you can cut out the hexagons,
Yes.
repiece them together and create Granny's flower garden or whatever you like.
All sorts, absolutely.
Oh, I love that. Don't go anywhere.
I won't.
I want you to stay with me.
Oh,
Did you have your coffee in the end?
I did. It was
it stone
lovely.
cold?
No, it was lovely. Thank
Was
you.
it?
It was really nice. Much appreciated. It was lovely.
We had birthday coffees.
Birthday coffees. It was lovely.
Now, next one, let's do pastels.
Pastels.
Love a pastel rainbow.
So do I.
This is so gorgeous. How beautiful are these for $14.99? I just think they're amazing. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Can I just, am I a bit wonky? No, that's good. There we go. Those are lush. Absolutely beautiful. And again, I love the white line in between the hexagons, Sandi. I'd leave that in. I'd use this as whole fabric.
It's nice. Isn't it? I mean, you don't even have to cover that. You could use it. It's almost like a honeycomb type, isn't it?
Yeah, it
as well?
is. Well, this, you could layer it with batting and backing. You could quilt it, trim the edges square, bind it. There's your table runner.
Yes, yeah. And if you bought a couple, you could sew them together and make a quilt out of it.
Oh, you could. Oh, you
'Cause
really
sort of fit it in.
could.
Yes, yeah.
In fact, you could do it that way,
Yes,
couldn't you?
yeah.
And have two panels.
Two
Oh,
panels
Yeah,
together. And then do a backing on it and a binding on it.
I love it. Or again, cut out the hexagons, piece it. You could
Yes.
do concentric rainbow circles.
I mean, when you think
Lovely.
of the price of quilts, if you bought 2 or 3 panels of those to sew out and make into a quilt,
Oh, yeah.
it's not
It's
that
not an
expensive,
expensive
is
way
it?
of
It's not
doing
an
it at
expensive
all.
way of doing it.
It really isn't. So that's our pastel rainbow. And then last of all, of course, we've got traditional rainbow. Now, will you just grab your cushion that you made? Now, this is all EPP. That's amazing. Love that. How cool is that? This has been flying out, by the way.
It's got a nice little...
Love the fact that you've done a circular cushion as well. Love that. Look.
That was made especially for you for your birthday.
Oh, Sandi, it's
With
beautiful.
love.
It's beautiful, thank you. Love it, I love it. Well, I can't pick. I can't pick a favourite colour. That's where it comes from. It's purely that. I can't choose. I love all the colours. I love grey, I love brown, I love every colour. So that's my favourite. Love it. And wait till you see the panel.
That's a real rainbow, isn't it?
That is gorgeous. And also, look as well, they're not solid.
No.
They're like a mottle, almost like a batik-y look. They're digitally printed. And also as well, if you're thinking, oh gosh, I wouldn't fancy quilting around every hexagon. I wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't have
I
to
would
at all.
quilt diagonally through all the direction and then through this way. So you almost end up with like a star.
Fantastic, yes.
Straight line quilting, walking foot, easy.
Yes.
Quilt it, then cut out your bag pieces or your cushion pieces. Delicious. Beautiful. Now, rainbows make me happy. Sandi makes me happy. The other thing that makes me very happy are pom-poms.
Pom-poms.
You knew I was
I
going to
love
say
pom-poms, yeah.
that. And jumbo pom-poms are a double of fun,
Just
I find. Sandi, well, we're gonna. We'll start with the big one. Yes. Sandi, you pick a colour.
I like the grey,
actually. Yummy. I'm going to take this wrapper off because I want us to see. Look at these. Oh,
yum, yum.
Jumbo pom-poms. And these are, they're like marshmallows.
Really soft as well. They're lovely. Like a couple of kids in a candy shop.
Oh, my dad used to tell me the same joke, and it used to make me laugh like a hyena every time, thinking of marshmallows. He said to me, oh, do you know, I had the weirdest dream last night. And I said, what was it? He said, I dreamt I was eating this really massive marshmallow. And I was like, really? He was like, yeah. And then when I woke up, my pillows were gone.
Oh.
And it just, you know, it's a proper dad joke, but it used to make me cry with laughter.
Oh.
But look at these for pom-poms. This is mega. They are big pom-poms, look. And I'm thinking, well...
I do all sorts with those.
Yeah, go on.
I'd put them on a skirt.
Oh, you're outrageous.
I know.
Love that, like a wraparound skirt.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
I was thinking down the lead edge of curtains.
Yes.
Or along the bottom of a blind.
Yeah. On a tote bag, sort of across the middle of it. So
Gorgeous.
just so you can attach the handles and that would be across it.
Love that. What about around the outside edge of a quilt?
Oh, yes.
Very nice.
Very nice.
With the binding.
Yeah. Or if you had a little poof that you'd made.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know, around the top of the seat part.
Yes, I do. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Great suggestion. That's... Love it. Love it. So many ways you can use these.
We shouldn't be allowed on together.
Not really. We won't again.
He won't let us
And
on.
also as well, the price is amazing. The price is amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. That's in the charcoal grey. Right, what colour should we do next?
Let's go for
The cream. Thank you, Dan. The creme de la creme.
Do you want the...
This is the cream.
Yes.
This is the cream. Absolutely gorgeous look. And also as well, yes, it's attached to tape, so you can use it as a trim, but also you could snip these off. So I'm thinking for things like bunny tails or...
Because Easter's coming up.
It is. Very early.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, very
I can't
early this
believe
year.
that Ash Wednesday and Valentine's Day are the same day this year.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
They're that early, yes. Yeah. Very, very early, isn't it?
Same
But
day.
they'd make lovely bunny tails, wouldn't they?
They would make lovely bunny tails.
Yeah.
They would.
On my scrappy bunnies, you could put those on
You
the back
could.
of the
You could.
bunny tails.
Or a cluster of them for a sheep.
Yes. Oh, yes.
That'd be cute.
That'd be lovely.
But you get 10 metres on a dispenser. You get the dispenser. So you get 10 metres for $39.99. Absolutely fabulous. Fabulous. If you've bought any of the Rope and Anchor Quilt Company quilts, Tracy often puts pom-pom trim inside the binding on her quilts.
Yes.
Perfect.
Gosh, yeah.
Perfect.
They're lovely.
Right, shall we do the white
Oh,
next?
the white.
Let's do white next.
They're lovely.
Right, this is the white. We'll speed through actually because we're yeah. So we've got the white. They look like cotton wool balls.
You could wrap it round for like a wreath as well, couldn't you?
Oh,
so
yeah, you could.
you have a real bobbly wreath and use a couple of colours. Would be nice.
Yep, gorgeous. Bright pink, hot pink.
Hot pink. Hot
Whoa.
That's lovely.
Now
That is
look
lovely.
at that. That's fuchsia, magenta. It is fuchsia actually. That is absolutely beautiful. I'm thinking something like K-facet tula pink.
Oh, yes.
Bit of that.
Cape,
Beautiful.
Cape quilt with that would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Soft pink.
Soft, there, that-
Pink, pink.
There we go.
There we go. Pink to make the boys wink. There you go. That's a proper kind of candy floss pink.
That's lovely, isn't it? Yes.
And then last of all in the jumbo, we've got the turquoise.
Turquoise, that's lovely as well.
Delish. Absolutely delish. That's the blue. I prefer our turquoise.
I prefer turquoise.
Turquoise.
Yeah, it's definitely on the screen. It doesn't look as turquoise as it is.
No,
here.
it really
it's a real
is
turquoise
gorgeous.
colour.
It's sort of
beautiful.
Santorini blue.
It is. It's beautiful.
Imagine you in Santorini.
Never been. I'd love to go.
In a skirt, pom-pom trim.
Oh yes.
Supping on a cocktail.
You could put it round a sarong as well, couldn't you? You know, little pom-poms round a sarong.
Definitely going to think about that.
Yeah.
If that's sarong, I don't want to be right. They feed me all these lines.
Do
I don't
they?
think of them myself, you know. Right.
That was terrible then.
Little pom-poms. Little pom-poms. Little pom-poms. Little pom. Right. Navy blue. So these are the small ones. So this one you've used.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. This is the one Sandi used for the circular sort of...
Cushion? Yeah.
The cushion, yeah. Gorgeous. So that's the sort of size of pom-pom. This is amazing price, $14.99 for 11 metres.
And it goes, I mean, I hardly used any on that at all. It didn't even, well, see, it hasn't even dented
No.
it.
But don't underestimate, actually, the amount that you need once you go round the outside of a cushion. Because if it's an 18-inch square cushion, that's 2 metres
Yes.
of trim.
Yeah.
So often we underestimate,
We do,
I think.
yes, but you've got loads in here,
You
so
do.
it's great.
11 metres for $14.99. Amazing value. That's the navy blue. We've also got black.
That's nice as well. That looks classy on a bag, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
if you
it
had a velvet bag with black pom-poms.
Oh, gorgeous, yeah. That's navy. We've also got red.
Red, that's nice as well. That's a
Yeah.
lovely red.
Proper
Proper
pillar box red.
It is,
Well,
yes.
Red. Oh, that's luscious.
It really
That's like
is.
holly berries.
Make a lovely lipstick colour, that.
It would make a lovely
Would.
lipstick
Or a nail
colour.
varnish colour.
Yes. Gorgeous, classy. Baby pink. Baby pink.
That's nice. It's almost like a blush-coloured pink as well, isn't it?
I'd call it shrimp.
Yes, it is shrimp.
This also comes in
little light shrimps and
lobster, crab and shrimp.
Squid ink black.
They do
They
actually
do
look
like
like little
they
prawns,
do,
don't they?
Yes.
Like a little bag of frozen prawns. Oh, gorgeous. Right. I'm no doubt this is just called blue.
Turquoise. It's a lovely turquoise.
Watch the screen. Oh, it is
It's
turquoise! What do I know, eh?
And again, it looks sort of bluer on the screen than it is here. It really is a beautiful turquoise.
Gorgeous turquoise. And then last of all, I daren't even say, Sandi.
Lime green.
Lime green.
Lime green.
I say green.
Maybe avocado green.
Avocado.
Maybe.
There you go. You see, look, lime green. You were right. You're amazing. Do you work for this company? I want to see demo, please.
Do you?
Can we?
Yes.
Go on.
Okay.
Now, I do need to just let you know the EPP Hexagon paper has sold out.
Right. That's what I was going to demo.
That's it for now. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Right.
Sandi, what can you show us, please?
Right, I was going to show you how to put the, to do it if you are cutting it out and you want to do all the hexagons.
Uh-huh.
So just a very quick demo. I've cut all my rainbow ones out. So to begin with, I just cut them all out because I didn't know what style I wanted to do it in.
Yeah.
So I thought, right, I'll cut them all out. And it's quite good because with them being 7 colours of the rainbow, there's 7 little petals, as I'd call it, on a little flower, really, that you'd do on the hexagons. So that's how I did it. So, and these are some of the papers that I've used, so you can reuse them again. They're fine to reuse. So you want to turn your hexagon upside down and the glue pen. There's lots of different methods of basting the hexagons together. Some people will just sew it on with big tacking stitches around it. You could even use your sewing machine and use the largest stitch you've got to go around it. But the glue pen's ideal and it comes off really easy. I was a bit worried at first because I was an old-fashioned girl and I used to tack them on. Yeah. And then somebody said, oh, use a glue pen. And I thought, my material's going to get stuck to it. I'm never going to get it out. But it doesn't. It really doesn't.
And it is fast, isn't it? It's a lovely
much
fast
faster,
method.
yes. And I was called EPP a bit sort of like a Goldilocks sort of type thing because sometimes you've just got to get the middle range. So as in, when you're putting the glue on, you don't want to put it too close to the edge because the glue will sort of get stuck as you're sewing it. You don't want to get it too far away from the edge because you won't catch it all into your paper. So it's got to be just right in the middle. So we put some glue on here and then fold it over. Whoops. There we go. And I turn it round and I miss one out and I do the third one.
Oh,
so again, do that one. Then turn it round again, miss one out, and do this one. Then I go back and I just put a little bit on the corners there.
Oh, I see.
And fold those over. And then pop a clip in it. And then just pop a little bit on here. And turn it over. And again, the Goldilocks one, if you pull it too tight when you're doing it, it will make your template crease because they're not very thick and it'll sort of crease it. If you don't pull it enough, it'll be too baggy to sew. So again, you need to do it. You need to try and get it just enough so that you've got that little tiny bit of a gap so that you can sew it. But you need to make sure that they are all the same size, so that you can join them all together as well.
Got you.
There we go. And then we turn that one over, and I put a clip in it. And then I'd go through and I make lots of them up. And I'd tend to just keep the pin in just for a few days, for a few hours really.
Yeah.
And then we start. So I'll put one in the middle. Now I use the 80 weight thread, which I think Jenny Jackson's got a whole range of 80 weight threads.
Now let me just consult my thread guide from Sandi Millichip-Massocchi. Well done if you got yours. It has sold out. And there, sure enough, we've got all the information we need about using 80 weight thread, English paper piecing, hand applique, machine embroidery and applique, free motion quilting, free motion couching.
Yep.
All there, absolutely brilliant. We'll have to get more of those in. We have also got the Jenny Jackson thread set, by the way, from Orifil. This is a pack of 10 small spools, 2,800 metres in total. Ooh, with the most delicious range of colours.
Lovely, aren't they?
Those are lovely. Love all the neutrals. Oh, love those.
And Orifil threads always come in 2-ply. So you've got more on your reel than a lot of threads, because a lot of threads are 3-ply. So it might be the same weight, but the weight is measured on one thread. Okay. So Orifil wrap theirs for 2 threads. And then a lot of other thread companies will wrap 3 threads together.
Okay.
And so that means with the Orifil you'll get more, even though they're probably a bit more expensive than some people say, you've got more cotton on your reel.
Oh, okay. So
well.
the length of the thread perhaps is more...
Yes.
Oh,
interesting.
interesting.
Yes, yes.
300 yards.
Yes. So you'll find that they are quite a lot more. And because they're only 2-ply as well, they'll bed into your material a lot better. They disappear. Like with the quilting, the quilting weight ones do as well. And again, because they're only the 2-ply rather than a 3-ply, even at the same weight, it will still bed in a lot easier. So I've just put a very fine knot on, and you don't want very much of it. It can snap because it is quite fine. So if it does snap, don't worry, just rethread it again and just carry on going.
Okay.
So I tend to sometimes just pop my needle through so you've got your knot underneath. So it disappears. And then literally just take the little bit over there. And then you want to go over and through. And again, it's a bit sort of like that Goldilocks one. You don't want to pull this too tight because you will snap the thread, and you'll also make it, the tension won't be right on the hexagon. But if you don't pull it tight enough, it's going to be too loose and it'll start coming to pieces. So you want to get it just the right sort of tension on it. And just sort of literally take a tiny little bit. I don't know if you can see. You're just taking a little tiny bit through there.
Oh, Charlie's coming in.
Is he coming in?
So you're literally just picking up a few threads?
Yes, just a few threads really. That's all. And then just taking it through. And it's a lovely sort of portable sewing project, because you can sort of cut them out, put them all in a bag, take them with you. So I take them when we go on the camper van. So I've always got a bag of sort of hexagons in there, and it's nice so that you can sort of sit there and I saw a little comedy bit on, I think it was on Facebook the other day, and this lady was quilting in bed, and her husband said, "Have you finished yet?" And she said, "Well, I have," she said, "but you can either help me look for the needle now or just wake up and find it when it's stuck in you." So I thought, so I thought, right,
Good.
so try not to quilt when you're in bed, or
Yeah,
if you
definitely.
do, always have one needle and make sure where it is. But as I say, you don't want to put too much thread on your needle, because when you're putting it in and out, there's a lot of pressure on it, and especially with it being quite a fine thread, you'll find that it'll suddenly start fraying around the eye part of the needle. So you'll want to change your thread quite often.
You know, Sandi, I'm just thinking,
Yes.
wouldn't it be lovely to combine the bright and the
yes.
pastel rainbow together? Because I'm just thinking that you could actually, do you see what I mean? You could do a blend then. If I just shift this up here, you could do a blend from pastels through into the brights, if you were joining them particularly.
That would be lovely, wouldn't
And
it?
then you could do the same with the blues, have the pastel blues and then the brights, the greens and so on. That could actually make a really beautiful quilt, one of each panel.
Yes. And it's something that, I mean, they're not quick when you're sort of sewing them together like this, but it's very rewarding to sort of sit. And I think a lot of people will sometimes, when they're watching telly, they like to do something, so they'll sit and sew.
Yeah.
As I say, a lot of people nowadays go camping in camper vans and mobile homes and things. And it's something that's so easy to take away with you.
Yeah. But also, I mean, that's just one way of using them. You can actually, look, this is the faux English paper pieced cushion, no piecing required.
No.
This is the, and you can see obviously there's a size difference in the hexagons, but I wouldn't know by looking at this one that it hadn't been pieced together. And what Sandi has done, it's ever so clever if you look. She's used a variegated, I think, thread, and actually used a decorative stitch, or a number of different decorative stitches. Look at these, can you see? You've got like a wide satin stitch, and is this that stitch that sort of takes a bite to the left and then forward and then a bite to the right? Something like that.
That's like a blanket stitch. So it's like a double-sided blanket
have you done it
stitch.
twice, or?
No, on my machine it'll do it on each side. So
cool.
I know. So you can have a blanket stitch where it'll just go to the one side, but down the middle I thought I'd do it to the both sides. So yeah. So I
Oh,
did it
that's
different.
lovely. Really like that. So I mean, there's so many choices.
Oh gosh, yes, because I've got the bag as well.
Oh yeah, grab that too. So tell us how you did this.
So with this one again, oh, there we go. I used the pastel one.
Oh, I love the stitching on this.
And that's the blanket stitch, but I used different colours, so different variegated ones. And these were all a 40 weight thread, so they're just slightly thicker. So you can see that the thread a lot more.
Oh yeah.
So if you want your thread to stand out, I would use upwards of downwards of a 40, yes.
Yeah. So use a 40 or a 30.
That's right, yes.
Very nice. And that's no piecing required.
No, none at all. And that was literally just the blanket stitch. And then on the back, I just had some spare material and then just did a little sort of rainbow going up. And
So is that Bonder webbed?
No, it's not.
Oh.
I put fusible fleece on the back of it and then just pinned them on.
Oh, cool. So there's a bit of fusible fleece under each
underneath
hexagon.
it's hexagon.
That's really clever, isn't it? What a
Yeah.
lovely idea.
So that sort of stops any fraying as such because you've got the fusible fleece under it. And then I just pinned it in the place that I wanted to. And then again just went round it in the hexagons.
Love it. It's so clever.
And then
that's on a
we've
simple
boxed
tote.
the corner, which Emily's tools would be fabulous for. Made a handle out of the panel as well. So literally I just cut a strip of it, folded it in 4, and I've padded that out as well to make it a little bit firmer. You could put a nice decorative stitch down the middle of that one. And then inside, it's just got a pocket. And again, the pocket inside is
Oh, wow.
is made out of the
I
hexagons.
turn that
Yeah,
fully
of
inside
course you
out and we'll
can,
just
yeah.
have a proper look.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
could
really
almost
cute.
reverse it in a way.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, that's really nice. Really nice.
Bit of thread hanging.
What a creative way of using a panel. And did you
Yes.
make all of that from one panel?
Yes, yeah, and had some left over as well.
Awesome.
Yes.
That's for $14.99. I'll just show you that pastel panel again.
So there's
Absolutely
plenty, because I did the
gorgeous.
length of the panel, it was the length of the bag. And then I did a strip for the handle, and then there's some left over for the pocket, and I could have probably done the back of it as well, but I thought I'll just do a nice plain
Yeah.
back and just do a different style with some of the hexagons on their own with that one.
Absolutely brilliant. Love that. Now, don't forget, we've got the pastel hexagons, we've got brights, and we've also got, now I know I say rainbow is my favourite colour.
You like-
I am rather in love with this, because I do also really, really love blue.
I do as well.
This is just so gorgeous.
It's that sort of Delft feel to it, isn't it? I just sort of
Delft,
wanted-
Santorini.
Yes, yes.
It's gorgeous. Absolutely
And
beautiful.
it just lends itself to these pom-poms, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So you could use the white ones, you could use the blue ones, the turquoise even.
Absolutely fab.
Red would go nice
Oh,
with
that
it.
would be amazing.
Yes.
Very nautique. Love it. Right, I'll let you go back to your
Okay.
station.
Right, thank you.
What can you show us?
Right, so I was just going to show you how to finish this one off. So
Yes, please.
I've sewn the two together, and then I would sew the next one on. And I did it as sort of like your rainbow, so your Richard of York gave battle in vain. So,
Which is where you were going with that then. That
just
is
to remember,
Richard.
that's right, so just so I can remember which way the rainbows go. So, and then I'll sew them all to the central one that I've done, and then fold this over and sew the side bits up. And then once you've finished doing it all and you've got a plain one left in the middle where it's all been sewn round, you can literally just get your scissors, and I just go underneath and it lifts up quite easily. She says, there we go. Lift
Yeah.
it all up, go round, and then you can just pull your sheet out in the middle. And those are some of the ones that I'd used already, and then you can use them again. So that's,
Oh, you just pick them out of the bag?
yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
we go.
A question for you.
Yes.
Julie says, hi Sandy, do
Hi.
you ever condition your thread?
I don't. I've read a lot into it. And some people do. I know some people really like to use the beeswax on it, don't they? But I don't. No.
Fair enough.
No.
Yep,
Do you
fair
ever
enough.
do you ever do beeswax on your threads?
Only if I'm doing something like sewing on buttons,
So you want it to
I'll
be
run
stronger?
the thread through, yeah, just to make it a bit stronger. And if I haven't got any beeswax, I'll run it through a tea light, because that will also do it at a push,
Yes.
you know. But no, not generally. But I know some people that absolutely swear by thread conditioning.
Yes. Yeah. I don't
also-
feel they need it, because when they're made, I sound like an Orifil person. I'm not an Orifil philosopher here, but I do love the Orifil threads. And when they're made, they're actually all passed through a naked flame, so it gets rid of all that lint on it. And they're also put in a bath of oil before they're wound up again as well.
Sounds like a
So-
spa
I know it
treatment.
does. So these lovely little spools have a real spa treatment before they end up in your hand. So really, I feel that when you're using something like this, you don't need it. And I just feel sometimes it can get on your hands. You feel as though it can because you need such a small amount of it on
Yeah.
that it can sort of get gummed up a bit.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So that's why I don't, but it's entirely up to you. Right, so then when I did that, I just cut out a circle. So I did a square and then folded it up and then measured from the centre out to different points for the width of the circle that I wanted in half, and then just cut it round, so I got my circle template. And then I put it down, and then all these that were then sewn up, I put all the little squares, the little hexagons rather, onto the paper, and then I could find out where I wanted them. So I wanted some together, so they're all made out of the little petal shapes, really, the little star shapes, and then some of them, so you can't see all of them, but most of them have got the dark in the centre, and then round it, and then there's a few odd ones at the ends.
It's really cool. I love it. It's gorgeous.
But then with this one, I've put in here, I've put in a 40 weight thread. So again, it's just that little bit thicker, and it's a variegated thread as well. So let's have a look at what we've got on here. Let's do a 76. 76, right, let's try this. Because again, you've got so many. Do you use any of the stitches on your sewing machine, you know, the fancy
I
ones.
do,
Because
I
it's lovely.
do.
There's so many of them, aren't there? And I think sometimes you get a sewing machine and you find out how to do your quarter inch, you find out how you do your straight stitch and your zipper foot with it. But then there's absolutely unlimited amounts of beautiful stitches on there. And sometimes I'll just get a piece of material. Sometimes, so like this is the actual cushion that I would do. But before I did it, I would possibly just cut a small strip, put some backing on it, and then just try all the different stitches that there are. And then I tend to write at the side because sometimes I know you can change the stitching. So you can change the length, you can change the width of them, especially if it's a satin style stitch. And sometimes I've done it and I thought, that's really nice. What did I use for that one? Because I've gone on to something else. So I'll normally get a heat erasable pen and just write at the side of it so that I know before I've finished the project, I know which one I'm going to do and exactly what size and it is that I'm doing on it.
It's a really good strategy.
So-
I like that.
Because otherwise, I mean, there's so many. How many stitches are on here? There's hundreds, isn't there, of
I think
stitches on here?
175.
So, I mean, there's so... And again, you know, you try it and you think, that's lovely, I remember which one it is. And
Yeah.
sometimes you just don't, or you've tweaked it slightly and you think, yes, I'll remember that, but you
I love
you
things
don't.
like the feather stitch.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Let's have-
Just quite quick, quite simple, but it just adds a lovely decorative effect. And of course, you could put, and you have, I can see, H640 on the back.
Yes, yeah. I put an H640 or a fusible fleece of some sort of thing to stabilise it. And then it just makes the stitch stand out that little bit more as well, I think. So we've put a variegated one in here. Let me just sort of check this. Oops. Right. Doesn't like that one. It's flashing something here on me.
Oh, do you want to have a look?
Yeah. Have I threaded it right? Oops. It didn't like Emily either, did it? It's on a go slow today, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Oh, you're on a buttonhole.
Oh,
You've got it on a buttonhole.
right, I wanted
So what do you want?
that one.
I tell you what it is, because
Oh,
you're
it's
in
a
mode
different
1.
mode, isn't
different
it?
mode. So
Yes.
mode number 2
Yes.
and stitch
Stitch, what did I have? Stitch 31.
31.
There we go. Brilliant.
There we go.
Yes.
Awesome.
Lovely.
I have the machine at home, you see.
Yes.
Great
And you
machine.
you get used to your machine, don't you? I mean, I use this whenever I come into here. I love to use it here.
Yeah.
But then you've got your own machines at home that you just get used to, don't you?
Of course you
it's,
do.
but
Sheila asks, hi Stuart, has the green machine and the rivets been on yet, please, birthday boy? Now, we did mention the green machine a little earlier on, so if you have a look on the website, it'll be on today's show deals. Do we have any left, please, Ben? We'll just check. The rivets will also be there as well. We do. Here we go. We've got 3 green machines left and there are 14 in baskets. So if you want a green machine, you've only got a couple of opportunities left. It's $57.99. The rivets that we've got, it's the replacement rivets. This is without the fitting tool. So just be aware, if you are getting the rivets, you do need the fitting tool. But I know a lot of you who've bought the green machine have already got the fitting tools for that and just want replacement rivets. So just be aware of that. All right.
And that's a great piece of kit to have, especially if you're a bag maker.
Oh,
it's
valuable.
Just, absolutely.
Love mine.
And it's like, I mean, even for dressmaking, they do such lovely studs now that you can put on all sorts of things, can't you?
Absolutely.
And so
Well, things like dungarees or jeans.
Yes, yes. Don't think of it as just fastening
No.
straps on and things like that. You can do all sorts. So I've just done a few little stitches on that. So you can see, and
Oh,
I've got the
fab.
variegated thread there. So it's, and because it's the 40, it just sort of stands out a little bit more.
Yeah, really like that.
So then, did you say you'd do a straight stitch all the way down? So if we go into mode, back onto mode 1, isn't it? And
Yeah.
then use number...
Oh, you're on mode 3 at the
I'm in
moment.
right, mode.
Go back to mode.
Mode.
Keep going.
Ah, right. Okay,
There's
there
actually
we go.
6
Yes.
different modes.
So I just want a 1, don't I?
Yeah.
So there we
Yeah,
go.
so I would just then go through the centre and then eyeball straight through the centre. And keep going. I would just elongate the stitch maybe a
Yes.
little bit.
About a 3.
Yeah. And then keep going. But then what I would do is when you go through the other diagonals,
Yeah.
it will all kind of link up.
Yes.
and it looks really
So if
cool.
we go through, say this way now, I'll just do a little bit through here.
Yeah.
Yes, it does make a difference for the wider stitch as well, doesn't it?
So basically you would sew along every straight line, so every single
Yes.
white line had a line of stitching running through it. And that's a lovely, cool, quite modern way of quilting hexagons.
It's quite geometric, isn't it, in a way,
Yes,
I
it
suppose?
is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never done that one before. That looks lovely. I like that.
Mm.
You'll see that on my next bag.
Oh, yes, please. Well, it basically, I think, divides up every hexagon into 6 triangles once you've stitched every line.
Right, this one here.
Yeah.
And I do like using a bit thicker thread as well, because if you don't want it to sort of really go, if you wanted it to just quilt it, so you're not sort of like seeing the thread itself, I suppose, the 50 weight is brilliant. But if you just want to just see it just that little bit more, and especially if it's a variegated, is that right? There we go. Yes.
Yeah.
So there we go.
So if I just put it over here,
Yes.
so you can see it just there. But then as you quilted the whole thing, you would quilt
That's
through
brilliant.
here.
Yes,
So
yeah.
everything would be outlined and stitched through the centre.
That's brilliant. I
It's
do
nice,
like
isn't
that.
it? And you could also do the same thing, but use one of the decorative stitches, like the serpentine
Yes,
stitch.
yeah.
That would look really nice
Got the
too.
blanket stitch that I've done as well
Yeah.
would look nice. And then I was going to say you could hand sew it as well. So I've just got the floss, so that's thicker. These are quite nice. So you can use embroidery thread on the skein, but these are quite nice because they're wound. So especially if you're doing something like hexagons and it's something that you're travelling with, these are quite nice to take with you somewhere. So they're not going to get all knotted up. So we could do sort of like little cross stitches down here as well.
Ooh. See, I was thinking running stitch, but already you're being more creative than that.
There we go. So you could just do a little cross stitch down here. And again, don't put too much thread on. There we go. So you could sort of join it up, or you could sort of leave a gap.
Oh, that's really nice.
Again, you could use a white thread so that it sort of doesn't sort of shout at you. I've just used this purple so that you can sort of see what we're doing.
Oh, but I like that.
It's quite relaxing as well, isn't it? I quite like hand stitching it.
Or you could use a bit of like rusty orange or a really bright orange.
Or I got this sort of lovely bright sort
Wow,
of reddy colour, which
yeah.
would go really nice with it as well. And then if you wanted to just do a running stitch, you could just do running stitches. So it almost looks quite sort of sashiko, this sort of with the sort of colour, doesn't it? And then you're stitching in it.
Beautiful.
So again, you could just do a couple of running stitches. Oops. Yep.
Gorgeous.
So you could do lots of different, and then I suppose you could almost do like a satin stitch on it as well. Don't know if can you see when I'm sort of, sorry.
Yeah.
So if you just go across the lines and then come in, you can do it nice and, oops. Just have to be careful because the needle's slightly thicker because it's such a thick thread that it's just, so you could just go along there. I mean, that would take a little bit of thread, but it would look quite nice in
So
between.
much
Can you
you could
imagine? There's
do.
so much you can do with that.
I
So
like
you
that
just
one as well. You know where you like do a stitch and then you weave a different colour
colour
through it.
Yes.
What's that
yeah.
called?
I have no idea what it's called, but I know exactly what you mean. So you could then put, say, like the red, and
Yes.
just so you do your little slip stitch, and then get the other colour, and then just sort of go in and
just
out
pick
of
it
there.
up.
Yes, or get like a dark blue, and you could do it with the tote bag. I've used different colours going down, so it started off
that.
quite pale, and then goes through with the rainbow colours of your.
Love that. You could almost use dark blue
Yes.
and then medium and then go through to light, couldn't you?
Yes. And do it sort of like the other way around, so you could use the darkest on the light ones and then the lightest one on the dark ones. So it'd really
Gorgeous.
sort of show it.
Such lovely ideas. I absolutely love this panel. I love it. It's so beautiful. Yeah, clever.
Thank you.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Right, I'm going to head back over the other side. Now, we do have a few other bits and pieces I should go through quickly. Should we do zip on a roll? I love a zip on a roll.
I do as well.
Well, and also this time we've actually got the zip jig. Well, we had the zip jig on earlier on.
That's what I used for this. It was brilliant.
It's so much easier.
How many times have you sat there trying to fiddle and get it on? It's a nightmare, isn't it? So they really do help. They're fantastic.
Oh, I've got no talk back at all, guys. Can't hear anything at all. So we've got our zip on a roll. Now we're going to do the blue first of all. This is that gorgeous turquoise blue, and it has rose gold teeth. How glamorous is that? Is this the one you use?
I've got no, it was the red
That's
one with
the
rose.
red.
Yes.
Oh, that is lovely.
You could-
Absolutely gorgeous.
You could put the turquoise pom-poms along either side, as long as it sort of didn't come in.
Oh, you
couldn't
could.
So it had
Oh, I like
a
that
little trimmer
idea.
on the side of there.
Very nice, very nice. Now you get 4 meters. It's number 5 zip, and you get 4 meters. So absolutely loads to do a number of cushions or bags or whatever you wish.
Yes.
That's better.
You can even use them for dressmaking, because that's quite fashionable as well, isn't it? To have
yeah.
quite a nice big
The
chunk of
exposed
the
zip.
exposed zip.
Let's do the red one that you used
Yeah.
next. So this is the red with rose gold.
I love the fact
This
they've
is
got
the one
rose
you
gold
used.
teeth,
Let's
yeah.
just show it actually. Look. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
And that rose
Again.
gold shimmers in the light, doesn't it, as well? It's really lovely.
But also as well, these teeth, this is nylon.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
It
so
looks metal, because when I was cutting it, I thought, oh, I shouldn't be using the scissors that I had. And it went straight through it. And even when I was doing the sewing over the side of it, because
Yep.
I sort of always sew over it to just sort of finish the ends
Yeah,
off.
me too.
And I thought, oh, is this... And it just went through it. And I
it's
thought,
fine.
oh, my goodness me, that's fine. So it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, you can cut it, you can sew
Yes,
over
yeah.
it. Just take it slow.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's 4 meters of zip pull. You then add your own zip pulls. We do lots of different zip pulls. Have a look on the website. You can customise. Next up, let's do purple. So this is the purple zip tape with rose gold. Oh, that's sold out. Well done if you got yours.
That's gonna have
And
to-
then last of all, we've got the black with bright rainbow teeth. Well, that's a bit of me.
Cool is that?
It's really cool. Love that. Love that. And again, actually, well, I did use zip on the sewing bee to customise a dress.
Did you?
I did a kind of punk-inspired dress. I did. I was a desperate man.
Were you?
I was.
Calls for
I was
desperate measures,
really.
yeah.
Yeah. It didn't save me,
Did it
but
not? It
no,
should have done.
it should have done. But that is rather cool, and you could use that in all sorts of ways. Not just about using it as a zip. You could use it as embellishment
Yes,
too.
yeah. It'd be
I really want to make one of those bags, you know, that's a zip.
Yes.
That
Oh,
basically zips round and it's a whole bag.
Yes. So if you had that, you could do that, couldn't you? Yes.
You could. Now, I also have some coverable buttons.
Yes. I've done
Yes,
some of those.
very, very useful. This would be lovely on the cushion, actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
To cover some buttons, and then button them through the
Through the-
cushion.
Yes. That's what I was going to do.
Was it?
Yeah. And again, I used just the hexagons. So I cut out the hexagons and then I cut out a circle. So it tells you on the pack what size circle to use for it. Then I just glue a little bit of H640 on it. So it just makes the buttons quite nice and padded. And then pop it over. Then just do a very tiny little running stitch all the way around. And it will pull together and just finish it off. And then you clip the back of it on. And here's one I did earlier.
Oh, that's
There you go.
lovely. Really nice. I
And
like it
just
with
gives
the
it that little-
H640.
yes. It just gives it that little bit of padding on it. And then you could put seed beads. Somebody phoned in earlier on about seed beads. You could always put some lovely little pattern on there, couldn't you? Or you could embroider it. So you could embroider the little
little
hexagon
embroidery.
first,
That
like
would
a
be
little initial or
gorgeous.
something like that.
Yeah.
Would be lovely.
Gorgeous. $2.99 for a pack of 4, and they're 29 millimetres, which in centimetres, that's got to be about an inch. It's just a generous inch, isn't it?
Yes. So they're a nice size. So I planned to put sort of like a big button in the middle of that and then just take it through. So that looks nice. So
Nice
a
idea, I
big
like that.
button there.
Cool. Anything else, Ben? Oh. Wow. Thank you so much, Sandi.
It's okay.
That was lovely.
Lovely. It's been really nice to share your birthday with you.
Oh, no, I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did just want to mention as well a couple of things. One is that everybody who shops with us today, as it's my birthday, will be getting a rainbow pen. Here they are, look. It's got my signature on it and a little kiss. That's just for you. Mwah, little kissy. Very strange noise in my ear. While stocks last. But also as well, we've got Shop to Win. Look at these prizes. Oh my goodness me. We've got books, we've got electric scissors, we've got a massive Tilda bundle of freebies. We've got a Jane Crowfoot fabulous kit. We've also got a set of 6 sock yarns, also from Stylecraft. Those are my ones, actually. Now, I did just want to mention as well tomorrow's menu. Tomorrow's menu. Because the birthday fun continues. It's not.
You might as well make a weekend of it,
I was
mightn't
going to
you?
say,
Oh, happy
it's
birthday,
not
Stuart.
Sunday, but 8 a.m. Happy birthday, Stuart. We should change that to happy belated birthday, Stuart. At 9 a.m, it's the Fleur Bag with Delphine Brooks. Hurrah! At 10 a.m, happy birthday, Stuart.
Again.
It was yesterday. It was... At 10:30... Thank you, darling.
Happy 60th, darling.
Stop it!
60th.
Happy 60th. At 10:30, it's the flower wreath cushion with Delphine Brooks. That was a special request from me. And then at 11:30, it's the complete crochet handbook launch with Jane Crowfoot. Jane, for me, is the queen of crochet. She has written her first ever definitive guide to crochet.
That's brilliant.
I mean, I think if you're going to learn from the best. That launches tomorrow. It's the exclusive TV launch of that book. I'm super excited to spend time with Delphine as well and have another wonderful day with you here celebrating at Sewing Street. Don't forget, Shop to Win, loads of fabulous prizes. Every time you check out your basket, you get entered into that competition one more time. We've also got the fabulous rainbow pen giveaway for every customer over the weekend while stocks last. Thank you for spending the day with us, Sandi.
It's been lovely. I've had a fabulous
Really
time. Thank
gorgeous.
you so much.
Come and have a chat with you and Andy now. And thank you for spending the morning with us here at Sewing Street as well. Don't forget my gorgeous new quilting pattern, In Love with Quilting, still available on the website. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Take care until then, and do eat cake.